I know what you are." In Ava's, behind that sheen of tears, flashed surprise, and for only a moment, for just an instant, heat flared with it. Then she swayed against her friend. "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I feel—" "Sit now." Bridget eased Ava into the chair, stroked her cheek. "Sit back, Ava. You're taking on too much." "How can it ever be enough? How can I— Where's Ben? Where's Ben?" A single tear spilled out of each brilliant eye. "I need Ben." "I'll fetch him for you." Rourke glanced at Eve, then made his way through the crowd of mourners. "He'll be right along," Bridget soothed. "Ben will be right along. We'll take you upstairs, sweetheart. You need some quiet. It's too warm in here, too close with so many people. It's all too much." "I'll give you a hand with that." Eve stepped closer. "Why don't I help you upstairs, Mrs. Anders?" "I want Ben." Ava turned her face away to press it against Bridget. "I'll be stronger if I have Ben. He's all I have left of Tommy." "He's coming now. He's coming, Ava." Ben rushed through the room, the grief coated over with concern. He bent over Ava like a shield. "I'm here. I just went out for some air. I'm right here." "Stay with me, Ben. Please stay with me just until we get through this." "Let's take her upstairs." "No, Bridget. I shouldn't leave. I need— Just for a few minutes. Just a few minutes upstairs until you feel better." "Yes, you're right. A few minutes. Ben." "Here we are. Take my arm. You'll have to excuse us, Lieutenant." "Sure." So the widow, overcome, was led away to her private grief. Pitch perfect, Eve thought. She could use some air herself, she decided. Then spotted Nadine first across the room with Rourke. "Personal or professional?" Eve asked when she joined them. "Like cops, it's always both for journalists. But personal leads the way here. I liked him, very much. And Ben." She glanced toward the doorway, brushing back the sleek sweep of hair as she watched them go. "I was outside with him having a word when Rourke came out for him. Poor Ava, she looks so lost." "Oh, she knows where she's going." Nadine's eyes lit and narrowed. "What's that I hear? You don't seriously think—" She cut herself off, took a sip of the wine in her hand. "Too many ears in here. Why don't we step outside?" "Not ready for a one-on-one." "Peabody's better than I thought," Nadine said after a moment. "If what's going on is what I think is going on." She never dropped a crumb. Some pals you are. You be a pal first. Dig up those old interviews you told me about. Send them to me. "I can do that. What's in it for me?" "That's going to depend." "Look, Dallas, did I mention," Rourke interrupted, "how strong I found your interview with Peabody last night? You drew the best out of her, effortlessly." "Teamwork." Nadine sulked at both of them. "I hate that." "Get me the interviews, Nadine. Then I'll give you what I can when I can. But for now, I've had enough of this place. So— Shit! It's Tybalt's wife. Damn it!" "Not ready yet," was all Eve could think, as the tall, whip-thin woman aimed toward her. Brutally short, honey-brown hair crowned a strong stunner of a face, the shade of the well-steeped Irish tea Rourke occasionally enjoyed. Eve had heard the stories that once upon a time Carla Blaze Tybalt made her living, and considerable sensation, as a fashion model. If she'd stalked the runways with the same purpose and panache as she crossed a morning room, Eve decided, she would have been hard to beat. "Lieutenant." Her voice was smoky music, her eyes tiger gold. "Ma'am?" "Ms. First. Rourke, I wonder if you'll excuse us a moment. I need to speak to the lieutenant in private." It might have been posed as a request, but there was command in the posture. Carla simply turned and people parted for her as the Red Sea parted for Moses as she strode to the door. Courage! Though there was amusement in his tone, Rourke gave Eve's shoulder a supportive squeeze. Why do they have to have wives? Why do cops have to have wives? I'll be back in a minute. With little choice, Eve followed in Carla's wake and joined her on the narrow third-floor terrace. With the traffic snarling below, Carla stood with her back to the rail. As the primary on an open homicide, can you possibly think it's appropriate for you to speak with a reporter at the victim's memorial? Excuse me, ma'am. Nadine First is also a personal friend. Friendship doesn't apply. You have a position to uphold. Screw this, Eve thought. Yes, I do. As do you. As the wife of the chief of police, can you possibly think it's appropriate for you to attend the memorial of the victim of an open homicide case and speak with individuals who may be on the investigator's suspect list? The fury flashed, a beautiful blaze that kindled in those tiger eyes, on that amazing face. Then it banked down to an irritated simmer. You have a point. It's very annoying that you have a point. I can assure you that I haven't discussed the details of the investigation with Nadine or any other media contact. Yet. She's a useful source, and, at my discretion as primary, I may elect to use that source. As she's no pushover, I may elect to trade information for information. Dirt for dirt. If it's useful dirt, yes, ma'am. Oh, stop calling me ma'am as if I were your third-grade teacher. She spun around to lean on the rail, facing the street this time. I'm upset, and it set me off to see you huddled with Nadine First. I'd huddle with Jack the Ripper if it aided the investigation. I have a job to do. I understand this is upsetting to you. Your friend's husband has been murdered. You should understand that finding his murderer and building a case against that individual are my priorities. And I've already poked my nose in twice. Carla lifted her hands off the rail in a gesture Eve interpreted as truce. I don't make a habit of that. No, you don't. Ava and I are friendly. We've worked closely together on several projects, and I admire her energy, her creative thinking. I liked Tommy Anders very much. He was a generous, unpretentious man, so yes, it's very difficult to accept he was murdered. And the circumstances of it, the media coverage of it. As the wife of a prominent man, I sympathize with Ava on many levels right now. Carla turned around. As the wife of a prominent man, so should you. As the primary investigator, my sympathies are with the victim. You're a hard case, Lieutenant. Carla shook her head, but the fire had gone out. Your commander considers you the best of his best. My husband believes you to be brilliant. While I generally stay out of my husband's business, I pay attention. So I know you have a reputation for getting it done. I suppose it takes a hard case to get it done. So I'm told you wanted to speak to me about Ava and Tommy. Most specifically about your work with them. You suspect that something within the charity work precipitated Tommy's murder. I need to cover all areas to conduct a thorough investigation. Which is cop speak for none of your business. Carla waved a hand. I'm not offended. Ava and I worked on a number of projects over the last couple of years. She contacted me initially to ask me to co-chair and help coordinate a fashion show. Logical, given my background. A sports fashion show? No. Actually, this was geared toward the mothers of children qualified for the sports camps and associated programs. Affordable daywear, workwear, sportswear, with several of the mothers as models. Participating merchants offered generous discounts, and Anders provided each woman with a $1,000 wardrobe allowance. Something fun for them, as most of the emphasis is on the children. We followed up a few months later with a children's show. School clothes, athletic gear. Both were very successful. Ava was tireless. So I've learned. We've also implemented other activities. We, or Ava and some of the staff and volunteers, took the mothers to a spa resort while their children were at camp. A kind of retreat where for 5 days they could relax, be pampered, attend seminars, workshops, have discussion groups. It's a lovely time. You've attended? Yes, once or twice. As a den mother, so to speak. It was very rewarding to see these women who rarely have any time for themselves have an opportunity to focus on their own minds, bodies, spirits. They must have been incredibly grateful for that, and to Ava for providing them with a sample of a lifestyle outside of their own. A break from work, children, responsibilities, yes. Fun was a priority, but also education, networking, a support system. Just as in the 1- or 2-day retreats held in New York or other locations throughout the year for the Moms Too program. A number of these women are single parents, and as such have little time to socialize, to be anything but a mother. Enthusiasm for the program infused Carla's voice. Her hands moved, energetically conducting her words. Often when a parent loses herself or himself in the day-to-day responsibilities and demands of raising children, they become a less effective and less loving parent than they might be, than they want to be. So Ava conceived of Moms Too. Being together like that, at that kind of retreat or organizing a fashion show, it would be natural, wouldn't it, for you and Ava to become involved with the participants? Develop relationships. Yes, it's something else I found rewarding. Tommy went beyond providing children with equipment or even a place to use it. His idea of bringing them together, in training, in competitions, encouraging them to work and play together, does so much more than put a ball glove in a child's hand. It gives them pride, friendships, an understanding of teamwork and sportsmanship. Ava's vision for the adjunct program is to give exactly that to the mothers, and to put a personal face on it, as Tommy did, with his active participation in the camps, in the fathers' programs, the parent-child competitions. And I'm going to start campaigning for funds any minute, Carla said with a laugh. But yes, involvement is key, I think. Charity can be difficult, Lieutenant, to give or receive. These programs are designed to instill pride and self-worth. Outlining and executing the programs you've done with Ava must take incredible planning, an eye for details, a skill for delegation. Absolutely. Ava's a master at all of that. Eve smiled. I believe it. I appreciate you taking the time to speak to me. And I'm dismissed. I should get back in, say my goodbyes. I hope there are no hard feelings between us. None on my side. Then I'll wish you luck with the investigation. She offered her hand again. Oh, and Lieutenant, a little concealer would cover up that bruise under your eye. Why would I want to do that? In the limo, Eve stretched out her legs and said, Huh. As neither of you limped back inside bloody, I assume you and your chief's wife came to terms. Yeah, you could say. And it's funny what people say and how they say it. She's friendly with Ava. She liked Tommy very much. She admires Ava's energy and creative thinking. Tommy was generous and unpretentious. Mrs. Tibble's a smart woman, but she doesn't get what she just told me. That, and more. Eve shifted to Rourke. The other day, you gave a few bucks to a sidewalk sleeper. He lifted his eyebrows. Very possibly. No, I saw it outside the morgue. All right. And? A lot of people probably tossed that guy a few that day, and a lot of other days. They don't remember him after. He doesn't remember them. But you crouched down and spoke to him eye to eye. Made it personal, made the connection. He'll remember you. He's likely to remember the 20 more. No, don't get cynical on me. Back when you were running the streets in Dublin, when your father beat down on you until you were half dead, Somerset took you in, fixed you up. He offered you something, a chance, a sanctuary, an opportunity. What would you have done to pay him back? Cut out the years between then and now and what developed between you, she added. Then, right then, what would you have done to pay him back? Whatever he'd asked. Yeah, because then he was the one with the power, with the control, with the largesse. However much of a badass you were vulnerable, smaller, weaker, and he'd given you something you'd never had. He never asked, Rourke said. Because despite being a tight-assed fuckface, taking advantage of vulnerable isn't his style. But it's Ava's. Where are you going with this? To work. I need to see what Peabody's got so far. See if I can wheedle a quick meet with Mira. I have to get some of this organized in my head. Get it down. I'll fill you in at home, then take advantage of your vulnerability of being crazy about me and curious about the case so I can put you to work. I'll accept that, particularly if you take advantage of me otherwise afterward. I'll schedule that in. I want— Whoa, wait! She fumbled for the intercom. Pull over here. Why? Rourke demanded as the limo swept to the curb. We're 2 blocks from Central yet. Exactly. Do you think I want to pull up in front of my house in this thing? Jeez! I'll walk from here. Want the crullers? Keep 'em. She grabbed the door handle with one hand, his hair with the other. One hard kiss, and she was out the door. See you! And he watched as her long stride ate up the sidewalk, her coat billowing. Watched until she was swallowed up by distance and people. Chapter 13. With her mind tapping out details, Eve headed toward homicide with the same ground-eating stride Rourke had admired outside. Not a break in the case, she thought. Not yet. But damn if she didn't think she had a crack. And she was going to chisel and hammer away at that crack until it busted wide open. Another part of her brain registered a need for caffeine, debated between supplying it hot or cold. When cold won, she stopped in front of vending and eyed the machine with suspicion and dislike. Don't fuck with me, she mumbled, and plugged in credits. Tube of Pepsi. The machine seemed to consider, to ponder. She all but heard it whistling a taunting tune, and just as she reared back to give it a good kick, it spat out the tube along with its tedious content data. Eve snatched the tube out before it changed its mind and, turning, saw Abigail Johnson sitting on the same bench Tico had used the day before. Tension tightened at the back of Eve's neck as she approached the woman. Mrs. Johnson. Oh, Lieutenant Dallas. I was daydreaming. Didn't see you there. Shifting the box on her lap, Abigail got to her feet. Is there a problem? No, indeed. The fact is, Tico's about nagged the skin off my bones about that reward. I felt like he should understand doing what's right is enough. Then, well, I started thinking it's good for a boy to get something back for doing right. And don't I punish him for doing wrong, and maybe give him some extra screen time or bake his favorite cookies when he does something especially good? Works for me. So I contacted that number you gave me to see about it. It was all taken care of already. They said how you'd seen to that. The bright green eyes stared into Eve's. Why, it was $1,000, Lieutenant. Early estimates hit about $10,000 a day that ring was pulling in. Tico was key in shutting it down. I can't get over it. That's God's truth. Fact is, I had to sit down fanning myself for a good 10 minutes after that Sergeant Whittles told me how much. Abigail tipped back her head and laughed, and the sound was bright as bird song. Then, well, I baked you a pie." She thrust the box at a puzzled Eve. "You baked me a pie?" "A lemon meringue pie. I hope you like lemon meringue." "I'd be a fool not to." "Thanks. When they told me you weren't here, I was gonna leave it for you, but I got the strong feeling there wouldn't have been anything left of it time you got back." "You'd be right about that." "They said how you'd be back shortly, so I just sat down to wait. They put that thing right through security downstairs, so they could see I wasn't bringing in anything dangerous. Course, I've been told my baking's dangerous to the waistline, but you don't have to fret about that." Because it seemed to be expected, Eve opened the lid, peeked inside. The meringue looked frothy as a snow-cap, with golden beads scattered over its peaks and plains. "Wow, it looks like edible art." "Isn't that a thing to say? I know it's not much, but I wanted to give you something for what you did for my boy, for my Tico. He told me all about it. Well, about a half a dozen times he told me all about it. I wanted to say to you how it seems to me somebody like you could have brushed him off, or could have called child services, or a lot of other things but what you did. I've taught him to have respect for the law, and for right over wrong, but you showed him why, and you put a face on the law and on what's right that he won't forget. He won't be forgetting the reward either, but it's you he'll remember first, and so will I. And it seems to me, Mrs. Johnson, that a lot of boys in Tico's position could have looked the other way, or more, tried to angle their way into a piece of what was going on. But I'll take the pie. I hope you enjoy it. I may have to knock a few of my men unconscious to get it into my office, but believe me, I will." Eve got a good grip on the box and put blood in her eye as she walked into the bullpen. She swore a dozen noses lifted up at the very same instant to scent the air. "Not a chance in hell. Peabody, my office." After shooting a smug and evil smile at her sorrowful colleagues, Peabody breezed in behind Eve. "What kind of pie is it?" "It's my kind of pie." "You can't eat a whole pie by yourself. You'll get sick." "We'll find out." "But I brought you crullers." "Where are they?" Peabody's mouth opened, closed on a pout, as she shifted her eyes away. Exactly." Eve set the pie box out of reach on top of her auto chef. "What have you got, besides cruller breath?" "It's not like I ate them all personally, and you left them behind, so—" "Okay." She deflated under Eve's icy stare. "I've got the duplicate names, and I've started running them. FYI, Mrs. Tibble's on there. She's worked on multiple projects with Ava Anders." "I think we can take her off the list." "Yeah. Also the mayor's wife and a number of other prominents." "We won't discount them. Staff and volunteers go into the mix, but we're going to focus on the participants, the women Ava played Lady Bountiful with." "I've got some with criminal, got some who were or are LCs." "Keep them at the top." Trying to figure her. Would she go for somebody with experience, with tendencies, or somebody blank, somebody who'd run below the radar? She paced to the window, stared out. She wouldn't expect us to get here, to look where we're going to look. But somebody who plans as meticulously as she does would have to consider all the possibilities. How did she weigh it? Another question would be, how do you convince somebody to kill for you? Some people bake pies. Copy all the files, shoot them here into my home unit, and keep working it, Peabody. If somebody in there was her trigger, I'll bet she has plans for them, too. I just bet she has plans. She worked it as well. formulating notes from her conversations that day, pushing through the repeated names Peabody had called out. And she considered the logistics and man-hours of interviewing literally hundreds of potential suspects. Needle in the haystack. But sooner or later... She pushed back, circled her head around her shoulders to loosen knots. Her incoming beeped, and it pleased her to see Nadine had sent her a file. "Copy to my home unit," she ordered. She rubbed her tired eyes. "Time to go home herself," she admitted. "Take it home, pick it up again, bounce it off Rourke." She shut down, loaded her bag, shrugged into her coat. She picked up the pie box as Mira stepped to the doorway. "On your way out?" "Yeah, but I've got time. They told me you were booked solid today." "I was, and I'm late heading home. If you're leaving, why don't we walk out together and you can tell me what's on your mind?" "That'd be good." "I've got this theory," Eve began. She briefed Mira as they took glides down to the main level, then switched to the elevator for the garage. "The dominant personality, the benefactor or employer, convinces, pressures, or cajoles the subordinate or submissive to execute her will." "Execute being the operative term," Eve commented. "But I think cajole is a passive term for getting someone to do murder." "Passivity can be a weapon if used correctly, and such methods have certainly been used for gain. Anything from lying to protect the superior's mistake or misconduct to providing sexual favors, and yes, all the way up to murder. To ensure continued cooperation after the fact, the dominant would need to continue the relationship, offer and supply reward, or threaten with exposure or harm." To finish, Eve got off on Mira's garage level. "We're running the ones with jackets and any LCs, currently or previously, first." "The most logical place to start?" "The nature of the crime. You'd have to have that in you, or be so completely under Ava's thumb you couldn't so much as wiggle to see that through." "Or utterly enthralled," Mira added. "Love comes in a lot of forms." "Yeah, so does gratitude. And fear. I need to figure out which one of those levels she pulled. I let her see today. I let her see I know. Maybe that was a mistake, but I wanted her to sweat a little." "It's good strategy. It gives the opponent something to worry about, and worried people make more mistakes." "If I had a little more, just enough to bring her in, to get her in the box, I think I could trip her up. But I need to push her out of her comfort zone, isolate her from—" Realizing they were standing beside Mira's car and she was down to talking out loud, Eve shrugged. "Anyway." "If and when, I'd like to observe. I think it would be fascinating." "I'll let you know. So, say hi to Mr. Mira." "I will." "Eve, don't go straight to work when you get home. Take an hour. Recharge." In a gesture that never failed to fluster Eve, Mira leaned over, kissed her cheek. "Well, good night." She'd planned to go straight back to work. Mira had her there. More, she'd planned to drag Rourke into it with her. How was she supposed to hammer that crack open if she sat around for an hour doing nothing? She walked into the house with the notion of recharging later. Somerset loomed. The cat sat and stared. "I haven't got time for you, flat ass." "Or little else, apparently, as you arrive late. Again. And have used your face as a punching bag. Again." "That was yesterday. I offered yours, but they judged it too high on the ugly scale." "Rourke is in the pool house if you have any interest in your husband's whereabouts." "I got interest." She tossed her coat over the newel post, dropped her file case at the foot of the stairs, then shoved the box she held into Somerset's hands. "I brought dessert." That, she thought as she strolled to the elevator, confused him speechless, and was almost as satisfying as her best insult. As she rode down, she rubbed at the back of her neck. Maybe she could take time for a quick swim. Stretch out some of these damn kinks she'd earned from too many hours at the comp. 15 minutes. That would set her. Then a big fat burger while she played some of the data and speculations off Rourke. The man sure as hell knew about being the dominant personality. She stepped out into the moist, fragrant warmth, into the lush green foliage and bright blooms of the tropical gardens of the pool house. Music came from the sparkling waterfall flowing down the wall, and the smooth, rhythmic strokes of the man cutting through the bold blue water of the pool. He swam like a seal, she thought, sleek and fast, and looked like... Well, if she couldn't think it, who could? He looked like a damn Irish god, with that rangy body, the ripple of muscle, the streaming black hair. When he changed up strokes, executed a surface dive, she grinned. With an ass like that, who wouldn't want to sink their teeth into it? Maybe she could take more than 15 minutes. She stripped where she was, took position at the edge, and dove in. When she surfaced, he was treading water and watching her with eyes that made the bold blue of the pool seem pale. "It seems I've caught a mermaid." "You haven't caught anything yet, pal. How many laps have you got in?" 22. I'm after 30. "Then I'll catch up." She pushed off the side. He paced her a while, which made her kick in to up the speed. Still they hit the wall together, rolled into the turn and push. She lost him after 8, but moments later heard the rumble that told her he'd settled into the grotto corner and its jets. So she lost herself in the rhythm, in the water, in the effort, and somewhere in the 12th lap, her crowded mind cleared. When she hit 30, her muscles were loose to the point of limp, her breathing shallow and her mind utterly relaxed. She skimmed under the water, surfaced in the grotto beside him. God, that was a good idea. I have any number of them. She let her head fall back, her eyes close. Under the water, her fingers linked with his until she had her breath back. I've got one of those coming on. Oh, yeah. There it is. She ducked under, rolled, then skimmed her way up to take him into her mouth. The water churned around her as she gripped his hips, as she felt the muscles she'd admired quiver for her. She surfaced, letting her lips run up his belly, his chest, his throat to where his mouth waited to mate with hers. I like your idea better than mine. Thought you might. She scraped her teeth over his throat. Mira said I should recharge. Tossing her head back, she shot him a look of pure challenge. So, recharge me. He pulled her under with him, into that breathless, beating blue. He'd thought himself prepared, relaxed, comfortably aroused, watching his wife burn off the day as he had. He'd imagined persuading her into wet, lazy love once she had. Instead, the need for her had simply leaped into him, torn through him as a hungry animal who wanted feast and conquest. It burned through him, a fever in the blood as he devoured her mouth, as his hands sought and took. Her gasp for air when they surfaced ended on a cry of shocked pleasure that only stoked the flames. Her hands dug into his shoulders when he took her breast. Greedy mouth, demanding teeth. Wet and warm from the water, she trembled from the assault. And still she said, "Yes, yes," as the water closed over them again. Her ears roared from the pound of the water, from the pound of her own blood. How could anyone survive wanting, being wanted like this? How could anyone live without it? He set a storm inside her of feelings, sensations, of desires that throbbed toward pain, a storm that raged and blew and thundered until there was nothing left of her but a drowning, helpless love. Rough hands pushed her back to the wall, where hers gripped the edge, where her moans echoed in the heavy air as his mouth streaked up her thighs, as his tongue arrowed inside her. He tugged, shifting her so the gush of hot jets pulsed over her, inside her, hot, relentless, as his mouth worked her toward frenzy. I can't, God! The orgasm was brutal and fierce, a ripping of self from sanity. He felt it break through her, felt the force and wonder of release, and saw when he looked into her eyes again the complete surrender to it, to him. Take me. He drove into her, into that surrender, and lifting her hips, plunged deeper yet. As the madness pummeled him, whipped him, he heard his own voice, thick and breathless, murmuring demands and pleas in Irish she couldn't possibly understand. And still, once more, as his body battered hers, she said, "Yes." On that single, whispered word, he surrendered. Sprawled in the pulsing water, limbs like melted wax, Eve wasn't sure who was holding up whom. She thought, vaguely, that a double drowning was a distinct possibility, but couldn't seem to care. Maybe it's something in the water, some sort of sex drug. You could bottle it, sell it, and make another fortune. Hell with that. I'm keeping it all for us. Did I hurt you at all? I'm a bit bleary. I can take care of myself, pal. She let her head fall like a rock onto his shoulder. Besides, my idea. And a bloody good one it was. I was going straight up to work. Got big, fat, sticky piles of it, so I was going straight up to work. Then the gargoyle said you were down here. I thought maybe I'd take 15 minutes for a swim, loosen up. Well, we sure as Christ loosened up. Then I saw you knifing through the water, all wet and ripply, and... You. She tilted her head back to look at him. I saw you, and that's all it took. Sometimes I can't breathe, I love you so much. Eve. Emotion deepened his eyes as he kissed her, very sweetly. Then he just rested his brow against hers. I keep thinking, well, this'll settle down. It's bound to level off and settle down. But it doesn't. Even when things are just going smooth and we're just living, I can look at you and I've got no breath left. Every minute with you, I'm alive. I never knew before there were pieces of me unborn just waiting for you. I'm alive with you, Eve. She sighed, touched his cheek. We'd better get out of here. We're getting mush all over the pool. It was back to murder as she pulled on the comfort of her old NYPSD sweatshirt and a pair of worn-out, just the way she liked them, jeans. While they dressed, she relayed to Rourke the conversation she'd had with Mira. You're worried now she'll find a way to dispose of this subordinate, as you're thinking of her, or him. Gotta have a plan for it. I think she thinks this individual wouldn't dare betray her, but she'll have a plan. She's got Bridget Plowder, who doesn't strike me as a moron, completely wrapped. Pretty much ditto on Tribble's wife, but Plowder... Are you looking at her? At Bridget Plowder? I look at everyone. But no, she doesn't strike me as a subordinate or, what's the word? What is it? Supplicant. Yeah, that's what our Ava likes. She likes having her supplicants. She bought herself plenty of them with Anders's money. She caught a glimpse of the two of them in the mirror, paused, took a closer look. He put on basically the same thing she had, jeans and in his case a dark blue sweater. But, how come you always look better than me? He glanced in the mirror as well, and smiling, stepped behind her to wrap his arms around her from the back. I can't agree with that. Eye of the beholder. You're still tuning from water games. She shook her head, studying them, he thought, as she might suspects in a lineup. It's just not right. Anyway, back off, Ace. We've got a load of work ahead of us, and crap, I forgot! I need to tag Charles. I need to do a follow-up there. To amuse himself, and annoy her, he only tightened his hold. Hey! Hey back! It'll be a working meal again, and would that make me your subordinate or your supplicant? Ha ha! You're nobody's subordinate, and you wouldn't know how to supplicate. Is that a word? I'll look it up. Working meal, and you're thinking burgers. Her eyes narrowed. What, have you gone all psychic on me? Logic, and an intimate, as I've recently proven, knowledge of my wife. You missed lunch, discounting a limo cruller, and you've expended a great deal of energy in the pool with various activities. You're hungry, which leads you to red meat. A steak won't do, as you won't want the trouble of cutting anything up, so it's a burger you want. What am I having for dessert? He cocked a brow at her reflection. Well, there you have me. Yeah, I got you. She turned, bit his lip. I brought home pie. Really? What sort of pie? She only smiled, pulled out, and picked up her link to tag Charles. Nervous, distracted, Charles paused outside the brownstone in the West Village and checked the display on his signaling link. It's Dallas, he told Louise. Worried, uncertain, she watched him frown at the display. Aren't you going to answer? No. No, I'll get back to her. It'll be about the Anders case. Charles, if there's something about it that you haven't told her, something you're holding back because of loyalty or discretion, there isn't. He slid the link back in his pocket. Let's go in. Actually, Charles, I'm not really in the mood to socialize, especially with new people. She glanced toward the house. I really think you and I need to talk. The nerves already buzzing in his belly kicked up to a dull roar. We will. Things haven't been... Don't. He took both her hands. Just don't. Let's go inside first. I really need to take you inside. All right. Inside her belly, something sank. All right. He led her through the iron gate, down the walk cutting through a small and lovely front garden, then up the short flight of stairs to the main level of the 3-story home. But when he took out keys, she stared. What? 1 minute, just 1 minute. He keyed a code on the security pad, unlocked the door. Baffled, she stepped inside. Floors gleamed, old rich wood providing a lovely base for the foyer, for the sturdy stairs with their glossy rail, and onto a spacious room where a fire simmered in a hearth of lapis blue. It's empty. Yes, for now. Her footsteps echoed on the wood as she wandered into what she assumed was the living area, as she turned to look at the trio of tall windows with their carved trim. It's a lovely space. There's a lot more, he told her. Let me show you through. Why? She turned back to him. Why are we in a beautiful and empty house in the West Village with you offering to show me through? I bought it. He hadn't meant to tell her exactly that way, but she was standing there, framed by those windows, looking at him with such serious, such somber gray eyes. You bought this house? Yes, 2 weeks ago. I see. She smiled. Well, congratulations. I didn't realize you were even thinking of relocating, much less buying a home. No wonder you've been so distracted lately. So, show me the rest. These floors, Charles, they're just gorgeous. Are they all the way through? And all this space! She started to hurry by, but he caught her arm. You're upset. No, just surprised. It's such a big step. Enormous. I've taken a couple more. I didn't tell you. No, you didn't tell me. Though her eyes stayed on his face, she eased back from him. You haven't told me much of anything for weeks. So, let me be grown up and civilized about this, will you? Let me try. Is there a dining room? I bet there's a wonderful dining room, perfect for dinner parties. I've retired. Though she'd pulled away to move on, that stopped her again. What? I turned in my license. The end of last week. Last week? I don't understand this. Don't understand you. You've turned in your license, bought a house. What is this, Charles? I needed to have it, to have everything in place before I told you. I applied for and have been granted a license in psychology, specializing in sex therapy. Dr. Mira helped me there and agreed that it was a good lateral move. Louise stared at him with something like grief in her eyes. You spoke with Mira, but not with me. Asked for her help, but not for mine. I wanted to be sure I could pull it off, Louise. She agreed to help me with the applications, the testing, the screening process, and, well, talking to her throughout all this helped me to be sure it was something I really wanted to do, really could do. As talking to me wouldn't have helped? No, yes, she's neutral, objective, and while she was helping me through it, I was dealing with buying this place. The lower level here is a good space for the office and therapy rooms, and I'm not doing this right. He stopped, pushed at his hair again. For a man who'd made his living, and a damn good one, he thought, on being smooth, he was bumbling this like a first-nighter. I haven't been able to figure out how to do this. Every time I tried to work it out, I hit a wall. Louise, then let me make it easy for you. You want to change your life. A new home, a new profession, a new start then. Tears burned, but she'd be damned if she'd end this weeping and sniveling. New relationships I'm not part of. Fine! Show your gorgeous new house to her, you bastard! Who? No! He had to move fast to grab her before she reached the door. Not part of it! For Christ's sake, Louise, you're the center of it. You're the reason for it. How? How am I any part of any of this when you do it all without even telling me? What would you have said to me if I told you I was going to retire because of you? That's ridiculous. I've never had a problem with your work. It's your work. And it was your work when I met you, when I fell in love with you. Damn it, Charles! Exactly. It never bothered you. Never made a difference in how you felt about me. But it began to bother me. It began to bother me when I just couldn't give my clients my best. Because, Louise, I don't want to be with anyone but you. I don't want to touch anyone but you. I needed, for myself, I needed to lay the foundation for the new, to believe I could do this, and offer this to you. Offer? Her eyes widened. This? This house? It's closer to your clinic than either of our apartments. It's a nice neighborhood, and it's a home, Louise. Not a place to sleep or hang clothes. It's a place to live together, to build something together. I need a second. She put a hand on his chest, eased him back. You did all this, changed your life. For me? For us. I hope. If you don't like the house, we'll find another. Mira said it would probably be better to wait on the house, to consult you there, but I didn't. At a loss, he lifted his hands, let them fall. It was probably a mistake to buy it without you, but I wanted to give you something solid, I guess, symbolic, and a little spectacular. I thought you were tired of me, that you didn't love me anymore and didn't know how to tell me. She managed a watery laugh. You've been breaking my heart, Charles, for weeks. Louise. He drew her to him, kissed her damp cheeks, her lips. It must be loving you so much and being terrified you wouldn't want all this, that's had me screw up so badly. I was going to be so sophisticated and cool when you broke things off. Then I was going to gather up any of your things at my apartment and set them on fire. I'd worked it out. I was prepared to beg. She tipped her head back, laid her hands on his cheeks, and smiled beautifully. I love you, Charles. You didn't have to do this for me or for us, but I love that you did. I love that you screwed it up. Oh, show me the rest. She spun away and into a circle. Show me every inch so I can start planning how to drive you crazy with decorating ideas. I'll nag you so relentlessly over window treatments and wall colors, you'll wonder why you ever wanted to cohab. Cohab? He shook his head. For two smart people who are desperately in love, we're certainly having a hard time understanding each other. He slipped a small velvet box out of his pocket, flipped the top. The diamond exploded with light and brilliance. Marry me. Oh! She stared at the ring, stared into his eyes. Oh, my God. Chapter 14. With the burger devoured, Eve paced in front of her wall screens. What we have to do is divide these into categories, cross-reference. First, the people we know she had multiple contacts with. The more contacts, the easier it is to establish a relationship. We put those into categories: staff, volunteers, beneficiaries. She may have met any number of these people off book, Rourke pointed out. Private meetings. The nature of that would make the relationship more personal, more intimate. Yeah, can't argue. So we divide those up too. Peabody's got a good start with the multiples. And with those we have individuals with criminals, and we have the LC angle. We need to press that. She turned back to him. If you are going to have someone killed, some chores a man just wants to see to himself. She blew out of breath, scratched the back of her neck while he smiled serenely. If, she repeated, and if you didn't want to get your manicured hands dirty, would you exploit someone with experience in criminal behavior? Someone whose past deed or deeds could also give you a lever, if necessary? Or would you go with the blank slate? Interesting. As both have their advantages and their pitfalls. And it would depend, too, on what the criminal behavior consisted of. Yeah. We're going to do a subset there on violent knocks. Someone who's killed before, or has a history of violence, would bring that experience or predilection to the table. He continued to enjoy a glass of the Cabernet he'd selected to go with the burgers. Might be, one could assume, more open to bribe, pressure, or reward. However, that sort may not be as trustworthy or discreet as the clean slate. Whereas the clean slate might balk at the idea of murder, or clutch in the execution of it and botch the job. Maybe she did. The heavy tranking. Rourke nodded, as if he was right there with her on that point. It could indicate a delicacy of feeling, yes. Yeah, it takes delicacy to wrap a rope around an unconscious guy's neck so he chokes to death. From a distance, Rourke pointed out, where she didn't have to see it. So it happened after she was gone. You're leaning toward clean slate. If, in my hypothetical murderous bent, I wanted to have someone eliminated and didn't go the tried-and-true route of hiring a hit, I'd certainly explore that clean slate. What could I get on her? Where is the pressure point, or the vulnerability? What could I offer in exchange? A business deal? He tipped his glass toward her. Isn't it? Even blackmail is business. Okay. We'll divvy up this first batch. You take clean slates, I'll take the ones with jackets, and we'll divide the licensed companion connects between us. Aren't we the fun couple? We'll dig out the party hats later. Look for any significant change in income, or anything that looks like addictions, gambling, illegals, sex, alcohol, Any debts paid off, any major purchases. They've got kids, so look at tuitions to private schools or medical procedures. Sick kids, a big button to push. Any change in buying habits, income, routine in the last 6 months. She wouldn't want to string this out too long. On the staff, I know what to look for, Eve. It's not my first ride on the hay cart. Okay, fine. But this is going to be a long ride on a really big hay cart with a tiny little needle in it somewhere. I walked into that one. And now, he said as he strolled toward his office, I'm walking away. Eve sat at her desk with coffee, with files. She spent a moment drumming her fingers and staring at her murder board. Then she shifted to begin the first of many detailed runs. It was the kind of tedious, ass-in-the-chair work that put the knots and kinks back in, no matter how thoroughly they'd been smoothed out. She felt them working up between her shoulder blades in hour 1, only to lodge gleefully at the base of her neck by hour 2. How many kids are there who need freaking hockey equipment? She asked aloud, rubbed her neck, and zeroed in. Looky here. Current data on wall screen, she ordered, then rose, stretching out as she studied the information. Phoebe Petrelli, date of birth, April 12, 2019. Current address, 435 107th Street, Bronx. Parents, Lisbeth Carmine, Anthony DeSalvo, deceased. Siblings, Francis Vincente. Married, Luca Petrelli, deceased, June 10, 2047. 2 children, Dominic Anthony, date of birth, January 18, 2048. Paul Luca, date of birth, July 1, 2051. Enough, enough! Give me the damn criminal! Working. Charged with possession of illegal substance, 2042. Probation. Charged with possession with intent to distribute illegal substance, 2043. Probation on first charge rescinded. Sentenced to 3 to 5, suspended. Licensed companion license revoked. Community service with mandatory rehabilitation therapy ordered and completed. Charged with solicitation without a license, assault, and resisting arrest, 2045. Assault charges and resisting charges dropped. Served 1 year Rikers with completion of anger management program. Wonder if it worked. Computer, was subject's father Anthony DeSalvo of the purported organized crime family? DeSalvo, Anthony, father of subject, alleged captain in DeSalvo family, alleged to be mafia-based with interests in illegals, weapons running, protection. DeSalvo, Anthony, garroted 2044, rival Santini family suspected of ordering his execution. Brief gang war followed with several deaths and or disappearances of purported members. No arrests or convictions made. Do you want full case files? Feuding DeSalvo and Santini clans. Know any of them? I've made the acquaintance of a few over the years. They've learned to give me a wide berth. The casual way he said it, the utter disregard in his tone, reminded Eve once more how dangerous Rourke could be. Yeah, she thought. She bet the wiser of the wise guys gave him a wide berth. In any case, he continued, they're fairly small time. Bullies and posturers and greedy hotheads. Which is why they're small time. This family tree and the bloody roots of it would make your current subject of interest to Ava Anders, I'd think. She comes from a family that murders as part of their standard business practices. She's had her own bumps with the law, served time. How'd her husband die? Good question. Computer, details on the death of Petrelli, Luca. Working. Petrelli, Luca. COD, fractured skull. Accompanying injuries, broken jaw, broken nose, broken fingers, both hands, broken leg, arm, shoulder. Severe facial injuries, contributory internal injuries. Body was found in the East River near Hunts Point, June 12, 2047. Beat the bastard to death, Eve commented. Computer, was Petrelli known to be or suspected of being connected to organized crime? No connection known. Suspected due to relationship with Petrelli BB. None found through surveillance or other investigative methods. Petrelli, Luca, owned and operated with wife, BB's, a restaurant in Hunts Point, Bronx. No criminal record on Petrelli, Luca. So she marries clean, Rourke speculated. Has a couple of kids, opens a restaurant. Not in Queens, where her family claims it's contested turf, but in the Bronx, away from that, away from them. Then someone beats her man to death. And with 2 kids to raise, money tight, a spotted record, the blood ties, it's hard to make ends meet. Eve eased a hip down on her desk, absently stroking a hand over the cat when he bumped his head against her arm. Hard to soldier on. You'd be grateful to someone who offered a hand, who didn't hold the past against you. Looks like Peabody and I are heading up to the Bronx in the morning. Computer, list B.B. Petrelli as a person of interest. Copy all data to file. Send copy of same to Peabody Detective Delia, Home Unit. You won't be stopping there. No, but that sure gave me a boost. I think it's time we took a break and had ourselves some pie. It's always time for pie. He glanced over as the house link beeped. Yes, Somerset. Dr. DeMotto and Mr. Monroe are at the gate. Let them in. Oh, and we'll have the pie the lieutenant brought home with coffee for our guests, in the parlor. I'll see to it. How come people can drop by out of the blue and get pie? Eve wondered. Because we're such warm and welcoming hosts. No, that's you. And it's my pie. Technically. She looked over at the work on her desk, with the cat currently sprawled over it all. Well, hell, I wanted to talk to Charles anyway. Computer, send a notification to Detective Peabody. Report my home office 730 hours. Dallas, Lieutenant Eve. Acknowledged. Run next subject. Store data. Eve shrugged. I'll get a little jump on it while we're being warm and welcoming hosts. Anyway, Petrelli was in this fashion show Ava sponsored, attended a number of the 1- and 2-day mom breaks, one of the 5-day retreats just last summer, and both her kids have attended sports camps 3 years running. Solid connection, Rourke agreed, as they started out of the office. Last year, both of the kids were awarded Anders scholarships. They're in private schools now. Anders pays the freight as long as they meet academic standards and stay out of trouble. That's a lot of motive, a lot of reasons for Petrelli to keep Anders happy, a lot of reasons to be grateful. Use the children, particularly the children. Such things always burned in his belly. Here's what I'll give your boys. Here's how your boys can be educated, the opportunities they can have if you just do this little thing for me. It clicks pretty good. It clicks. And she would ask herself, wouldn't she, how or why anyone would connect her to Anders's murder? How would she ever be brought into it? Rourke ran a hand down Eve's back as they descended the stairs. Because she couldn't anticipate you. And neither, no matter how well she planned, could Ava. Eve stopped at the parlor doorway, winced. Charles and Louise stood inside, wrapped together like pigs in a blanket, sharing a big sloppy one in front of the parlor fire. She slipped her hands in her pockets. You guys need a privacy room? And there's the warm welcome, Rourke murmured, as the couple eased apart. And his eyebrows rose as they grinned at each other, then at their hosts, like a couple of cats with bellies full of cream. Sorry to drop by so late, Charles began. I got your message that you needed to speak to me, and since we were out, and that's not the reason at all. With her cheeks flushed and glowing, Louise laughed and leaned against Charles. We wanted to share our news and used the link message as an excuse. Congratulations. Rourke crossed over to shake Charles's hand, to kiss Louise's cheek. We haven't told you the news yet, Louise complained. You don't have to, not with that rock you're wearing blinding us. Eve stood where she was, studying them both. When did all this happen? Tonight, a couple of hours ago. Louise shot out her hand with the diamond sizzling. Look, look, look! The woman was a doctor, Eve thought, a tough-minded, strong-spined woman with a solid core of sense, and she was bouncing like a spring over a chunk of rock. But Eve walked over, let Louise hold the ring up to her face. Shiny, Eve said. It's exquisite. Rourke poked a finger into Eve's ribs. I have all her taste in jewelry. Ah, Somerset, we'll keep the pie, he said as his man wheeled in a cart, but we'll want to switch out the coffee for champagne. We're celebrating Charles and Louise's engagement. Best wishes. I'll see to it right away. I feel like I've already had a couple bottles. I'm so giddy. Louise threw her arms around Eve, squeezed. We're thinking May, late May or early June. Something small, sweet, but I'm getting ahead of it. Tell them the rest, Charles. We'll be moving into a house in the West Village. Oh, God, it's fabulous! One of those amazing old brownstones, wonderfully rehabbed. It even has a courtyard garden in the back, working fireplaces, 3 levels. I've already earmarked a room on the 3rd floor for my home office, and the lower level is perfect for Charles's clients. Eve opened her mouth, slammed it back shut, but apparently some sound had snuck out before she zipped it. Not those clients. Charles shot Eve a look. Part 3 of the news is I've retired, and am about to begin a new career in psychology, specializing in sex therapy. That's what you were doing with Mira. Eve punched his shoulder. Yes, ouch! She's been an enormous help to me in the transition. A lot of LCs are married or get married and manage very well. I didn't want to be one of them. Well, good, because that's just screwy. I can say that, Eve complained when Rourke poked her again, because he's not doing the screwy. Geez, like you weren't thinking it. Excellent timing, Rourke announced when Somerset brought in the champagne. He popped the cork himself and began to pour while Louise wandered over. Wow! Look at that gorgeous pie! Look how beautiful the lemon is against the white meringue. She scanned over to Eve. You'd look good in a lemony yellow. I'm more interested in eating the lemony yellow. I'm thinking wedding again. Matron of honor dress. Charles and I want the 2 of you to stand up for us. We met through you. We'd be absolutely honored. The quick glance Rourke sent Eve was the equivalent of a poke. He passed around champagne, lifted his glass. To your happiness and the life you'll make together. Thank you. Charles laid a hand on Rourke's arm, then leaned over to kiss Eve very softly on the lips. Thank you. This is so... Louise blinked at tears. Everything. I'm so happy, so beyond happy. And now there's champagne and pie. Don't drip on it, Eve advised, and made Louise laugh. I'm so glad you called, Charles. So glad you gave us the excuse to come over. I can't think of a better way to cap off the best night of my life. About that, Eve began, then wondered why her brain didn't explode from the laser beam Rourke shot out of those wild blue eyes. It can wait. It's all right, Charles told her. You want to ask me something more about Ava? Friendship, she thought, was always screwing with procedure. Tomorrow's fine. It's all right, Louise echoed. If Charles can help, we both want him to. Really, she said to Rourke. It's another less giddy reason we stopped in. I've thought about it, about Ava, Charles began. There's been so much going on in my head, it's been hard to squeeze it in, but I have thought about it. Maybe we could go up to my office for a couple minutes. Dallas, I know you can't quite get a handle on how I can look at Charles's work, his prior work, Louise added, as separate from our relationship, but I can. I have. It's not a problem for me. So if you have a question about the LC-client relationship, just ask it. I talked to her first husband. Did she ever mention him to you? Charles shook his head. No, I knew she'd been married before. I do a check on any potential client, for safety and to give myself a sense of them. A fairly early, fairly brief marriage, if I'm remembering right. He's an operator. Struck me that way. A womanizer with more money than morals and a really high opinion of himself. Nothing like the type I'd have put her with. She was young. Younger, Charles said. She walked away from the marriage with a nice financial settlement, after she caught him with another woman, one she'd introduced him to, and according to him, then provided him with ample opportunities to bang. She never brought that up. No, she didn't. He also told me that Ava was enthusiastic in bed, or good in it, anyway. I tend to go with that, as his type would be more than happy to say she was a lousy lay. You indicated she was on the shy and cool side, lights-off type. That's right. Sexual levels, preferences, abilities, they all can change. Inhibitions can set in for a lot of reasons. And women can fake enthusiasm, or lack thereof. It's tougher for a guy, seeing as you wear your enthusiasm or lack thereof between your legs. She has such a way with words, Rourke commented, and imagery. She ever fake it with you, Charles? You've been in the game long enough, you'd know. You're too professional not to. No, she didn't. And yes, you're right, I would have known. Clients do, occasionally, and it would be my job to determine whether to let it go or to explore the reasons why they didn't or couldn't orgasm. His brow knitted as he sipped champagne. And now that you bring it up, I expected her to have some trouble there, at least the first time or two. Nerves, shyness, but she responded easily. You said you get a nice percentage of clients through recommendations, referrals. Did she ever send anyone to you? As a matter of fact, yes. I think she sent a couple clients. One-timers. I don't remember right off, but I can look it up for you. Do that. She brooded a moment, trying to think if there was any angle she'd missed. Okay, back to pie. She took a good forkful, sampled. Holy hell! Speaking of orgasms! A subject of which I never tire. Rourke took a bite himself. Well, now, this is miraculous. Where did you get it? This kid's granny baked it. Talk amongst yourselves. The pie and I are busy. She got down to it, bite by tart and frothy bite, until some bit of conversation intruded on her concentration. An option for you, Rourke continued, as you consider the where and when of it. A wedding here? In the gardens? I don't know what to say. Charles? He smiled at Louise. Bride's choice. Then I know exactly what to say. Yes! It's my second best yes of the night. Yes, thank you so much. That's fine, then. Come around whenever you like to have a look around. Somerset would be a help to you there. It's a lovely spot for a wedding. Rourke looked over at Eve. And, I think, a lucky one. Yeah, it's pretty damn lucky. When the happy couple left, Eve walked back up with Rourke. One question, she began. Does having a wedding here mean I have to do stuff? Stuff, as in, screw around with caterers and florists and decorators. I believe Louise will want full control there. Thank God. Of course, as matron of honor, you'll have certain duties. What, duties? You stand there in a fancy dress, probably holding a bunch of flowers. He patted her shoulder as they turned into her office. You keep thinking that, darling, for as long as it comforts you. She scowled, pulled at her hair. It's like Mavis having a baby, isn't it? I have to do all this stuff because they're doing all this stuff, which is completely, when you think about it, their stuff, but it gets to be my stuff because somehow or other they got to be my stuff. The fact I followed that clearly from point to point proves you're my stuff. I'm not thinking about it. I'm just not. It makes the backsides of my eyes ache. Computer, display last run. Blowing out a breath, she dropped down at her desk to get back to murder. That was the stuff she understood. Shortly after 1 a.m., she roused when Rourke slid an arm under her knees. Damn it. I dropped out just for a minute. You don't have to... But when he picked her up, she shrugged a shoulder. Okay, what the hell? I got 2 more possibles. Not as strong as Petrelli, but possibles. Her voice was slurry, a sign she'd not only hit the wall, but slid bonelessly under it. Need interviews, then could run some probabilities. Gotta hammer the crack. Absolutely. I'll fetch you a nice big hammer first thing in the morning. Got hundreds left to run. Longer it takes, longer she has to patch up the damn hole. Not gonna run through, no, sir, not gonna run. No, indeed. He carried her up to the bed, laid her down. As he started to unbutton her jeans, she sat up, patted his hand away. I can do it, you get ideas. Yet somehow I can resist them when my wife's all but comatose. Heroic of me. She smiled sleepily as she wiggled out of the jeans. Better not forget that, 'cause I'm sleeping naked. She tossed aside the sweatshirt, then climbed under the fluffy duvet. Gonna nail it down, she murmured as she snuggled in. It's coming around, I can feel it. And I'm gonna nail it down. There's that hammer again. He slid in beside her, draped an arm around her waist. Pick it up tomorrow, Lieutenant. Time to lay the tools down for the night. Bet she sleeps like a baby. I bet she... Shit! She flopped over in bed so quickly, Rourke had to shoot down a hand to catch her knee. Mind the jewels, then. He had traces of over-the-counter sleep aid in him. A lot of people take sleep aids routinely. In fact, on nights such as this, it's a wonder I don't. Didn't think about them over much, as the trace matched with what he had in his bathroom. Just as standard. But I asked Ben and the house manager, and neither of them can confirm he was a routine user. So what if she planted them there? What if she found a way to get some into him that night? When she was in St. Lucia. He took vitamins, a whole bunch of vitamins, regularly. He had this... crap, my brain is begging you to turn it off. It has to wait. He had this weekly dispenser deal. You fill up each day's dose, so you don't have to open a bunch of bottles or try to remember if you took the E and not the C, whatever. She could have pulled a switch. So he fell asleep at his desk that morning, or while putting on the 3rd green. He took them at night. She smiled in the dark. He took them at night because he thought that helped them absorb better. That's in my notes somewhere. All right, then, she switched pills. How would you prove it? And what would you do with it, should you? Just another piece to poke at. I don't remember seeing any sleep aids in her bathroom, in her night table, but she said she might take a soother or take an aid now and then. She was traveling, he reminded her. She might have taken them with her. Yeah, I'm going to check on that. And what if... Eve. Yeah? Remember that hammer I said I'd fetch you in the morning? She frowned in the dark. Sort of. Don't make me get it now and knock you out with it. He kissed the tip of her nose. Go to sleep. She frowned in the dark for another minute, but her eyes began to droop. She felt his arm go around her again, drawing her in, then the muffled thud as Galahad pounced onto the foot of the bed. As the cat arranged himself over her feet, she dropped into sleep. Chapter 15. In sleep, she arranged them. Thomas Anders at the center with the others fanning out like rays. Ava, Ben, Edmund and Linny Luce, Greta Horowitz, Leopold Walsh, Bridget Plowder, Sasha Bride West. But no. She shifted restlessly in sleep. No, that wasn't right. He wasn't the sun. He wasn't the center. Not to her. He was only the vehicle. He was only the means. Expendable when the time was right. Steady, reliable, not very spectacular, predictable Tommy. Left with a nice chunk of change. Dirk Bronson lounged in a deck chair behind Ava, sipping a frothy drink. Not a backward glance. Seed money, the kickoff, the flashy lead-off batter. Change the lineup. In the dream, the ball field was summer green and rich brown, the white bases gleaming like marble plates. The players took that field in uniforms black as death. Bridget, crouching behind the plate, catcher to Ava's pitcher. Sasha fussing with her hair at short. Edmund at first, Linny at second. Ben playing the hot corner at third with Leopold and Greta patrolling right and left fields, respectively. Short a man, Eve thought. They're short a man at center field. I'm always the center. Ava smiled, wound up, and winged a high, fast curve. At the plate, Tommy checked his swing. Ball one. The crowd in their black morning clothes applauded politely. Nice call, ump! Eve glanced back, scanned the dugout. Even in the dream, it seemed strange to see Mira in a ball cap, drinking tea out of a china cup. Feeney sat on the bench in his pajamas, sneezing. He's on the disabled list, she thought, but the rest of the team's here. Peabody, McNabb, Whitney, even Tibble. And Rourke, of course, watching as she watched. Ava, set, glanced over her shoulder toward third. The pitch missed, low and outside. Ball two. Ava took a bow for the crowd, for the field. I can keep this up for years. Slow ball, fast ball, curve ball, slider. It's not a strike until I'm ready to throw one. She threw again, high and inside, brushing Tommy back from the plate. Ball three. There were mutters from the dugout, restrained hoots from the crowd. As Bridget jogged up to the mound, Ben called over to Eve. We're playing on the wrong team. Can't you call the game? Can't you call it before it's too late? Not without more evidence, Whitney said from the dugout. No cause. You need probable cause. There are rules. Rourke shook his head. Far too many rules, don't you think? After all, murder doesn't play by the rules. Bridget jogged back, gave Tommy a pat on the cheek, then turned to Eve. She's going to the bullpen. She needs some relief. You have to admit it's all a little boring this way, and she'd put in a great deal of time. I can't stop it, Eve thought. I can only call them as I see them. The shadow crossed the field, an indistinct form gliding over the summer grass. No, I can't stop it, Eve thought again. It had to play out. I can only make the call after the pitch. I'm sorry, she said to Tommy. There's nothing I can do. Oh, well. He smiled kindly at her. It's just a game, isn't it? Not any more, Eve thought, as the shadow merged with Ava, as they set, checked, wound up together. Fastball, dead over the plate. He lay on the rich brown dirt, the marble-like plate his headstone, and his eyes staring up at the clear blue of the sky. On the mound, Ava laughed gaily and took another bow for the now weeping crowd. And he's out! Want to see the instant replay? It might have been a weird dream, maybe a stupid dream, Eve thought, But she rearranged her murder board in her home office the next morning. Take a new look, she told herself. Look with fresh eyes. Rourke came in behind her, studied the board with his hand on her shoulder. Making patterns? It's that damn dream. She told him about it when she'd dressed. See, she's got her infield. The people she trusts most because she's seen to it they trust her, or have that connection to her through Anders. She's aiming to take him out. She's aimed for him from the first pitch of the first inning, but they don't see it. He doesn't see it, even though the batter and pitcher are in an intimate one-on-one relationship. And she doesn't throw strikes. Exactly. No, not the first inning, Eve corrected. The first was Bronson. Warmed up on him. Got some rhythm going on him. Maybe there were others before Bronson, between him and Anders. But she struck them out, or let them get on base, then picked them off. No score, no memorable stats. Yeah. She glanced back at him. For an Irish guy, you get baseball pretty well. And still you benched me in the dugout. No batter on deck, either. No potential next batter. This ends the game. When she goes for Ben, and she will, it'll be another game after a nice, relaxing hiatus. She pitches, she coaches, she manages, and she's the center. Eve put her fingertip on Ava's photo. She's always the center. She didn't call in relief. She called in a shadow. Nobody sees, nobody knows, and the shadow just follows the steps. One strike, in this case, and he's out. And the shadow fades off, so that she, once more, remains the center. If it follows your metaphor, the late-inning relief pitcher only has one job, doesn't she? Throw the strike. Exactly right. This pitcher doesn't have to do anything but follow orders, doesn't have to strategize or worry about base runners because there aren't any, doesn't have to depend on the field or even know them. Follow orders, throw the strike, fade away. No post-game interviews, no locker room chat, one pitch and out of the game. It's smart, Eve had to admit. It's pretty damn smart. You're smarter, slugger. Rourke gave Eve's hair a quick tug. It's going to piss her off when you step up to the plate and hit a grand slam. Right now, I'd settle for a base hit. With B.B. Petrelli. Ava would never have considered you'd look that deep in her lineup. And that is the end of the baseball analogies. He turned to her, kissed her. Good luck with the former Mafia princess. B.B. Petrelli lived in a narrow row house on a quiet and neglected street in the South Bronx. Paint peeled and cracked like old dry skin over the brittle bones of the houses. Even the trees, the few left that used their ancient roots to heave up pieces of the sidewalk, slumped over the street. Along the block, some windows were boarded like blind eyes, while others hid behind the rusted cages of riot bars. Parking wasn't a problem. There couldn't have been more than a half a dozen vehicles on the entire block. Most here, Eve thought, couldn't afford the cost and ensuing maintenance of a personal ride. Revitalization hasn't hit here yet, Peabody commented. Or it took a detour. Eve studied the Petrelli house. It looked as if it might have been painted sometime in the last decade, a leg up on most of the others, and all the windows were intact. And clean, she noted, behind their bars. Empty window boxes sat like hope at the base of the two windows flanking the front door. You said both her kids go to private school on Anders's nickel? Why the empty window boxes stirred pity inside her, Eve couldn't say. Yeah. And she lives here. Smart, Eve replied. It's smart. What better way to keep someone under your thumb? Give them this, hold back that. Let's go see what Anthony DeSalvo's girl BB has to say about Ava. As they walked toward the front door, Eve saw shadows move at the windows on the houses on either side. Nosy neighbors, she thought. She loved nosy neighbors in an investigation. Rich minds to plumb. No perimeter security, she noted. Decent locks, but no cams or electronic peeps. Locks and riot bars had to serve. She knocked. Bibi answered herself, through the inch-wide gap afforded by the security chain. Eve saw both the wariness and the knowledge of cop in the single brown eye. Ms. Petrelli. Lieutenant Dallas and Detective Peabody, NYPSD. Eve held her badge to the crack. We'd like to come in and speak to you. About what? Once we're in, we'll talk about it. Or you can close the door and I'll call in for a warrant that would compel you to come into Manhattan to Cop Central. Then we'll talk about it there. I have to be at work in another hour. Then you probably don't want to waste any more time. Bibi shut the door. Eve heard the rattle of the chain through it. When it opened, Bibi stood, tired and resentful, in a red shirt, black pants, and serviceable black skids. You're going to have to make this fast, and you're going to have to talk while I work. With that, Bibi turned and stalked toward the back of the house. Neat and tidy, Eve thought, as she glanced at the living area. The furniture was cheap, and as serviceable as the black skids, but like the windows, clean. The air smelled fresh, with just a hint of coffee and toasted bread as they approached the kitchen. On a small metal table sat a white plastic laundry basket. From it, Bibi took a shirt, then folded it with quick, efficient moves. You don't need to sit, she snapped out. Say what you have to say. Ava Anders. The hands hesitated only a second, then pulled out another shirt. What about her? You're acquainted. My boys are in the Anders sports programs. You've attended Mrs. Anders's seminars and mother's breaks. Retreats? That's right. And both your boys are recipients of scholarships through the Anders program. That's right. Bibi's eyes flashed up at that, and some of the fear, some of the anger leaked through. They earned it. I got smart boys, good boys. They work hard. You must be very proud of them, Ms. Petrelli. Peabody offered a hint of a smile. Of course I am. Their school's a clip from here, Eve commented. They take the bus, have to change and take another. Makes a long day for them, and you, I imagine. They're getting a good education. They're going to be somebody. You had some rough times in the past. Bibi tightened her lips, looked away from Eve and back to her laundry. Past is past. The DeSalvos still have some money, some influence in certain circles. Eve glanced around the tiny kitchen. Your brothers could help you out, you and your boys. This time, Bibi showed her teeth. My brothers aren't getting near my boys. I haven't said word one to Frank or Vinny in years, or them to me. Why is that? That's my business. They're my brothers, aren't they? It's not a crime if I don't want anything to do with my own brothers. Why does Anthony DeSalvo's only daughter hook up as an LC? As a way to stick it to him, you want to know so bad? Ended up sticking it to myself, didn't I? A lock of graying hair fell over her brow as Bibi yanked out a boy's sports jersey to fold. He wanted me to marry who he wanted me to marry. Live the way he wanted me to live. Like my mother, looking the other way. Always looking the other way, no matter what was right in her face. So I did what I did, and he didn't have a daughter anymore. She shrugged, but the jerkiness of the movement transmitted lingering pain to Eve. Then they killed him, and I didn't have a father. You did some time, lost your license. You think I got shit around here with my boys in the house? You think I'm on the shit? Bibi shoved at the laundry basket, threw her arms wide. Go ahead, look around. You don't need a warrant. Look the hell around. Eve studied the flushed face, the bitter eyes. You know how you strike me, Bibi? You strike me as nervous as you are pissed off, and I don't think it's because you're on anything. You cops, always looking to screw with somebody, except when it matters. What good did you do when they killed my Luca? Where were you when they killed my Luca? Not in the Bronx, Eve said evenly. Who killed him? The fucking Santinis. Who else? Fucking DeSalvos mess with them, they mess with us. Even if Luca and me, we weren't the us. She gripped the basket now, as if to steady herself, and her knuckles went as white as the plastic. We had a decent place, a decent life. He was a decent man. We had kids, we had a business, a nice family restaurant, nothing fancy, nothing important, except to us. We worked so damn hard. Bibi's fingers tightened on, twisted a pint-sized pair of jockeys before she tossed them back in the basket. Luca. He knew where I came from, what I'd done. It didn't matter. The past's past, that's what he always said. You've got to make the now and think about tomorrow. So that's what we did. And we built a decent life and worked hard at it. Then they killed him. They killed a good man for no good reason. Killed him and torched our place because he wouldn't pay them protection. Beat him to death. She stopped to press her fingers against her eyes. What did you cops do about that? Nothing. The past isn't the past with your kind. Luca got killed because he married a DeSalvo, and that's that. She began to fold clothes again, but her movements were no longer efficient, and the folds no longer neat. Now my boys don't have their father, don't have the decent place to grow up. This is the best I could do, the best of the worst. I don't own a restaurant, I work in one. I rent out a room and a bath upstairs so I can pay the goddamn rent, and so somebody's here to watch over my kids when I have to work nights. This is the life I've got now. My boys are going to have better. Ava Anders offered you a way to give your boys a better life. They earned their scholarships. There was a lot of competition for those scholarships, Eve said. A lot of kids qualified just like yours, but yours got them. Full freight, too. Don't you say they didn't earn what they got. She lashed toward Eve like a whip. If you say that to me, you're going to get out of this house. You get your damn warrant, but you'll get out of my house. She offered a lot, Eve continued. Little vacations, drinks by the pool. Did she single you out, Bibi? I don't know what you're talking about. Compliment you on your boys, commiserate with you on your losses. She knew where you came from, too, and what you'd done. One little favor, just one little favor, and she'd set your boys up. She never asked me for a damn thing. Get the hell out of my house. Where were you on March 18th from 1 to 5 a.m.? What? What? Where I am every blessed night. Here. Do I look like a party girl? Do I look like I spend my nights out on the town? Just one night, Bibi. The night Thomas Anders was murdered. She went very white, and her hand lowered to the table to brace her body. Are you out of your mind? Some crazy hyped-up LC killed him. It's all over the screen, Now she lowered to the chair. God, you're looking at me? At me because I used to be in the life? Because I did some time? Because I got DeSalvo blood? I think that's why Ava looked at you, Bibi. I think that's why she took a good, hard look. Me? I'd have asked for some of the ready, too. Get myself a nicer place, closer to the school. But you were smart not to be too greedy. You think How was I supposed to get to their swank place in New York? How was I supposed to get inside? Ava could help you with that. You saying? You're standing here in my kitchen saying that Ava, Mrs. Anders, hired me to do her husband? I'm a goddamn hitman now? Mother of God, I cook for a restaurant to put food in my boys' mouths and clothes on their backs. I'm gonna do hits for a living. Why in hell am I folding laundry? Doing Ava a favor would be a way to get your kids a good education, Peabody put in. A way to give them a chance for better. They earned it. Do you know what I had to swallow to sign my boys up for the program? To take charity? To let them know they had to take handouts? Dom wanted to play ball so bad, and Paulie wants what Dom wants. I couldn't afford the fees, the equipment, so I swallowed it and signed them up. They earned the rest. They earned the rest, she repeated as she got to her feet. Now I got nothing more to say. You get your warrant to take me in if that's the way it is. I'm going to call legal aid. You get out, 'cause I got nothing more to say. Shook her, Peabody said when they were back on the sidewalk. Yeah, it did. She relaxed some when we veered off into her family. Stayed bitchy, but relaxed. That's interesting. She didn't like seeing us at the door, either. Most don't, Peabody admitted. But she got the jumps the minute she made us. Guilty conscience, maybe. Maybe. The boys are good levers, excellent buttons to push. Takes half a minute to see she'd do most anything for her sons. Ava would have seen that, factored that, used that. She'd have to get from here to there and back again, Peabody considered. I know you said Ava could have helped her with that, but I don't see Ava putting down breadcrumbs by hiring personal transpo for her. No, neither do I. Have to be subway or bus. Take the neighbor on the right. I'll take the one on the left. Let's see what they say about the comings and goings. Then we'll go have a talk with her boarder. I mind my own, Cecil Blink stated the minute Eve stepped inside the musty, overheated row house. What's she done? There was an avid look in his eyes, and the smell of fried meat substitute in the air. We're just making inquiries in the neighborhood. Why would you assume Mrs. Petrelli had done anything? Keeps to herself. That's what they say about serial killers, ain't it? He nodded knowledgeably, and a thin storm of dandruff trickled from his scalp to the shoulders of his red-checked bathrobe. And she don't say 3 words to nobody if one will get her by. Don't trust a closed-mouthed female. Used to own a restaurant before they beat the horse shit and guts out of her husband and tossed him in the river. Mafia, that's what. She's connected. He said it as if he were giving her hot news, so Eve pasted a look of interest on her face. You don't say. I do say, and right out loud. Probably was running illegals out of that restaurant and they killed him, rival mafia types. That's how it's done. I'm gonna look into that, thanks. Meanwhile, did you notice anyone in the neighborhood out very early in the morning on March 18th? This past Tuesday, say 4 a.m.? I mind my own. Like hell, she thought. Maybe you were restless that night, or got up for a drink of water. Maybe you noticed activity out on the street, someone walking or getting out of a car or cab. Can't say I did, which seemed to disappoint him. Her next door, she comes home late. Midnight, maybe 3 nights a week. They say she cooks for Fortuna's restaurant. Me, I don't go to restaurants. They charge an arm and a leg. Any visitors next door? Boys have boys over. Probably up to no good. Woman who lives there with her, Nina Cohen, has some other biddies over every Wednesday night. Say they're playing bridge. Couple of the other neighborhood women got boys her boys fool with, go over now and then. Her boys don't go to school around here. Not good enough for her. They go to private school. They say on scholarships or some such thing. More likely mafia money, if you ask me. Okay. Thanks for your time. I'm going to be locking my doors double quick. A closed-mouthed woman's a dangerous woman. Unable to resist, Eve gave him a closed-mouthed smile and left. "The boys are well behaved," Peabody reported. "She keeps a clean house." Both the neighbor and her husband were sound asleep. Bedrooms at the back, on the night in question during the timeline. She gives Petrelli big mother points. When Eve only nodded and continued to sit in the car, Peabody looked around. "What are we doing now?" Giving Bebe a little more to think about. Unless she's going to blow off work, she should be coming out soon. Eve settled back. You know what would be an even bigger incentive for somebody who earns mother points? You give the kids this big, juicy carrot, then you threaten to yank it away. Unless. Get the boys in school, into the camps, give them a good taste of how it can be. Then it's the old, if you want them to keep this, you have to do this one little thing for me. Nobody'll ever know. It could play. There's something about her, though. Eve studied those hopeful window boxes and tapped her fingers on the wheel. But there's also something under the something. So we give her a little more to think about. It didn't take long. Bebe came out of the house wearing a dull brown coat. "Don't notice me," it said to Eve. "Just getting through here, just getting by." Her gaze flashed to the car, to Eve, and her mouth folded into a sharp, thin line. The neighbor might have given her points for motherhood, but Eve gave her points for shooting up her middle finger. It took spine to flip off a couple of cops who were dogging you for murder. Bebe stomped up the block. Giving her a few yards, Eve eased from the curb and slowly followed. 2.5 blocks to the bus stop, Eve thought. Had to be a bitch in the worst of the winter, in the rain, in the wind. Eve slid back to the curb as Bebe stood at the stop, arms folded, eyes straight ahead. When the bus lumbered up, Bebe stomped on, and Eve pulled out to follow. It chugged to the next stop, then the next, belching its way out of the tattered neighborhood into the next. The houses grew brighter, the sidewalks smoother, the vehicles more plentiful and newer. "Has to be hard," Peabody said, "to come out of where you landed to work for somebody else than what you used to have." "Slap you in the face every day." Eve watched Bebe get out at the next stop, shoot her a furious glare, then hurry down the block to a whitewashed restaurant with a bright yellow awning. "Peabody, see what precinct covers this area, and let's see if we can impose on a couple of our brothers from the Bronx to have Italian for lunch." "Going to keep the pressure on." "Yeah, she's tough, but she'll pop." "I don't know. I think making another pair of cops is just going to piss her off, dig her in. Legal aid lawyer's going to call us whining about harassment." "She didn't call legal aid." "She'll pop," Eve repeated. 20 says she pops before end of shift today." "Today? With those DeSalvo jeans?" Peabody snorted at the idea. "I can use 20. You're on." Chapter 16. At Central, Eve signed Anders's vitamin dispenser out of evidence. She set it on her desk, sat, studied it. A solid gold pill dispenser, she mused. Even Rourke didn't have one of those, to her knowledge. Of course, he wasn't one for popping a bunch of pills every night of his life, either. If and when that day came, he'd probably have a platinum one with diamond accents. Okay, no, he wouldn't. That was entirely too fussy and girly. Which, she thought, Anders's certainly was. More sports clothes than stylish ones. A man cave for an office. Bought this for him, didn't you, Ava? Planting those seeds. The poor schmuck had to use it if it was a gift from you. Program it, she mused, turning the heavy gold box over in her hands. Lift the cannily hidden tube, dump pills in. Pills tumble into proper slot. Load it up, and it tells you how many pills in each slot. Request number of any type or any combination of types, and it dispenses, IDing by slot. Well, you liked your gadgets, Tommy, and she knew it. She put in a call to EDD, expecting to get the acting captain, and was surprised to hit Feeney. So, you're alive. Back in the saddle. He grinned at her. Feel like a couple billion, tax-free. Whatever they gave me knocked the bastard out of me. Or the wife's chicken soup did. Glad to hear it. I've got this thing, electronic pill dispenser. Why in hell would anybody need that? Your guess is as good as. It was Thomas Anders's, and I'm working on the idea that his wife slipped a couple sleepers in here. All right if I bring it up? Sure. I can send somebody down for it. No, I'll bring it. I want to run it by you anyway. Give me 5. She clicked off, resealed the box, initialed it, then tucked it under her arm as she headed out and up. In EDD, she veered straight away from the color and sound and into Feeney's office. With healthy color back in his basset hound face, Feeney sat at his desk. I got work up the wazoo, he told her, and already had to kick a couple asses this morning. It's good to be home. I spent a couple hours this morning intimidating a widowed mother of 2. I love this job. He laughed, then lifted his wiry eyebrows at the box she put on his desk. Jesus! A gold pill spitter with engraved initials? For the man you want to kill who has everything. You said a couple of sleepers. They wouldn't do that much. He had traces of over-the-counter in him, but nobody can confirm he took same routinely. Ingesting one would put him out good enough to let somebody get into the bedroom, shoot him up with barbs and cock hardener. Or groggy enough so he could be bound up before he came around enough to know what was going on, because I think the barbs weren't on the order sheet. They threw the scent off from the jump. Our girl, Ava, isn't going to make a wrong turn like that. Wanted him awake for it. Yeah. Killer was meant to come up, truss him up, noose him. Throat starts to constrict. What do? Open your mouth, try to suck air in. And when he does, Killer shoves the dick trick into him. The asphyxiation would get him going, then you ring the cock. Let him gasp and flop while you set the scene. If you do it right, and it wasn't done right, it's going to look like the Vic was playing around on the side, dipping into the kink. Kink got out of hand. I bet part of the instructions were to loosen the scarfing after he was cooked, at least loosen it so it would appear some attempt was made to revive. Then you have your kinky cheater, a tragic, embarrassing, but fairly routine accident, and a panicked partner fleeing the scene. Voila fucking la. We'd look for her, sure, but we'd get nowhere, because Anders didn't cheat, wasn't into the kink. But the scene and the evidence would read that way. That, Eve realized, taking his decent reputation as well as his life, gripped her guts. But see, the killer shot him up with the dick hardener. It wasn't taken orally. Shot him up with that, I'm betting, after she shot him up with the trank. You want me to see if the wife diddled with the box? Yeah. If you can open it up, see if anything was taken out or added before his death. Couple of days before, probably. The wife left New York on March 15. Let me play with it. Feeney initialed the bag, unsealed it to draw the box out. Bitch is heavy. It's got voice or manual settings. She did it manually, it's going to be tougher to pin. Even if she did it by voice, a lawyer's going to argue she was his wife. She filled it or added to it at his request, even the sleeper. He's not here to say different. One step at a time. She left him to it, started back down. She needed to see if Peabody had contacted Petrelli's tenant. Then they needed to start working on the other possibles she'd culled from the files, run some probabilities. She had a feeling the computer would look favorably on Petrelli, given the data, but... She paused when she spotted Benedict Forrest outside her bullpen. It was getting so she couldn't scratch her ass without coming back and finding some civilian waiting for her. He sprang to his feet. "Lieutenant Dallas, I need to talk to you." Since she wouldn't mind having another round with him, she gestured. "Let's take it to my office." She led the way, caught Peabody's eye as she moved through the bullpen. The gleam in it had her pointing Ben toward her office. "Go ahead in. I'll be a minute." She skirted around desks to Peabody's. "What do you have?"
"Charles and Louise are getting married!"
"I know. Did you—"
"I know you know because Charles just told me he told you, but you didn't tell me. All morning you didn't tell me."
"It wasn't the first thing on my mind."
"But this is huge!"
She bounced in her chair and made Eve wonder what it was about weddings that made grown women bounce.
"It's mega mag! And he said he's turned in as LC, and he's opening a practice as a therapist, and they're going to have the wedding at your house in a couple months, and—"
"Gee, Peabody, I have this connection to a murder waiting in my office. Maybe we could not take an hour later to talk about somebody else's life."
"Aw, but it's so sweet and romantic."
Eve leaned down. "You do not sit here getting shiny-eyed at your desk, Detective. Not in my bullpen. Not unless you've gotten tagged by Ava Anders, who gave you a full confession. Also, the words sweet and romantic don't come out of your mouth in my bullpen unless they are coated and dripping with sarcasm. Now suck it up."
Spoil sport.
"Lieutenant Spoil Sport to you." "Nina Cohen."
As far as she knows, Petrelli didn't leave the house on the night of the murder. But she also says Petrelli never leaves the house after midnight, so she'd assume she didn't leave.
Peabody checked her watch.
"Getting closer to the time you owe me 20.
"Don't count your 20 before it crosses the road," Eve warned, and walked to her office. Ben paced. Eve could hear the slap of his feet on her worn floor. Back and forth, back and forth. She tended to do the same herself if something was screwing with her mind. "Sorry about that," she said as she went in. "Have a seat." "You're looking at Ava as a suspect." Eve closed the door behind her. It turned her office into a smaller box, but it was private. "It's a habit of mine to look at people as suspects. But if you're wasting time looking at someone who couldn't possibly have hurt my uncle, then you're not looking for the person who did." He pushed at his hair with both hands. "Leopold told me you were in asking questions about her. He's half inclined to think you're right and felt he had to warn me. As if she'd strangle me with my own belt or something. It's crazy. Your uncle was a wealthy man. Now she's a wealthier woman than she was when he was alive. So am I. Man, I mean. I'm wealthier if you want to look at the damn dollars and cents of it." "Dollars and cents are a tried and true motive for murder." "She wasn't even in the country. Now you're asking for files on staff and volunteers, on women with kids in the programs? Good God!" Eve eased down on the corner of her desk. "You're pretty passionate in her defense." "I'm the only family, the only close family she has left." He rubbed the back of his neck as if pain lived there. "Uncle Tommy would expect me to take care of her, to support her, and damn right to defend her." "I got the impression you and Ava weren't particularly close before." "As I said." Both his voice and his handsome hazel eyes chilled. "I'm the family she has left. And between you, you own all but a fistful of Anders worldwide. I guess something like that brings people closer." Coldness flipped so quickly, so completely into shock, it surprised Eve the man didn't physically revolve with it. That's a despicable thing to say." "You're a healthy single man. She's an attractive woman." "She's my uncle's wife. His widow. God, is this how you have to think? Do you make everything ugly and obscene?" "Murder does, Mr. Forrest. Both you and Ava have tight, solid alibis. That's interesting, that both of you should be so solidly alibied. Interesting that she was away on a long-planned trip and that I got lucky? What's wrong with you?
If you want to take shots at me, fine, but I can't have you taking them at her, not with what she's going through.
Does she know you're here?
No. As if I'd tell her what you're doing, add to her stress.
Good. Now take a step back. Take one back and describe your relationship with Ava before your uncle was killed. She lifted a hand before he could speak.
Don't bullshit me, Ben. Every lie I have to unknot wastes time. You want your uncle's killer caught and justice served? Of course I do. Jesus, I can hardly think of anything else. Of course I do.
Tell me how you and Ava got along before Tuesday morning.
All right.
He pressed his hand to his temple, then dropped into her visitor's chair. We weren't particularly close.
Not at odds or anything. Not exactly.
What exactly?
I guess we didn't have anything in common, except for Uncle Tommy. And maybe we didn't always see eye to eye on how the programs were run or handled. But don't qualify.
Give me a picture.
He blew out a breath.
Maybe it felt, in a weird way, as if we were in competition for him. That sounds so stupid. You could say I felt the longer they were married, the less she wanted me around. Maybe the less I wanted to be around her. But she loved him, and that's what matters. She loved Uncle Tommy. She was always buying him little gifts, or arranging for him to take a golf trip or a ski weekend, whatever.
Uh-huh.
Okay, maybe it would gripe me, a little, that she wouldn't always tell me until the last minute if she was planning something, then she'd blame it on Leo. Say she told Leo to tell me. That just didn't wash. Leo forgets nothing. So we'd get together, Uncle Tommy and I, at the club or the course or the game. I didn't go around the house that much. It didn't feel like his house much in the last couple of years, anyway.
Why is that?
All that redecorating. God, you saw the place. Nowhere for a guy to put his feet up and watch some screen. He didn't mind it, Ben continued. He said she put up with his foolishness, and he put up with hers. He sat silent a moment, brooded. It doesn't matter now. It's different now.
Yeah, it is.
Now, tell me this. If your uncle had died of natural causes, or say in a skiing accident, would you feel this strongly, this protective of Ava?
How can I know something like that?
All she's been through, you said. You weren't just talking about his death, but about the circumstances of it, and the scandal, the embarrassment to her. So, think a minute. Factor that out.
I don't know what difference it makes to...
Humor me, Eve interrupted. Well, I guess maybe I wouldn't feel as if she needed me the way she does.
What I mean to say is, Ava's not generally the kind of woman who needs care.
His handsome face set itself into stubborn lines. But the circumstances are what the circumstances are. The circumstances are that you're sitting here feeling disloyal and crappy because you made a few minor complaints about her. A nice guy, Rourke had termed him. Eve knew some couldn't help being a nice guy, even after being kicked repeatedly in the teeth. How'd she get along with her father-in-law? Fine. Great, in fact. My uncle used to joke that it was a good thing he saw her first, or she'd have hooked up with Granddad. I don't see what that... Just wondering. Didn't I hear they had a little trouble shortly before his death? I don't remember. Oh, that. Yeah, there was something. Probably my fault. As I said, I don't, and didn't, always like how she handles the programs. I complained to Granddad about Ava hitting the program budget for what I felt were personal expenses. He got a little hot over it, but he and Ava worked it out. Lieutenant, I understand you're doing your job, and I understand you're good at your job. But it feels wrong, just wrong, for you to look at, to think about Ava this way.
I don't want whoever killed Uncle Tommy to get away with it.
Neither do I.
I have a lot of looking at and thinking about to do. About a lot of people. Right now, I'm going to ask you to put your uncle first. Don't say anything to anyone else about this conversation. She pushed off her desk. Understanding the signal, Ben rose. All right. I'll let you get back to work. Lieutenant, no one who knew him, really knew him, could have hurt him. It had to be a stranger. It's the only thing that makes sense. She didn't disagree. A couple of years, she thought as she sat back down. A couple of years ago, Anders's father died. A couple of years ago, Ava redecorated. A couple of years ago, she launched her mommy programs. Short pause, and she hired Charles. Laying the groundwork, Eve mused. She thinks ahead. But, Eve wondered, just how far ahead? She called up all data on Reginald Thomas Anders. She read official data, bios, society page squibs, interviews. He struck Eve as a tough-minded businessman who enjoyed his retirement, his pursuit of leisure activities. He'd suffered from and was being treated for hypertension. Slipped in the shower of his son's weekend home in the Hamptons. Reaches for something. Maybe he's dizzy or just off balance. Then whoops, fractured skull when his head slams into the Italian marble. Son, daughter-in-law, grandson, and several house guests in residence at the time. What if, Eve considered, then printed out Reginald Anders's ID photo and data to add to her murder board. Back at her desk, she made a call to the Hampton investigator. An hour later, her boots planted on her desk, she continued to study the board when Peabody came in. I think she did the old man, Eve said. Yeah, I know. No, the older old man. Reginald T. Anders. Maybe it was just a happy accident, one that inspired her, kicked off the rest, but she's a schemer. Petty, too, as Leo said. The older old man slapped her back for padding her expense account. She wouldn't like that one bit. And you know, I bet she already had the decorator lined up before he took his header in the shower, bumping her up to the wife of the head guy. What? Eve shook her head. The old man had essentially retired, turning the reins over, but he still held controlling interest. That seems to be a pattern with the Anders men. Shift the controls, but hold on to the power. He dies, Tommy inherits controlling interest, at which time he transfers a little bit to his devoted wife. I bet she asked for it, too. Tommy, I hope it's not too much to ask, but you know how I loved Reggie. If I could have just a few shares of the company, just a reminder of him, it would mean so much to me. Yeah, she could work that. Little sliver of the pie, just a taste, while she waits for the bigger slice. If she wanted a big slice, why didn't she go after the old man? I mean, if she'd been able to work marrying him, she'd have cut out the middleman. Bet she considered it, Eve replied, but he went for younger. About a decade younger than Ava would have been when she hooked Tommy. Ew! And the ew would be reason, too. A man in his 80s marries a much younger woman, then croaks. Who does everybody give the fisheye to first? The younger woman, which is exactly what the investigator did, though it looked accidental. He still took a hard look at the 26-year-old aspiring actress who'd been sharing the old man's bed for a few months. He did a skim over Tommy and Ben, the main beneficiaries. He never took more than a cursory glance at Ava. Peabody rolled it over. If it's playing accidental anyway, she wouldn't pop out. I bet the house party was her idea. Yeah, I bet it was. Perfect cover. Who's going to notice if the busy hostess slips away for 10 minutes? Less if she prepped it, and you can bet your ass she did. Simple, Eve thought. Quick and easy. All she has to do is go in, strip down. Needs to strip down so she doesn't get her clothes wet. Dad-in-law's singing in the shower. Step in, give him a shove. Step out, towel off, get dressed. Take the towel with you to your own bath. Freshen your hair and makeup, join your guests. It wouldn't take more than 10. She dropped her feet, swiveled, sent Peabody a hard smile. And guess who noticed first that the old man was missing? Gee, where in the world is Reggie? He's missing all the fun. Tommy, be a darling and go up and tell your father I'm making him the perfect martini. Cold. And smart. Can't do the husband the same way, not even close to the same way. People might turn that fisheye on you. Just might. Not a household or routine accident this time. Too many accidents in the Anders family. And, unfortunately, I can't turn the eaten by a shark incident on her. Switch to murder, Peabody said. Juicy, sensational murder that shines a big spotlight on it. Who's going to try to connect a bathroom accident 2 years ago with a sex crime now? Except you. It was supposed to look like kink gone wrong. An accident, technically, but yeah, a big, juicy, sensational accident. Or failing that, a sex crime. Party's damn good at this. I need to... Why are you in here? Oh, I forgot with all the singing in the shower. Bronx checked in. They enjoyed spaghetti bolognese and manicotti, respectively, while sending intimidating looks toward Petrelli in the open kitchen. She left midway through her shift. Their waitress told them she screwed up 2 orders, then told the owner she was feeling ill. They'd be happy to go back tomorrow, try the stuffed eggplant and lasagna. The sacrifices cops make. I don't think it's going to take that long. We'll keep them on tap, but meanwhile, I have to review the rest of this data on the old man, write up a report, the notes, get them to Mira for her take. I've still got the Nadine interviews to watch, and I want to dig up the old man's girl toy, the rest of the house guests, and re-interview. Then, it was a lot easier when you were the aide and I could just dump the grunt work on you. Aw. Besides, you still dump grunt work on me. It's not the same. Wait a minute. Wait! Eve bolted up in her chair. Every fucking body's got aides and admins and personal assistants. Except you. And Ava. Where's Ava's? Study and review the reports and data on the Reginald Anders death. Write up notes on the new theory we just discussed. Run the list of names of house guests. Start setting up interviews. Not that I do any grunt work. Out! Eve reached for her link, contacted Leopold. Who does Ava use as an aide or PA? She asked. I don't have a name. Because there isn't one, officially. If she had a PA, his or her salary and benefits would come out of her pocket. Not the Ava Eve knew. Are you telling me she did all the drone and grunt work personally, made all the contacts, read all the files, and so on? No. I'm going to tell you she tapped volunteers, other staff routinely, for just quick little favors. She used several of the mothers over the life of the program, claiming it gave them pride in training for job opportunities. She never paid any of them. Gifts, now and then. He offered a sour smile. She likes giving gifts. Do you have names, specific names for people she tapped? There's no list. It's unofficial, as I said. But I can probably put something together for you. I'll need to ask around, as I wasn't privy to all of who did what for her. I'd appreciate that. Lieutenant, I know Ben came to see you. I apologize. I shouldn't have said anything to him, even though you said, it's no problem. It got my craw, that's all I can say. It got in, and it stuck the way she's slathering it on. Grunt and drone work? That would be his job now. He cut himself off. Obviously, it's still in my craw.
I'll start putting a list together for you. Thanks. She bet Petrelli was on the list. She just bet... What? She demanded when her in-office link signaled. Dallas. Guess who's here? Guess how long it's going to take me to tie your tongue into a square knot? Jeez. Peabody folded said tongue safely inside her mouth. Bebe Petrelli, and she is pissed. Excellent. Book an interview room. Put her there. Eve kicked back in her chair, the better to let the pissed Bebe stew a bit, and looked at the murder board. It's starting to break, Ava. Can you feel it? Do you feel it cracking under your stylish and tasteful shoes? I'm looking forward to watching you drop through the hole. I can't quite figure out why I'm looking forward to it quite so much. But hey, I've got to get my kicks somewhere. Eve gave it another 10 minutes, then strolled out to take on Bebe in interview. This is crap. This is harassment. Eve shrugged, dropped into the chair across the little table from the very pissed-off Bebe. Call a lawyer. File a complaint. But you don't want to do that, Bebe, so let's not waste time pretending you do. You have the right to remain silent, Eve began, and recited the revised Miranda while Bebe gaped at her. You're charging me? I didn't say anything about charges. Yet. I asked if you understood your rights and obligations in this matter. Do you understand them? Yes, I understand them, goddammit! I don't understand why I have any obligations. I didn't do anything. Did Ava Anders ask you to? No. Bebe folded her arms tight at her waist. Really? She never asked you to make link calls for her, or maybe whip up some cannolis for a party? Run errands? Take care of a little office work? I thought you meant about... Her arms relaxed. Sure, I helped out some. Volunteered. Anders was giving my boys a lot, and giving me a lot, so I was happy to pay Mrs. Anders back. It made it feel less like charity. Gave you some pride. So, first, let's say, she asks you to do some little thing. Then next time, it's a little bit bigger thing. Then bigger yet. Would you say that's the way it was, Bebe? I said I helped out. I was happy to. Did you confide in her? Open up? You got to be tight, right? With you doing these little jobs for her? With her trusting you to do them? And you hanging out with her some at these retreats she took you on? Did you tell her how you missed your husband? How hard it was sometimes to raise your boys on your own? What your hopes and dreams for them were? Bebe's lips quivered before she clamped them tight. Why shouldn't I? Part of the reason for the retreats was to share, to network and support. Why shouldn't I? There's no shame in it. And she was sympathetic, even intimate. To close off some of Bebe's space, Eve leaned in. Did she open up to you, Bebe? Did she share, so you'd know even a woman in her position with her resources had it tough? It's personal. It's none of your damn business. It's my damn business when her husband's dead. The rapid change of Eve's tone, from mild, even cajoling, to hard and mean, had Bebe jolting. It's all my business now, so don't fuck with me. It was tit for tat. Was that how she made it seem? I'll do this for you if you do me this little favor. I can play that. Leaning back, Eve took a casual sip from the bottle of water she'd brought in with her and throttled down again. You tell me what I need to know, and I'll see to it that your husband's case is reopened, Bebe, and assigned to the best available in the Bronx Homicide Division. They don't care about me. They don't care about Luca. I'll make sure they do. Peabody, can and will I make sure the Bronx cares about Luca Petrelli and bringing his killers to justice? Yes, sir, you can and will if you choose to. Bebe, Peabody added, the lieutenant doesn't bullshit about murder. You should have figured that out by now. And after your lunch visit,
You should figure she's got some pull in the Bronx. I'm telling you, Bibi, look at me. I'll make sure they reopen Luca's case. I'll make sure they care. I'm telling you that on record. Now, do you want the case reopened? Tears shimmered and swam, then spilled. Yes. Did Ava Anders ask you to kill Thomas Anders? No. No! No, she didn't! I swear on my boy she didn't! But, that's the sticker. The but's why you didn't attend the retreat 6 weeks ago. The but's why you haven't attended or served at any of the seminars or outreach programs for the last 5 months. Tell me about that. Bibi swiped the tears with fingers that trembled. I couldn't get off work. I couldn't take the time. My boys... She was good to me. Do you get that? She gave us a chance, and you want me to rat her out. She used you, and in your gut you know it. Your father used you, your brothers used you, your dealers and your Johns used you. You know when you're being used. What did she ask you to do? She didn't ask. She told me how he abused her sexually, how he was bringing women into the house and wanted her to participate in the kind of sex that disgusted her. When Peabody offered her a cup of water, Bibi drank it down in one go. She shared that with you? Peabody spoke gently. Those intimate details of her marriage? She said she knew I'd understand, and I did. I did understand. She said he was going to toss her out, stop the programs, cancel the scholarships, destroy everything she put in motion unless she gave in. It was making her sick. You had to feel awfully sorry for her, Peabody prompted, and upset at the idea he'd take all that away from her. And your boys, too. I did. God. I didn't know what to think. I could hardly believe it. He seemed like such a nice man. But she broke down, just broke down, went to pieces. She said she'd found out he was abusing some of the kids, the girls, and she couldn't do anything about it. No one would believe her, and how he had to be stopped. When was this? Eve demanded. Last summer, like July. Kids were in camp, and I was doing a little work for her on a Sunday at her house. Just the two of you, right? Nobody else there. Yeah. And what set her off was she was talking to one of the women's shelters about one of the mothers who had kids in the program, about getting a job training and stuff, and when she finished, she just fell to pieces. Convenient. Bibi's head snapped up at Eve's comment. It wasn't like that. It's just... She was so upset and it all came pouring out. He was away, her husband. He went away a lot. There was so much on her, you know? And now he's saying if she doesn't fall in line, she's out on her ass, and all those kids, my kids. I said something about there had to be a way to stop him, to protect herself, to protect the kids. She said the only way to stop him, a man with his kind of power, his kind of sickness, was if he was dead. How it was horrible to say, but she wished he was dead, and sometimes after he went at her, she'd lie there and think of how it could be done, how he could have an accident, if she had someone she could trust and depend on to help her, how if he had an accident, the kids would all be safe, my kids would be safe. What kind of accident did she suggest? She didn't. She didn't because I cut her off. I cut her off because there was something in her eyes that made me think she wasn't just imagining it. I know something about that. Something about that look. As if exhausted, Bibi covered her face with her hands. She wanted it. God, she wanted him dead, and she wanted me to help her. So I cut her off and started on about how she should talk to someone, like they were always telling us in the seminars. How she should make the break and move on. He wouldn't really cut the programs because it would make him look bad, stuff like that, and I got out. I got out as soon as I could, even though she backed off, told me I was right. She'd just had a bad moment, and she made me promise I wouldn't talk about what she'd said with anyone. It wouldn't be good for the programs. Phoebe heaved out a long breath. She didn't get in touch after that to ask me to volunteer. I figured she was embarrassed. And when I went to the retreat, the last one I went to at the end of August, she avoided me. When I pinned her about it, because I guess I thought we were friends, well, sort of friends, she was really cold, ice cold. Told me she was a very busy woman with a lot of responsibilities, how I should remember all she'd done for my boys and be grateful for that, how I should take care of them and myself concentrate on that so the scholarships didn't go away. Did you notice her being friendly with anyone in particular at that retreat? I stayed away from her. Like you said, my father used me, my brothers. Then I put myself in the position so the Johns could use me and the dealers. I stopped letting myself be used, and I met Luca. Resentment and some of the spit came back in her eyes. I got it, okay? I got it. After that, she was using me. I didn't blame her so much, considering, but I wasn't going to put myself in that spot again, so I stayed away. Smart move. Is that enough? Is that what you wanted? It ain't bad. You're going to push for them to open Luca's case. You're going to do that? I did it this morning, Eve told her. The 2 cops you made who had lunch in the place you work are supposed to be good, and they're picking it up. They'll be in touch with you after they review the file. Why did you do that when I didn't give you anything for it? Because your husband deserved better than he got. Because it seems to me you and your kids deserved better. And because I don't like it when a good man is killed for no good reason. Phoebe stared for another moment. Then she simply laid her head down on the table and wept. Record off. Rising, Eve signaled Peabody. As she left the room, she heard Peabody's voice comforting the sobbing woman. Chapter 17. Eve tagged Feeney on the way from interview to her office. Give me something. Christ, kid, do you know how much I got piled up here from being out? I got the backlog down from my armpits to my asshole. I'll get to your box. Can't you just open it and see if she reprogrammed or reloaded it before... She trailed off at his stony stare. He had a good one, she thought. She'd modeled hers after it. Okay, all right. Just as soon as you can. If you don't interrupt me to nag, it'll be sooner. She clicked off. Circumstantial, she reminded herself. Even if Feeney proved that the dispenser had been reprogrammed and or reloaded, it was circumstantial. She hated building a case on circumstantial. And that's all she had. Impressions, comments, BB's statement, personalities, and not a single solid piece of evidence. Yet. She strode back into homicide, where Baxter turned from the auto chef. Dallas, the boyfriend, tranny, cross-dressing angles not panning out. Custer case, he said when she looked blank. Right. Sorry, my mind's elsewhere. What's your sense, Baxter? That the case is as cold as the victim. The kid and I can keep taking pokes at it when we squeeze out some time. I don't want to put it in inactive yet. We're going to have to slap it down to the bottom of the pile. Maybe give it a shake every now and then. Not all of them close. Yeah, I know. Piss her when they don't. We closed 6 others since we caught this one, and it's still a pisser. She sympathized. But she had her own case to close and needed to shuffle some of the pieces, try to see a different angle. In her office, she pulled up a couple of the possibles who'd come in below Petrelli on her list. After zeroing in on the next, gauging the time, she detailed a report on the interview with Petrelli, added notes and speculations.
Computer, run probability. Given the data, the statements, what is the probability Ava Anders is a big fat liar? Your question is not properly structured and cannot be answered on a probability scale. Please rephrase. Seems straightforward to me. Try this. Run probability, given the data and statements included in the Anders-Thomas A. homicide, that Anders Ava has lied to the primary and or to other individuals who gave an account of conversations with subject. Working. Eve rose, programmed coffee, stared out the window. Task complete. Conflicting statements given regarding conversations with subject indicate a 97.3% probability Anders Ava has given false statements. Probability cannot determine which statements are false and which are factual. I think I can figure that out. Run second probability. Given the data, and assuming the statement just logged by Petrelli Beebe is factual, what is the probability that Anders Ava arranged, devised, or is involved in the murder of Anders Thomas A? Working. Yeah, chew on that. Circumstantial. More circumstantial. But probabilities have some weight. Enough weight, somebody thinks. Who else did you set up the way you set up Beebe, Ava? Who else did you have on the line? Task complete. Factoring Petrelli's statement as a factual account, the probability is 50.2% that Anders Ava arranged, devised, or is involved in the murder of Anders Thomas A. Bollocks to that, Eve stated, pulling out one of Rourke's phrases. 50 doesn't add weight. It's a wash. I need another. I need one of the other fish on the line to flip. Dallas. Peabody gave the door jamb a quick rap. I arranged transpo for Petrelli. Didn't want her having to deal with the bus or the subway. She was pretty wrecked. Fine. Eve turned, held out a hand, rubbed her fingers and thumb together. Peabody shoved her hands in her pockets. I don't have 20 on me. Isn't it enough reward that you got her to spill it on Ava? In answer, Eve simply wiggled the fingers of her outstretched hand. Okay, man! She snatched up a memo cube from Eve's desk. This is going to have to come out of my Rourke fund. You have a fund for Rourke? To donate to him or to try to buy him? I wish, on the buying part. It'd be a skim for McNabb. We have a deal where we both got to pick one person, and if we ever got the chance to... She closed her fist, pumped it while she wiggled her eyebrows. With said person, the other of us would understand. A one-shot deal. I picked Rourke. Well, he's a superior lay. So you'd have that before I peeled the skin off your still quivering body, roasted it on an open fire, then force-fed it to you. Okay, then. So. Clearing her throat, Peabody turned the cube on record. I owe Dallas, Lieutenant Meanie Pants Eve, $20 to be paid out of my hard-earned, underappreciated detective salary next payday. Peabody, Detective Churchmouse Delia. She tossed the memo cube. Eve caught it one-handed, slid it into her pocket. What's the Rourke fund? Oh, I'm earmarking a little every payday and socking it away. When I get a decent amount, I'm going to have him invest it for me. He said he would. It's not a superior lay, but, hey, could be a nice bang. Never known him to misfire. Start on the interviews on Old Man Anders. Plowder and Bride West are on there. Don't hit them. Start with out-of-towners. Start with the ones Ava isn't tight with. The girl toy, any of the staff who were there, particularly any temps or staff who've been fired or have resigned. Low-key it, just following up on additional information that's come to light, just reconfirming, blah, blah. I'm heading into the field shortly, then I'm working from home. You're going solo? Actually, I'm going to call in a superior lay, who also looks like a superior lay.
He could be handy in my next interview. Okay. But if you get laid in the field, I expect to read the details thereof in your report. All the details. Keep that up, and you'll usurp Jenkins's sick bastard title. That's a personal goal of mine. Dallas, are we getting anywhere? I mean, we know what we know, but are we getting anywhere toward bringing her down for it? She won't think so, and that's why we're getting somewhere. Get started on the interviews. Full reports on all of them. How many house guests? 16 house guests, 8 staff. 24 interviews? It'll take hours. Then I'd get started. Out. Eve picked up her link and considered it a good omen when Rourke answered personally. Lieutenant, what can I do for you? I was wondering how you'd feel about meeting me at a sex club. How odd. I was just thinking what we might do this evening, and that was top of my list. Bang shebang, downtown on Spring. Does an hour from now work for you? I can make it work, considering the incentive. A stray thought brought on a scowl. You don't own it, do you? He cocked a brow. I don't believe I own any establishment with that name. I could probably pick it up within the hour, if that would help. She'd bet more than Peabody's 20 he could do just that. No thanks. I'll just use the power of Rourke to my advantage on this one. I thought it was the fear of Rourke. Depends on the situation. I'm thinking power will squeeze more juice out of this one than fear. Either are at your disposal. In an hour, Lieutenant. After he clicked off, she made a few calls, scribbled a few notes, imagined sitting on her hands to keep herself from nagging Feeney. Peabody hailed her as Eve started out. I talked to the girl toy, Angel Scarlet. She got all choked up when I mentioned the old man. I don't think she's going to be winning any awards as an actress. Her rundown was consistent with her earlier statement, but not so exact it felt practiced. Peabody did a left-to-right swivel in her chair. She and the old man had taken a nap, which she made sure I knew was a euphemism for boinking. Then she went down to take a swim. She was in the pool with some of the other guests, and that's consistent with their original statements, when the old man went down in the shower. Peabody glanced down at her notes. Cocktails and canapés were being served out there. I asked casually about her hostess, and she was offhand about that. Ava was flitting around somewhere, like always. You were off on the martini. It was gin and tonic, which was the old man's summer drink of choice. Ava was mixing gin and tonics herself, and commented that the old man wasn't down. Wouldn't Tommy go up and tell his father they were all having cocktails? A few minutes later, he ran out on the terrace up outside the old man's room, yelled for help. He'd already called 911, already moved the body in an attempt to revive. That's all in the reports. But I did get something new. Stun me. It probably won't stun you that Angel wasn't and isn't Ava's biggest fan. Cold, snobbish, self-righteous. And those were the compliments. And she said she thought things were a little chilly between Ava and the old man that weekend. Why? Didn't know. Her big white bear, as she called him, never talked business with her and never gossiped about family. He didn't care for it when she complained about Ava's attitude toward her, so she kept it to herself. But she noticed they weren't all chummy as usual. Didn't have coffee together by the pool that morning, and that was a habit of theirs. She suspected they'd had a little spat, but since she didn't know, kept that to herself, too. Write it up. Log it in. I may have a line to tug on that. Later. The trip down to Spring, an exercising tedium on the best days, became a pitched battle due to an overturned glide cart and the stalled rapid cab that had crashed into its grill. Even from 10 cars back, Eve could see it would only get worse as the cab driver and the cart operator were currently beating the snot out of each other. Eve called it in, snapping out an order for a black and white or patrol droids. Pissed, she slammed out of her vehicle, whipping out her badge as she strode forward. Mostly, she noted, the two men were just rolling around on raw soy fries and dogs, bapping each other on the back. "Break it up! NYPSD, and I said break it up!" She gave both of their shins a sharp rap with her boot. "Break it up or I'm hauling you both in, and as God is my witness, if any piece of either one of you makes contact with any piece of me, you're serving the full pop on assaulting an officer." Both men lifted bloodied faces to hers and began to shout complaints and accusations. "Zip it! And you people, go and find something else to do. Show's over here. You, cab guy, what's your story?" "I'm cruising for a fare." His voice was musical, a tropical island song that contrasted sharply with the bleeding mouth and swollen eye. "Guy's hailing half a block down, and I gonna pick him up. And this one, he shoves the cart out in the street in front of me." "Fuck I did. Why'd I want to do that? Wreck my cart that way?" "'Cause you crazy, man." Eve pointed to cab guy to shut him down. "Your cart's in the street, pal." A scrapper, Eve noted, about half the size of cab guy, with New York as pugnacious in his tone and attitude as his bloody nose. "Yeah, it's in the 54 ever-fucking street, but I didn't shove it there. Goddamn kids did. Damn kids. They come along and one's ordering the dog and fries, so I'm on him, you know. And another one of 'em must have flipped off my brakes. Next I know, the bunch of 'em are shoving my cart off the corner, laughing like hyenas. Look what they done to my cart." He spread his arms wide as blood dribbled out of his nose. "What they want to do that for? I'm just trying to make a living here." "Can you ID them?" "I don't know, maybe. Look at my car, would you? Look at my stuff." "I see these boys." Cab guy waved a hand in the air. "I see them go flying across the street. Airboards." Yeah. Cart guy bobbed his head. "They had airboards. Couple of them riding tandem. I didn't see which way they went. I was trying to grab the cart, get to the brake, but the cab—" He shoved back his hair. "Man, sorry about your cab." "Not your fault. I see the kids. I can help identify." Cab guy offered a unifying smile with bloodied teeth. "Sorry about your cart, man." Eve turned the situation over to a black and white and a couple of beat droids. Cab and cart guy were now enjoying solidarity. They'd be neighborhood kids, she assumed, and they'd likely roll another cart or two before the day was done. But damned if she was going to help track them down. She was 10 minutes over the hour already. It came to a total of 20 minutes behind before she could park, flip her on duty, and hit the sidewalk. She'd already seen him, her expert consultant, her superior lay. He leaned against the wall of the graffiti-sprawled post-urban war rat trap that held Bang She Bang. Wearing a dark suit with the thinnest of pinstripes, with a spring-weight overcoat billowing a bit as he worked on his handheld. His wrist unit was likely worth more than the building against which he braced. In this neighborhood, with its funky junkies, chemi heads, grifters, shifters, and spine crackers, a man's life was at risk for his shoes. From her vantage point, she saw what Tico would have called a suspicious character swagger in Rourke's direction, his hand in his pocket, and his fingers very likely closed over a sticker. Rourke simply flicked his gaze up, over, locked them on. And suspicious character kept on swaggering by. "You!" Eve jabbed a finger at one of the grunts loitering in a doorway. "Fuck you!" he called back, and added his middle finger in case English wasn't her first language. Eve flipped out her badge as she crossed the sidewalk. The badge itself didn't mean much here. It was all about what she put behind it. "That's Lieutenant," as in, "Fuck you, Lieutenant." Beside the grunt, his gap-toothed companion sniggered. "Here's what I could do," Eve supposed. "I could slap your head against that wall while I'm kicking your balls into your belly," she added to the companion. "And after that, I can have you in restraints while I turn out your pockets. You're carrying illegals." "Fuck you, no. You can't rouse without probable." "I see the illegals. I've got X-ray vision." "No shit?" The companion grinned at her wide-eyed. "That is frosty, complete, ain't it? But I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do runs on both of you, then come around to your flops and turn them upside down and inside out. I'm not going to personally see to it that you spend the next several days in a cage. I'm not going to do that, because you're both going to stand right here until I come back, and you're going to watch my ride there as if it were your own beloved child. I come out, and my official police vehicle's exactly where I left it, in exactly the condition I left it. We part friends. Otherwise, I'm going to be paying you a visit later. Got it?" The first guy shrugged. "I got nothing better to do." "That's handy, because I do." "You got 10 now," she said, and pulled out the bribe. "You get another when I come back." "I bet your name's John Smith," she said to the companion. "Hell no, Clipper Plink." "That's what I said. You're Clipper Plink." "How do you know this stuff?" He eyed her as if she were the second coming. "You got superpowers, bitch?" "Damn right." "Jesus, Clip," she heard the grunt say as she strode toward Rourke. "Can you be any fucking dumber?" He loved to watch her work, Rourke thought. It never failed to fascinate and entertain him. So he'd done just that, relaxed against the wall while she'd taken aim at the pair of street toughs. Well, 1.5 toughs, he supposed, was more accurate. They hadn't stood a chance against her when she'd tossed on the badass cop as she did her coat. Now she strode to him, the faintest hint of a smile on her face. "How many street thieves, muggers, and spine crackers did you flick off with one 'try it, boyo, and you'll be pissin' blood for some time to come' stare?" "I didn't count." "I don't believe this is a very safe neighborhood. I'm relieved I have a cop nearby." "Yeah, like you need one." "Only you, darlin', night and day." "Boyo?" "That particular stare has the boyo in it. Don't tell me you came down here in a ride as fancy as the suit." "Then I won't." "Why don't you tell me why we're heading into this sex dive on an evening that makes me almost believe spring may come again? One of the strippers, LC for club work, also happens to be one of Ava's mommies. I'll fill you in on the rest later. Figure you can follow along as we go. But I want to take her now. She's only on about another hour. Let's not waste time then." He pulled open the door. They walked out of the almost spring evening and into the sharp, bright world of sex for sale. It smelled of sweat, cum, smoke from a variety of illegal substances, and the cheapest of alcoholic liquids. A great many of those unattractive substances splattered the floor. Men and women with hard eyes, glassy eyes, crazed eyes, bored eyes, hunched at tables or squatted at a short, stained bar on backless stools while 2 servers, one male, one female, carted drinks or empties on trays. Both were naked, unless you counted tats and piercings, their skin pulsing faintly red in the ugly light. On a small raised stage, 2 women, it would be absurd to term them dancers, humped long silver poles while what only the deaf could mistake for music blasted. Each wore a sparkling band at the waist, with a few bills tucked in. Neither, Rourke noted, had pulled in much for this particular number. He walked to the bar with Eve. The man running the stick had skin so white it nearly glowed. The faint pink around his eyes usually indicated funky junkie, but Rourke noted the eyes were the palest of blues, water blue,
and just as clear. The albino slapped a short glass of something the color and consistency of coal oil on the bar in front of a customer before moving down to them. Stand at the bar. You order 1 drink minimum. Table runs 2. Cassie Gordon. Stand at the bar. 1 drink minimum. Even those pale eyes should have made her for a cop, Rourke thought. Rourke pulled out a 10, covering them both, even as she pulled her badge. Keep the drinks, Rourke told him. I've a fondness for my stomach lining. Eve slapped the badge down. Cassie Gordon. We got a license. Albino gestured behind him, where it was displayed as per city ordinance. Up to date. I didn't ask for your license. Cassie Gordon. The bartender plucked up Rourke's bill, slid it into his own pocket. She's up with a private. Got another 5 minutes on his roll. Then she's on in 20. You can catch her between. Wait till she's done. No matter to me. You take a table, cost another 10. Pal, I wouldn't sit at one of those tables if I was decked out in a hazmat suit. What you're going to do is show us a clean, private room, not one of the sex rooms, and you're going to send Cassie there. You're going to signal her to cut it short and come down. If you don't, my partner and I are going to make your life really unhappy. This isn't a cop. The bartender jerked his head at Rourke. Cops don't dress like that. I'm not, no, Rourke said in what seemed like the most pleasant of tones, if you were deaf and didn't hear the jagged threat under it. And that's why I'll hurt you more and enjoy it more. Where's the owner's peep? Got no reason to cause trouble. The bartender reached under the bar. Even as Eve braced, she heard a faint buzz. A door behind the bar slid open. That'll do nicely, then. I'll be matching that first 10 when we're done. Rourke's terrifyingly pleasant tone never altered. Unless you do something to annoy me or my partner here. That happens, I'll be having the first 10 back, along with a chunk of you. Eve said nothing until they were inside the Peep. A small, relatively clean room, holding a couple of chairs, a little desk, and boasting a wall of screens that surveyed the club. I've got the badge. I get to do the intimidating and make the threats. Why'd you ask me for this romantic date if you weren't aiming to let me play, too? I wanted to scare the albino bartender in the sex club. He laughed, tapped his finger on the dent in her chin. Aw, darling, I promise you can scare the next one. Yeah, because the city's loaded with them. We've probably got a couple minutes, so lightning round version. She zipped through the salients on Bibi Petrelli, skimmed over her theory about the senior Anders to give Rourke a taste, and ended with her supposition Ava might have approached Cassie Gordon. She made a mistake with Petrelli, Rourke pointed out. Do you think she made another? Won't know until I ask. Gordon's done strip and sex work for 8 years. A woman makes it through 8 years doing that, she probably knows how to read people. She's got a daughter, 10-year-old daughter, in the program. Ice skater. No father in the picture. Kid didn't cop a scholarship, but Anders is paying for her rink time. She's got a private coach. On paper, Gordon's paying her. Eve nodded to the screen. Do you figure she makes enough in a dive like this to pay for a private coach? Not in 1,000 rides on the pole, not here. She's going to tell us where she's getting the money for the coach, how many favors she's done for Ava, and I'm going to know if one of those favors was killing him. There she is. Rourke looked away from Eve's fierce eyes to the screen, where a tall blonde in a short green robe swayed through the tables on glossy high-platform heels. As she passed, one of the men at a table for 3 reached out, stuck his hand under her robe. The blonde backhanded him, knocking him out of the chair without breaking stride.
Well, now, there's another woman who can take care of herself. He smiled at Eve. That sort never fails to appeal to me. Chapter 18. It was certainly interesting, to Rourke's mind, sharing a small room with the outsized personalities of two women. Cassie Gordon shoved herself into the room, a provocatively dressed Amazon with annoyed eyes the same hard brown as her roots. The eyes latched on Eve, and the wide, mobile mouth curled. "You got 10 minutes. I'm on in 20. I don't dance. I don't get paid. So unless the freaking NYPSD plans on compensating me for my—" Her gaze tracked over to Rourke, zeroed in. Annoyance 180'd to pleasure. The lips rearranged themselves from curl to curve. "Well, hello, Officer Incredible. Are you here to search and manhandle me? I hope." Rourke didn't have time to decide if he felt amusement or insult at being mistaken for a cop before Eve stepped into Cassie's face. "You're going to want to talk to me. I'd rather talk and lots of other things with him." But she shrugged, dropped into a chair, crossed her long, bare legs. "What's the beef?" "Let's start off with your whereabouts between 1 and 5 a.m. on the morning of March 18th, Tuesday morning." "Home." She skimmed back her hair, gave Rourke what he considered a rather masterful eye-fuck. "In my big, lonely bed." "Cut the crap, Cassie, or we're having this conversation at Central." "What's your twist? That time of night I'm home. I work days." "A lot of people in your profession put in overtime." "You were acquainted with Thomas Anders?" "Not especially. I know who he is." "Was," she corrected. "My little girl's in the Anders sports program. She's a figure skater. She's a champion. But I didn't hob with the knob." "Ever been to the Anders home?" "Are you fucking kidding me?" Cassie reared back her head and laughed. "Is she fucking kidding me?" she said to Rourke. "She's not, no." "Why is the question so amusing?" "I take my clothes off and turn tricks for a living. Not the kind of dinner party guest I expect the Anderses entertain regular." "But Mrs. Anders did indeed entertain you," Rourke continued, "at retreats, spas, hotels." "That's different. Those things were for mothers of kids in the programs." "I'm a goddamn good mother," she snapped, pointing at her own partially concealed breasts. "Nobody can say different." "No one is," Rourke said smoothly, as Eve appeared to be giving him the line. "But you did socialize with Eva Anders." The sound she made combined snort with Bronx cheer. "If you can call it that." "What would you call it?" "Same kind of arrangement I just concluded upstairs." "She fuck you, Cassie?" Eve asked. "Not literally. I got no problem doing the girl-on-girl if the fee's right, but I don't think she's into that." A shrug lifted the robe so her right breast peeked out coyly. "She wanted something. I gave it, and I got paid. That's how I look at it." "What did she want?" "I figure I got the invite so she could show how, what's the word, democratic she is. And I figure that's bull. But my kid, she's a freaking jewel. So I can take the bull or anything else gets thrown at me if it's for her." "What did Ava throw at you?" "Look, I gotta get in costume. It's my last round this shift, and I can't afford—" "You'll be compensated." Rourke remained relaxed, answered his wife's stony stare with the mildest of glances while Cassie studied them both. "I can earn 500 on the last round." "Talk about bull," Eve began. "You'll be compensated," Rourke repeated. "Answer the lieutenant. Stop playing it out, and you'll get the 5. Those hard eyes narrowed. "You ain't no cop." "A fact for which I give thanks daily. You can answer the question the cop asks and get the 5, or, well, You'll be answering them anyway in less comfortable surroundings and get nothing. And since you'll be squeezing in the round after we leave in any case, you've a chance at 5 clear in your pocket. Not a cop, but not stupid. Another shrug, but Cassie followed this one with an absent tug that closed the front of her robe again. Or nearly. Okay, it's like this. I take Gracie, my kid, to the ice rink in the park. Been doing that since she was about 3. Even I can see she's got a knack for it, and she freaking loves it. I can't afford rink time, or not much of it, so she only got to skate in the winter. And good skates, good lessons, they're out of orbit. I applied for the Anders program, and she got in. Man, it was like I'd given her the world. I'd do anything to make sure she keeps it. Anything Ava asked? Look, bitch wants to know how I handle tricks. I'm not going to get razzed about it. She wants to take a peek into the dirty. No skin off mine. She figures I owe her volunteer time, I work it in. My kid gets good skates, nice skating clothes, solid rink time. She wants to pretend her old man's interested in the dirty. What's it to me? Pretend? Smiling, Cassie ran a fingertip up and down the front of her robe. I know when I'm being played. These little chats were for her benefit. Maybe she wanted to try some shit out with her old man. Couldn't hurt, right? Except he's dead, right? Died doing the dirty. She do him? She was out of the country at the time. Lucky for her, I guess. You don't like her one bit, Rourke commented. Not one small bit. Cassie held up her thumb and forefinger a fraction apart, then slapped them closed. She lords it over, or ladies it over, you. Covers it up with the, we're all part of the big happy Anders family, but she expects you to do plenty of bowing and scraping. I can give a fat asshole a BJ upstairs. I can bow and scrape. I get compensated. Did she share information about her sex life with you? She said her old man was into the dirty and the strange, and she wasn't. But more subtle than that. Feeling me out was my sense. I half expected her to hire me to do 'em so she could watch and get pointers. Thing is, I don't think she liked me any more than I liked her, and we both knew it. Both knew we were shoveling the shit. What did you have to do for her to earn the private coach? I pay for the coach. Cassie tapped her thumb between her breasts. I pay. You don't earn enough juice working here to cover private coaching. I get a lot of tips. What's that I hear? Eve cocked her head. Oh, yeah, that's the sound of 500 sucking down the drain. God damn it! Cassie pushed to her feet, stared hard at Eve. This is about the murder, right? That's big time. You're big time. Christ knows you are, she said to Rourke. I need some assurance you're not going to shake me down over small time. If you're working off book, I'm not interested in rousting you for it. Cassie took a moment to stare, to study, then, apparently satisfied by what she read on Eve's face, nodded. I do some private. I'm not licensed for private, and I do the coach's father for free every week. It's like a barter, cuts down on the fee. He's a nice guy, actually. Can't get out much, 'cause he busted himself up bad about 30 years ago. He's gimpy, got scars. Even if Anders offered coaching, I'd keep it how it is, because it's working, and I gotta have a part in providing for my kid. If you've got some cop idea that I was doing Anders and screwed up the deal so he kicked, that's off, way off. I'm home nights. I don't leave my kid home alone, not ever. You ask anybody. You want to look at somebody? You ought to take another look at the wife. Make damn double sure she wasn't there. Why is that? Bitch got stones. She's got cold, hard stones. They were done. Rourke knew Eve's rhythm well enough to know she'd written Cassie off, but he was curious. Why are you working here? You could make more in a classier place. I can't dance worth shit. She said it cheerfully. Classier places expect classier strippers. I got this. She opened her robe, revealing a curvy body that showed some wear. It's good, but it ain't great. I go more upscale, she continued, absently tying the robe again. They'd want me to get the shifting parts put back in place. Here, they don't care about that, long as you put in your rounds and pull in your quota of BJs and handjobs upstairs. I can work days and be home at night with my girl. Not a lot of places gonna let me call that shot. And I don't work weekends because I'm with my kid. It's a trade-off. It's worth it. She's worth it. You're gonna see her take gold in the Olympics one day. She's a freaking champion. Gracie Gordon. I'll remember. Appreciate the time. Eve took a step toward the door, and Rourke slipped a money clip out of his pocket, peeled off bills. Shit a brick! You carry like that? Sheer shock covered Cassie's face. In this neighborhood? I carry as I please. There's the 5, and 1 extra. For the champion. Cassie stared at the 600s in her hand. You're all right, Blue Eyes. She lifted her head to look into them. You're all right, down the line. You ever want a free bang, you got one coming. It would, no doubt, be a memorable bang, but my wife is fiercely jealous and territorial. He grinned over at a very cold-eyed Eve. Her? You? That's a kick in the ass. Every damn day, Eve muttered, and strode out. She kept striding, out of the club, back into the comparatively fresh air of the city street, and fisted her hands on her hips as she spun to him. Did you have to do the my wife crap? His grin remained, and only widened. I did, yes. I felt a desperate need for your protection. I believe that woman had designs on me. I'll put a design on you that won't come off in the shower. See, now I'm excited. Reaching out, he toyed with the lapel of her coat. What have you got in mind? And you gave her $600. Looks like you'll be buying dinner tonight. She made a sound, a kind of grinding grunt, as she fisted her hands in her hair and yanked. No wonder she got headaches, he mused. Look, king of the world, you've got no business giving some stripper, who's also a suspect, $6. Isn't that the power of Rourke? He countered. And I didn't give her the 6 for the very intriguing flash. And, he continued, giving her a quick poke, she stopped being a suspect, a serious one, the minute you saw her backhand that drunk degenerate in the club. Before she could argue, the grunt in the doorway yelled out, Hey, cop, you gonna move this crap ride or leave it here all damn night? She only turned her head, burned him to silence with one stare. If she makes $6 in 6 rounds in that dump, I'll go up and dance on a pole. As much as I'd enjoy seeing that, in fact, am in my head at this moment, I'm forced to agree. But it's neither here nor there. She named the 5, I agreed to it. The 6th was for the child, and she'll see the child gets it. I admire and respect a woman who does the necessary, whatever it might be, for her child. She let out a breath, and it was the wind coming out of her sails. He'd thought of his mother, of course, Eve realized, of what she'd suffered and sacrificed, of what she'd died for. Still, she said, because she couldn't think of anything else. And why did I take her off the list when she knocked that jerk out of his chair? Because you saw, as I did, a direct woman who handles business in a straightforward manner. She might have killed Anders if her reasons were strong enough, but she'd never have left him to choke to death. You should have been a cop. You're just saying that to get back at me for the my wife comment. We'll consider ourselves even. She considered. I'm not buying dinner because I'm tapped, and we can get it free at home.
Give Sulky and his friend Stupid another 10, will you?" When he joined her in the car, she gave him a smirk. "Bet you didn't give them a tip." "Actually, I did. It was that if they ever saw this particular crap ride in the neighborhood again, they should remember the pair of tenors and your considerable wrath. Now, why should you be tapped?" "What? Oh, I don't know. Because people keep wanting money for stuff. Buy a damn Pepsi, they expect some coin. Bastards." "How much shaggin' Pepsi do you drink?" "I don't know. Plus there's, stuff that comes up. Weasels to pay off." "Weaseling is departmentally covered in your budget." Her lips curled. "Yeah, and by the time I get the kickback from that, I'll be retired and taking hula lessons in Maui." "What is this, an inquisition?" "I don't understand why. And yes, I'm saying it, so suck it up. My wife is walking around tapped. Make a bloody withdrawal from your account, or ask me for a bit of the ready." "Ask you for—" Fortunately, the light turned red, forcing her to stop. It was marginally safer to swing around and glare at him while stopped. "I'll be damned if I ask you for money." "You just asked me for 10 to pay your street thug." "That's different." "How?" "Because it wasn't for me, it was for him. I'll put in a chit for it, pay you back. While we're taking those hula lessons, possibly eating poi. Don't be an idiot. Call me an idiot again, all you'll be able to eat is poi, seeing as you'll be missing most of your teeth." "I didn't call you an idiot. I told you not to be one," he snapped back. "And if you don't drive this bleeding car, we'll have a riot on our hands." She supposed the explosions going on in her head had blocked out the blaring horns. She zipped through the light, steamed up the next few blocks, then swung back when she hit the next red. "I've been handling my own ready all my life, and I don't need a freaking allowance from my daddy. I do just fine. Obviously, since you're walking about with empty pockets. I got the plastic, don't I?" The look he gave her would have withered stone. How things must have changed since I was running the streets. I never accepted the plastic. He had her there. "So I didn't get around to pulling out a little cash the last few days. So what? I don't know why you're so pissed about it." "You don't. No. Quite obviously, you don't." The fact that he didn't add to that, said nothing at all as she fought and maneuvered her way uptown, told her he wasn't just pissed. He was over the line into furious. She didn't get it. How had they gone from perfectly fine to taking a few acceptable pokes at each other to furious? So now he sat there, ignoring her, working with his PPC again, probably prying into her bank account to see what an idiot she was in his gazillionaire opinion, snapping and slapping at her because she'd run a little short between paydays. So the fuck what? She picked at it, gnawed at it, brooded over it the rest of the way. When she stopped in front of the house, when they got out of opposite sides of the car, she stood with the car between them. "Look, no. You're going to need to look, Eve. We'll go inside so that you do." Since he strode away, she had little choice but to follow. "Don't need this now," she thought. "Don't need some marital knot to unravel when I've got work." She always had work, a little voice reminded her, and did nothing but make her feel guilty. When he stepped inside, Rourke simply held up a finger. Eve watched with surprise and envy as Somerset slipped back out of the foyer without a word. With the path effortlessly cleared, she trudged up the steps after Rourke. She expected him to head to one of their offices or their bedroom. Instead, he walked into one of the quiet and beautiful sitting rooms. A banquet of blooming plants charmed a trio of windows. A pair of curved settees in muted stripes faced each other across a slim, glossy table. After shrugging out of his coat, Rourke tossed it over one of the pretty fabric chairs. "I'll have a drink with this." It didn't surprise her to see the wine fridge when he crossed over, opened a panel. When he'd drawn the cork, he took 2 glasses from another panel, poured. "Why don't you sit?" "I feel like I'm about to get dressed down by an annoyed parent because I blew my spending money on candy." "I don't like it, Rourke." "I'm not your father, and I don't give a damn what you spend your money on. There, better?" "No." "Well, then, that's a pity. Myself, I'm going to sit down, drink this wine, and continue to resist the urge to rap your head against the handiest solid surface." When he sat, when he sipped, she continued to stand. "You can't be this mad because I ran short before payday. You'd be wrong about that." She'd have preferred the heat, a good fiery blast of it. And she knew he understood that, knew it, as he gave her rigid ice. "Jesus, what's the big deal? I had some unforeseens. I had to flip a couple to a weasel last week, and I don't know, other stuff. There was that kid, and I've just said I don't care how you spend your money. I care that you'd rather walk around without any in your pocket than ask me for a bit of cash. Or get it for yourself, as you know the combination of the damn safes around here. I'm not going into one of your safes for—" And there it is. He set the wine glass down in a gesture so careful, so deliberate, she understood he'd barely resisted heaving it. "You won't go into my safes. And you can't see how insulting that is to me, to us." To give herself a moment, she took off her coat, tossed it over with his. Then she sat, picked up the wine, studied it. "You think it should be easy, that because we're married, it should be smooth for me to hit you up. There it is again. How the hell is it hitting me up? Christ!" Despite the fact that her head throbbed, she took a good slug of wine. "Because that's how it would feel. Do you know how long it's taken me to get used to living here? Well, almost used to it. To feel, really feel, that it's my home, not yours, not even ours. Those were easier. But mine? Your money came down in the minus column for me. I fell for you in spite of it. If that makes me an idiot, too damn bad. I came from nothing and built this. I've pride in that, and so I understand yours, your pride. I also know the money means little to nothing to you. So why, then, can't you take a bit of what means so little, rather than running on empty when it's so ridiculously unnecessary?" "Not so pissed now," she noted with some relief. "Baffled, maybe even a little hurt, but no longer furious." "I didn't think about it. I didn't notice I was so light until I pulled out the 10. I've had other things on my mind besides. And all that's true, but all that's an evasion." She drank again to ease the tightness in her throat. "I can't. I'm sorry, really, that it hurts or upsets you. I can't hold out my hand to you, not for money. I just can't. So it's going to have to piss you off or insult you or whatever it does. I just can't do it, Rourke." He picked up his glass again, said nothing for several moments as he sat, as he sipped. "You could if we were on more even ground, as you see it?" "No. It's not how much. It's at all." He searched her face. "That's hard-headed, short-sighted, and tight-assed. But all right, then." "All right, then?" Flabbergasted, she gaped at him. "All right? That's it?" "Those may be 3 of your qualities that land in the minus column for me," he said with a hint of a smile. "I fell for you despite them." He pulled out his money clip, and that finger came up, silencing her as effectively as it had Somerset. He set 50 on the table between them.
you'll do me a favor and take that as a loan, so you don't walk out of here with nothing but your hard head and tight ass in the morning. That'll make 60 you owe me come payday, counting the previous 10. Okay. She took the 50, stuffed it in her pocket. Did we just compromise? I believe we did. Good. She took another sip of wine, looked around. So, this is a nice room. It is, yes. It's just been redecorated. Came out well, I think. Get out, really? When? Just after the holidays. He smiled fully now. I believe I mentioned something to you about it, in case you wanted any input on the colors and fabrics and so on. Oh. Yeah, I guess I remember something about that. You probably did better without me. I never have, never will. She sighed, sunk into love with him. Maybe we could have dinner in here tonight. Is that another compromise? I was thinking of it as more like interest on the 60. He laughed. Well, then, I charge high rates. You'll have to get the meal to work that off. No problem. She stood up. And in the spirit of compromise, it's going to be pizza. She looked round again. Where the hell's the auto chef in here? They sat together on one of the curved settees, the mood mellow as they shared pizza and wine. And if the conversation turned to murder, it suited both of them. So Feeney's got the pill dispenser thing. If I'd known he was going to dick around with it, I'd have brought it home and shoved it on you. If it was played with, he'll find out soon enough. In any case, even if it was, it wouldn't prove she'd done it. He could have reprogrammed it himself. That wouldn't work for you in court. It's another weight. Even small weights add up. It goes to opportunity. Conversely, she can't prove he routinely took sleep aids or ever took them for that matter. There's only her word he had side pieces, brought them home. I spoke with 3 of his former romantic interests. Every one of them describes him as a shy sort of lover. Sweet, not very adventurous. Gentle. Every one of them. More weight, certainly, but Ava planted seeds that this was a relatively recent change. A guy goes from sweet, shy, and gentle in bed to a raging perv who molests minors? She's going to have a hard time convincing a jury there. And her diddling with Charles is documented. While there isn't any documentation, Anders diddled. That'll work against her instead of covering her ass like she planned. I've got Petrelli's statement. It would have fit in nicely for me if Cassie Gordon's had run parallel. I have to figure Ava saw she wasn't going to be able to use Gordon. Not that way. So there's at least one more. The one she worked well enough to kill for her. You have another candidate there? Yeah. We'll go into those possibilities tomorrow. But I need to spread it out. Maybe it's not a repeater on the mommy breaks, or somebody with some smears and smudges. She goes for clean, say, the way you liked it, and keeps her away from the group, makes her more a personal pet. So many damn names, she complained. It'll take weeks to get through them. Chasing my tail. Pisses me off. I'll give you a hand with it. You'd eliminate anyone with a husband, or cohab, I'd assume, as she wouldn't have wanted to risk her surrogate telling her mate. Single parents would be highest probability, ones without any close family, but for the children, or friends for that matter. Someone smart enough to follow directions, and also weak enough or frightened enough to follow them. Gave him a light shove back. Work first, make-up sex later. Rising, she wondered if she'd regret scarfing down that last slice of pizza. I need to take another hard look at the case file on the old man's death. Her father-in-law. Pick it apart, find the chinks.
People don't commit perfect murders, and she sure as hell didn't pull off every last detail twice. If I can find the cracks there, they could lead to the cracks here. Or vice versa. I guess you'll be wanting that hammer again. She grinned at him. Sex, 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 that's all it is with you. That's my one-track mind. He stood, pulled her close, and took her in a kiss that had her eyes rolling to the back of her head. Just collecting my down payment, he told her. She glanced back at the room as they walked out together. Redecorating, redecorating. How much lead time did you need to get somebody in to do the room? Essentially none, but I do own the firm who did the job. Yeah, you being you. How much for normal people? It would depend on the size of the job, the demands of the client, and how much money the client was willing to throw at the decorating team. I bet your people could find out easy who Ava used, and when she had her first consult. I bet they could. I'll make a call. He gave her ass a friendly pat. I'll be in shortly. I want to change out of this suit. She kept going, then turned, walked backward. Rourke? He glanced back. I'd have fallen for you even if you had twice as much money, which is virtually impossible. But still. I'd have fallen for you even if your head was twice as hard. Again, virtually impossible. And still. We're good, she said, then continued on to her office. Chapter 19. When he came in, she sat at her desk, her jacket tossed on the back of her sleep chair. The jacket, he knew, would bother her while she worked. The weapon she still wore? Its weight wouldn't register any more than the weight of her own arms. Steam rose out of the mug on her desk. Coffee, he thought, nearly equaled the weapon as part of her essential makeup. She hadn't yet worked herself into exhaustion on this one. He'd seen her work, worry, wrangle with the case until her system simply collapsed from neglect. But this one, he realized, was different. She was juiced. It's a competition. She glanced over, brows knit. What? You're as involved and determined as you are, always. You've made the victim yours, as you always do, but you're not suffering this time around. Suffering? I don't suffer. Oh, but you do, darling Eve. Murder infuriates you, insults you, and the victims haunt you. Every one. But for this particular one, it's challenged you above all else. She challenges you, and your attitude toward her, which strikes me as a personal level of dislike, kicks that up a notch. You're damned if you aren't going to beat her. Maybe. Whatever works, whatever gets the job done. So, the efficient Leopold came through. I've got his incoming here, the list of parents Ava tapped for grunt work, the ones he had some record of, or remembered anyway. We'll split those if you're up for it. Shoot my share to my unit. Okay, we'll divide by alpha. We should... I don't like her, Eve said suddenly. Didn't like her pretty much from the jump. Didn't like her when I stood watching her on the security screen as she walked into the house the morning of. With her well-groomed hair and coordinating wardrobe, Rourke remembered. Yeah, it was... Eve snapped her fingers. But that screws objectivity, so I pushed it back. Thing is, it kept pushing back in again. It took me a while. Well, not that much while, but some to figure out why. Since he sensed something there, he sat on the corner of her desk. All right. Tell me why. Don't get bent over it. He angled his head. Why would I? She reminds me of Magdalena. He said nothing for a moment, just watched her face. Then rising,
He walked over to the murder board to study Ava's. "Not just the high-class blonde thing," Eve began. "No," he said quietly. "Not just." He thought of Magdalena, the woman he'd once cared for, the woman who'd betrayed him, and on the return trip had done everything in her power to hurt Eve and chip away at their marriage. "Not just," he repeated. "They're both users, aren't they? Manipulators with a wholly selfish core polished over with sophistication and style. Very much the same type. You're right about that." "Okay." Hearing the relief in her voice, he looked over at her. "Did you think I'd be annoyed or upset by the comparison?" "Maybe some, maybe more, if I'd finished it out and said that because she reminds me of Magda bitch, I'm going to experience a tingly, even orgasmic satisfaction by bringing her down." "I see. Revenge by proxy. She deserves the cage on her own merits, or lack thereof. But yeah, maybe some element of revenge by proxy." Walking back, he leaned down, kissed the top of Eve's head. "Whatever works. And now that you've pointed it out, I'll enjoy some of that tingly satisfaction as well. Thanks for that. It's small, petty, and probably inappropriate of us, which will make it all the more orgasmic. Send over the file. I'll just cop some of your coffee, then get started." Whatever works, Eve thought again as he strolled into the kitchen. What really worked was them. She ordered her unit to copy and send Rourke's unit the names on file beginning with N surnames. Then she opened the first half of the file, took a quick scan. Plenty of little slaves and servants to pick from, she thought. A nice wide field of the vulnerable, the needy, the grateful. The bitch just had to keep circling until... Wait. Whoa, wait! With coffee in hand, Rourke stepped back in. That was fast. Wait. Scooping back her hair, Eve launched to her feet. "Computer! Display on screen. Data for Custer, Suzanne." Who might that be? Rourke wondered. Wait. Computer! Display on second screen. Data on Custer, Ned. Rourke did wait. Studied both photos, the basic identification data. Husband and wife. And he's deceased. Recently. He's Baxter's. She dropped back down into the chair. I didn't keep the damn file. I need the damn case file on this guy. Move, Rourke ordered. Get up. Give me a moment. Don't hack into Baxter's police unit. I'll tag him and I'll have it for you a great deal quicker. It's hardly hacking, as it's ridiculously easy, and you're authorized in any case. He gave her shoulder a light but purposeful shove. Give me the chair a minute. All right. In any case, it gave her time to pace and think. She stared at the woman on screen. Pretty, in a toned-down, tired-eyed kind of way. Couple of kids, professional mother's stipend, philandering, heavy-handed husband. Coincidence, my ass. Quiet, Rourke muttered. Half a minute more here. Ah, and there we are. What do you need from this? Take down the data on screen. Put that up. We'll scroll through. She felt it in her bones. But I want your take here, without any of my input first. He read, as she did, of the quick and nasty death of one Ned Custer by person or persons unknown. Cheap sex flop, slit throat, attack from behind, castration, no trace or DNA, no witnesses, no trail. So the wife was well alibied, I see. Solid. They ran the link calls, confirmed the source. She was in her apartment when he got sliced. No boyfriends, no close relatives or friends. Baxter and Trueheart are thorough, and they didn't pop anything on this. She's one of Ava's mothers. Yep. Strangers on a train. Huh? Her head swiveled back toward him. What train? Nobody was on a train. I haven't run that vid for you, have I? Coolly, he continued to study the screen, continued to read data. It's a good one. Early 20th century Hitchcock film. You've enjoyed Hitchcock. Yeah, so? Briefly, two men, strangers, meet on a train, and the conversations turn to how each wishes to be rid of a certain individual in his life, and how it could be done without the police suspecting them if each did in the others. Very clever, as there's no real connection between the two men. It was a book first, come to think of it. Strangers, Eve repeated. In this case, the one who wanted his wife done didn't take the other, an unstable sort who wanted his father done, seriously. But the wife was dispatched, and the unstable sort pressured the sudden widower to complete the bargain. It's twisty and complex. You'll have to watch it. The exchange is what clicked for me, Eve told him. The possibility of that. You do mine, I do yours. We're both alibied, and who'd look at either of us for the others? Why would Baxter look at Ava Anders in the murder of this guy? She doesn't know him, and even if you note that Suzanne Custer's in the Anders program, it doesn't pop. It doesn't mean a thing. Until you look at Anders's murder, won't let it slide as an accident and dig deep enough to see this. And wonder. Probability scan's gonna bottom out. Already annoyed by that, Eve hissed out a breath. It'll bottom out until I can plug in more. What about you? Do you buy it? The stronger personality, the more powerful one, hatches the plan, draws the weaker one in, and does the job first to add pressure and obligation, even threat. When the weaker follows through, it's not quite as clean and tidy. Yes, I'd buy it. It's easier to pry open the weaker one. We pull Suzanne Custer in. We work her. Pacing, Eve circled the murder board. Work her right, work her hard enough. She'll flip on Ava. Need more first. You move. He pushed back from the desk. Do you still want runs on the other names? I'll put a drone on that. This is the money shot here. This is the one. I've got a tingly. Save it for me, will you? Ha. I need everything I can get on her. Baxter's got a solid murder book. We just have to look at the data from a different angle now. Suzanne didn't kill her husband. She killed Ava's. There had to be contact between the two murderers, Rourke pointed out, confirming the first, setting up the second. Where did Custer get the murder weapon, the drug, the enhancer? That's a place to pick at. Ava had to give her the security code, the layout. As she spoke, Eve scrawled down names, connections, questions. They changed the code every 10 days, so there had to be a way to pass that on. We pick at Ava at the same time. She's not going to be alibied so damn tight for the night of Ned Custer's murder. She fits, Eve added. She's the right height for the angle of the killing strike, the right personality to have planned it without leaving a trace behind, the right personality to use someone else to get what she wanted. Baxter would have had EDD check all Custer's links, her comp for communication and activity before her husband's murder, and, I assume, for a week or so after it. Yeah, but not for before Anders. Eve planted a finger on Thomas Anders's name on her notes. No point. She wasn't a suspect, not with her alibi, in her husband's. You look, you check, but Baxter didn't feel it, because it wasn't there to feel. We'll pull them now, all of them. Anders's, too. We'll go back to before the Custer murder on them. She drummed her fingers. Asshole like Custer. I bet he kept cock enhancers around. The barbs. Now, where's a nice mom of two like Suzanne going to get her hand on them? They came from her. That part wasn't in Ava's plan. A terrible thing when your husband's murdered that way, Rourke commented. I'll bet a kindly doctor would prescribe tranquilizers for the widow. Put them all together instead of doling them out for yourself. Good, that's good. A medical won't want to give us that information, not without a warrant, but we start with her financials. See if she paid a doctor, paid a pharmacy between the murders. Close to the second murder. Yeah, close, I bet. Got cold feet as it got toward the sticking point. She engaged her link, put through to Baxter's home. When she hit voicemail, she ordered a transfer to his mobile. She heard music first, something low and bluesy that said sexual foreplay to her. Baxter's face came on with dim lighting in the background. This better be damn good. My home office, tomorrow, 800 hours. I'm not on the roll till Monday. I've got, you are now, tag your boy, too. Give me a break, Dallas. I've got a clear field and a hot brunette on tap. Then you'd better turn her on full tonight because you're here at 8. How much do you want to close the Custer case, Baxter? The irritated scowl vanished. You got something there? Hotter than any brunette who'd give you a clear field. 800. If you've got any personal notes not in the murder book, bring them. Give me a goddamn hint, will you? Strangers on a train. Look it up. She clicked off, contacted Peabody, then Feeney. Sounds like we'll need the standard cop breakfast buffet, Rourke decided, and a Saturday one at that. You don't have to feed them. I want Mira, too, she considered. I'd like her take on the suspect profiles. She glanced at her wrist unit. It's not really all that late. While you're interrupting the Mira's evening, send me the file. I'll poke into the financials. She frowned at him. It's still open and active. Yeah, you could do that. And I can order the full search on the electronics. When you do the financials, see if anything pops back a ways that points toward Suzanne Custer buying the sex aids. After copying and sending the file, Eve stared at her link. It wasn't really that late, she reminded herself. But she had sex aids on the brain, and that nudged her into thinking how the Miras might be spending their night together. Jesus, way to wig myself out. She hedged and ordered the transmission to go straight to voicemail. Dr. Mira, I didn't want to disturb your evening. I've got something on the Anders case, a strong possibility of a connection with the previous homicide that's still open and active. I realized tomorrow's Saturday, or she did now that Rourke had mentioned it. But I have a team meeting at my home office tomorrow at 8. Eve? Oh, hey! There was music again. It wasn't porn vid music, thank God, but it spoke of an intimate evening at home to Eve. Sorry to bother you when you're... whatever. I have something I'd like to pull you in on. I've set a meeting at my home office in the morning. If your schedule... What time? 800. I can make that. I'll be there. Do you want me to study anything in the meantime? I'd actually like you to come into this fresh. Fine. Mira glanced away, laughed as she sent a warm look off-screen. Dennis sends his best. I'll see you in the morning. Thanks. Eve swiveled away from the link, pressed her fingers to her eyes. They're going to do it, she mumbled. If not now, soon. I wish I didn't have to know that. To clear the image and the thought out of her head, she turned back to Baxter's file and started digging. At some point, the cat wandered in to leap on her desk. When he got nothing but, "Don't sit on my stuff," he leaped back down to stalk into Rourke's domain. She started a new file listing the correlations, the connections, actual and possible, the timelines. Using the backside of her murder board, she arranged photos, notes, reports. Stood back, studied it. She could see it, actually see it. The steps, the stages, the moves, the mistakes. Not enough, she admitted, not for an arrest, not for a conviction. But there would be. Lock and key. That's how she saw it. The Anders case, the lock, the Custer case, the key. Once she fit them together, turned it just right, it would open. Then she'd reach in and grab Ava by the throat. She turned to Rourke's office. He sat at his desk, the cat draped over his lap. "Find anything?" "Custer's financials don't allow her much wiggle room. From what I can see, the husband ran the show there previously. Most of the withdrawals, debits, are in his name. There are several in one particular sex shop, just sex, in the 6 months before his untimely. As it wouldn't have surprised me to find certain items you had interest in." "Hopefully you mean professional interest." He only smiled. And so forth, I entertained myself and did a bit of searching at the vendors." "You hacked." "You say that in such a disapproving tone." "I explored." "You'll certainly do so yourself, legally and tediously, but I like having my curiosity satisfied." He said nothing more, only picked up the bottle of water on his desk and drank. And his eyes laughed at her over the bottle. Crap. "Yes, I'll get the data by fully legal means, but what did you find?" "Multiple purchases of what's delightfully marketed as hard-on. It comes in a phallic-shaped bottle." Check 1. Purchases of various sexual aids and toys, cock rings, probes, textured condoms, vibrators. Check 2. Nothing on the ropes, I'm afraid. But they carry them. We checked venues for that type of rope, and they carry them. Did Suzanne pay a visit there? No record of that, no. They do take cash. She did, however, visit a clinic 2 weeks before Anders's death. She saw a Dr. Yin there, according to the records, which you hacked into, which I explored, he said mildly, and she incurred a debit at the attached pharmacy, filling a prescription for a box of home-pressure syringes and a liquid form of lotrominifene, a barbiturate used to aid sleep and nervous conditions. Big, fat, red check. I have to get all this data through channels, get it all lined up. Then I'm going to knock her down with it. Where are you going? It's never too late to call an APA, she said as she hurried back to her desk. I'm going to contact Rio, do the fast talk, and get the paperwork started on warrants for the data you just gave me. And after we dropped it all nicely tied in a bow into her lap, Rourke said to the cat, "That's a cop for you." He heard her giving her pitch to Cher Rio, then arguing with the soft-voiced, tough-minded APA. He busied himself for the next few minutes studying and analyzing the last weeks of Suzanne Custer's financials. "Find another spot," Rourke told Galahad, and hauled the limp mass of cat up, dropped him lightly on the floor. When he walked into Eve's office, she sat at her desk, keying in more notes. She's getting them. Whined about it, but she's getting them. Whined, perhaps, because he contacted her at very close to midnight. Mostly. You can put them together like that. Eve lifted her hands, fingers open, and pointed toward each other, then slid them together. Like teeth, like gears. You just have to see the big picture. It's a nearly perfect, machine to stick with the teeth and gears. Clean and efficient. The problem is the operators. She made her mistake selecting this operator. He eased back down on her desk. Why was this particular operator a mistake? Look at her. Eve gestured toward the screen. Look at her background data. Look at her face. Ava looks, and she sees somebody weak, easily manipulated, easily cowed because she stayed with a cheating, abusing husband. She sees ordinary, a woman nobody's going to look at twice, a woman who owes her. What do you see? All that. But I also see a woman who takes the time and trouble to find something better for her kids, something that makes them happy. One who, according to the statements in Baxter's Knock on Doors, kept those kids and herself clean and out of trouble. She never crossed the line before this. When you push somebody like that across the line or seduce them over it, sooner or later they look back and regret it. I'm going to make her regret sooner. You can get started on that in just under 8 hours. Why? Oh. There's nothing more you can do tonight. Not really. She saved, copied, shut down. Probably better to let it cook anyway. He took her hand, tugged her along when she looked back at the murder board. You should be interested that Suzanne Custer's better off financially with a dead husband than she was with the live one. Little life insurance, decent pension, more than that. On a quick analysis of their financials for the past 12 months, he spent approximately 46% of their combined incomes on his personal needs, wants, and pursuits, leaving the 54% to cover housing, food, medical, clothing, transportation, educational supplies for the children, and so on. She has his life insurance payment now, and, as a widowed professional mother, with the pension from his employment, nearly the same income as before, about 8% less, with 46% less outlay. So she's actually, why do I have to do math at midnight? 38% to the good, using that table, and 1 year as an example. Good enough for me. It's not the megabucks Ava reaps, but it's solid. It's proportionate, if you think about it. And it's another button to push when we get Custer into interview. Thanks. She mulled it over as she undressed. Some of the seminars Anders offered are on budgeting, financial planning. What do you bet Ava talked to Suzanne about her money situation and how it could get a lot brighter? A basic strategy would be to list all advantages and push home all the disadvantages of the status quo. I imagine some of those seminars dealt with being proactive, with empowerment, making tough choices to improve your family situation. Any and all could be twisted by a clever woman to seduce, as you said, a vulnerable one. So many mind games, Eve mused, so little hard evidence. It's cooking until morning, he reminded her. And speaking of seductions, he gripped her hips. I believe we have to finish making up. Oh, yeah. I guess I could work that in now. Bracing her hands on his shoulders, she pushed off the balls of her feet, rising up with his helpful boost to wrap her legs around his waist. How mad were we? Furious. It didn't seem that bad, looking back. It was a pitched battle that nearly shook the foundation of our marriage. My ass. Yes, it is. He gave it a squeeze before tumbling to the bed with her. He laughed down at her, then kissed her lightly. It's a good day when it ends like this. She laid a hand on his cheek. They're pretty much all good days for me now, even the bad ones. All good, she thought, with him. When her mouth lifted to his, they both sank in. So it was to be slow and easy, quiet and sweet. And so married, Eve thought, with one anticipating the other. A rise, a fall, a turn, a glide. A thrill, yes, it would always and ever be a thrill. The feel of him, the taste of him. But comfort twined with it, a velvet ribbon through the silver blade. Her pulse quickened, and muscles, tight from a long, long day, relaxed. He felt her give, that slow, fluid yielding to him, to herself. She warmed his blood, steadied his heart even as its beat went fast and thick.
He drank her in, there, just there, under the line of her jaw where the skin was so amazingly sweet. Pleasure slid through him as her hands stroked, gripped, whispered over him. It was she who took him in, opened and asked and took, guiding him into the heat, surrounding him with it so that each long, slow thrust pulsed and pumped through them both. Slow, beautifully slow, drawing out and out and out every drop of pleasure. She stared into his eyes, her fingers locked with his now, clamped together as they held each other to that lazy, that torturous pace. She held, even when her breath came short, her head arched back. He pressed his lips to the curve of her throat, skimmed up the scrambling pulse once again along that sweet spot under her jaw. His mouth found hers, and with that final link, let himself go. Chapter 20. Eve sat up early the next morning, lining up the data she'd already accumulated and organized. For now, she set aside the results of Rourke's explorations. The warrants would pull that information in soon enough. She decided to say nothing about the buffet table, the extra seating that had found their way into her office. What would be the point? She skimmed over her notes, took a last round with her murder boards. Baxter surprised her by walking in just before 8. Guess the brunette wasn't so hot after all. She was smoking. I left her warm and cozy, and that's food! Hot damn! Eve watched him bullet over to the buffet, lift the lid of the first warmer. Yo, that is pig meat! He plucked out a slice of bacon, bit in. Just help yourself, Eve said dryly. Gonna. Bearing no shame, Baxter grabbed a plate. While I do, you can tell me what you've got that has me here, eating meat of pig, and hey, egg of actual chicken, at 800 on a Saturday. You'll get it when the team gets here. We've got a team now? He surfed the warmers, began to pile the plate with food while he studied Eve and the buffet offerings. It seemed to her it was a tough toss-up, which interested him more. We've got a team now. Where's Trueheart? On the way. Peabody? The same. I've called in Feeney and Mira and the civilian, she said as Rourke walked in. Baxter. Primo pig, thanks. My pleasure. Rourke poured himself a cup of coffee, lifted his eyebrows at Eve. Lieutenant? Yeah, why not? We'll see if we can work in the briefing between courses. Woo-hoo, breakfast! Peabody all but skipped into the room, just ahead of McNabb. I told you not to feed the puppies, Eve scolded. But they're so cute. Rourke handed her the coffee. Sorry, am I late? Trueheart hurried in. I missed the... Wow. His young hero face went bright as a birthday candle at the sight of the buffet. Grab some pig, kid, Baxter told him. Team feed. Hey, Feeney, Dr. Mira. Good morning. Isn't that lovely? Mira shot a smile at Eve, beamed at Rourke. And so considerate. Don't eat all the damn bacon, McNabb. Feeney muscled him aside to claim his own. There's ham, too, McNabb told him with his mouth full of it. When you all finish stuffing food in your faces, maybe you could listen up? I got no problem listening while I'm stuffing. Feeney glanced around. You? Well, damn it! Everybody just fill it up and sit down with it somewhere. Cops and food, she thought. Put 'em in the same room, invite chaos. This is a goddamn official briefing, not an all-you-can-eat. Here you are, then. Rourke handed her a plate of bacon and eggs. You won't be so cross if you have a bit of breakfast. This is your fault. It is, isn't it? He grinned without an ounce of remorse. Go on, then.
Shovel some in." She did, as everyone else was. "Some of you vultures—" "Sorry," Eve said to Mira. "No offense." Mira took a neat bite of creamy eggs. "None taken." "Some of you may be aware that Detective Pig-Eater there and his aide, Officer Danish, caught a homicide a couple months back. Baxter, quick overview." "Custer, Ned," he began, and reeled off the basic facts. When he'd finished, Eve flipped Suzanne Custer's ID and data on screen. "The widow's alibi holds," she said. "The link-to-link transmissions she made originated in her apartment, and EDD analysis verifies they were live trans, not recorded. Suzanne Custer didn't slit her husband's throat. She not only wasn't there, but lacked the physicality for the killing blow." "Too short, too slight," Baxter confirmed between shovels. The extensive and thorough investigation by the gluttonous primary and his aide unearthed no side piece, no relative, no friend who might have killed Custer on the wife's behalf, Eve continued. Said investigation found no financial payment or other bartering tool that may have been used by the wife to hire the hit. The widow does, however, benefit financially from Custer's death, and as the Vic had a documented history of spousal abuse, adultery, and kept his fist closed over the purse strings, the widow also benefits on emotional, physical, and practical levels from his death. "Dallas, we can't pin her." Baxter lifted his hands, one of them holding a chunk of grilled ham speared on a fork. "We dead-ended on every angle we played with her connected to the murder." She went white. Trueheart shifted in his seat as Eve turned her gaze on him. "When Detective Baxter and I went to inform her, she didn't seem all that surprised to find cops at the door. More tired, resigned. She said how she didn't have money for bail, and when we told her he was dead, she went white. It didn't feel faked. I guess I want to say, it rang true." "It probably was true. Let's switch over to the Anders case. Peabody and I caught this one." Baxter rose to get more coffee as Eve laid out the salience. "Are you looking for a connect?" he asked. "Because both Vics appear to have been killed by an LC or a sex partner." "That's an interesting connection, isn't it? And one of the mistakes made." Ava Anders. Eve ordered Ava's ID photo and data split screen with Suzanne's. Also solidly alibied at the time of her husband's murder. While she apparently has more friends, certainly more influence and resources than Suzanne, no evidence leads to murder for hire. Her circle of friends don't play in. She also gains financially. And when you scrape away at the surface of her claims of a happy marriage to the lies and manipulations underneath, she gains on several other levels. She turned to study the screen. These women have a great deal in common under the surface. And they're connected. Another mistake. Suzanne Custer's 2 kids are part of the Anders sports programs. She's attended several of Ava's seminars and mommy retreats. She's done some volunteering, too. Huh. It was all Feeney said, but Eve glanced at him and saw it had clicked. "You think the Anders woman got the idea to off her husband from what happened to Custer?" Baxter's brows drew together as he stared hard at the screen. "Little Suzanne caught a lucky break, why can't I? Maybe she talks an LC into doing her the favor, pays her off through the program or the company, then—" "Simpler than that," Feeney commented, and enjoyed another scoop of hash browns. "Simpler's best." Baxter frowned. Then, "Well, Christ." It hit, Eve noted, hard enough for Baxter to forget his coffee and pig meat. "Give me a hand, will you?" she said to Rourke. Together, they turned Eve's murder board, so the second side faced the room. Ava Anders to Bibi Petrelli and Cassie Gordon. They didn't pan out for her, but she tested waters there. Ava Anders to Charles Monroe. Professional LC. Clean record, sterling rep. Use him to build her claim that her husband liked the kink and she didn't. That she loved him regardless. Ava to Bridget Plowder and Sasha Bride West. Alibis. Girlfriends. Tight circle. As she outlined, Eve tapped each photo, each connection. Ava to Edmund and Linny Luce. Friends of Vic who would, in turn, testify as to the comfortable and happy marriage. Except they don't like her. Under the surface, they don't like her a bit. She didn't count on that. She didn't count on any real connection being made between her, Lady of the Manor, Lady Bountiful, with the less fortunate women in the program she oversees. Now she pinned her finger to Ned Custer's photo. She sure as hell didn't count on any connection between the murder of a philandering blue-collar asshole and the murder of her renowned philanthropist husband. Murders committed months apart with different M.O.s in different parts of the city. It could work, Peabody said under her breath. It could really work. It did work, Eve corrected. 2 men are dead. You think they traded murders. Fuck me, Baxter added. I know they did. Ava's been planning this a long time, at least 2 years, since I believe she killed her father-in-law, but probably longer than that. Once the father-in-law was out of the picture, Eve tapped Reginald Anders's photo on the board. Lots more at stake. More money, more power, more control. That skin she was wearing, boy, that really had to start to tighten up on her. Every single day, to have to look at this guy she'd married, play the contented wife, listen to him drone on and on about his sports, his business, his programs. Planning the murders. That would help her get through it. That light at the end of the tunnel. Yes, Mira agreed when Eve turned to her. For a goal-oriented personality, one who sees the big picture, the planning is part of the reward. For one who's skilled in long-term role-playing, there would be considerable satisfaction in the success of that role. But you're talking years, Eve. Any actor, even one so amoral and self-serving, would require breaks. The Vic traveled a lot. She encouraged it, and she would often entertain during those trips, leaving out the Vic's nephew and closer friends. Her parties, her way. And Charles. He added to her cover, to the picture, but let's not discount the release of good sex, especially when you're in the driver's seat. The client holds the power with an LC. If she did Custer, she must have stalked him, McNabb put in. The wife couldn't know what bar he'd troll in the night of, and Anders couldn't have pulled it off on impulse. She had to be set. Exactly right. We'll canvass his haunts again and show Ava's photo and the photo of her with red hair I'm having Yancey generate. She picked the flop. Had to. Her type wouldn't leave that to chance. Agreed, Mira said. We find a connection between her and the flop. Show her photo there. She's not going to be alibied for the night of Custer's murder, but we're going to get that solid. She bought the wig. She bought the clothes. We're going to find out where. We're going to go over the case file from the father-in-law's death and find her mistakes, and we're going to bring her in. We're going to sew her up, and we're going to take her down for 2 counts of murder and 1 count of conspiracy to commit. Suzanne Custer, Baxter murmured. Yeah, she's the needle in the haystack and the needle for the thread. She trusts you. Yeah, Baxter sighed it. Yeah, she does. We'll use that. We're going to break her down, Baxter, you and me. We'll break her because she's not built like Ava. She got nervous. Trueheart shifted his attention to Baxter. When we went back to talk to her, a few days after the murder, she was jumpy and nervous. She didn't want to talk to us. You smoothed her down. Yeah. It set off a little buzz, but there was nothing to tie her. Nothing. So I put it down to regular nerves and the situation. She had me. God damn it. Now we've got her, Eve reminded him. Dr. Mira, can you give us a personality profile on Suzanne Custer? From Detective Baxter's overview, I'd say she's a woman who accepts, or perhaps expects, her own victimization. She accepted, or certainly lived with, her husband's behavior. While it appears she sought more for her children, she failed to take advantage of programs offered for abused women. It's possible she didn't see herself as such. She doesn't control or seek control. At this point, until further study, my opinion would be she fears and seeks those with authority over her. A woman who does what she's told. So it would seem, Mira said, from the data I have at this point. I'd like to look at her background, her childhood. I'd appreciate if you could do that ASAP. Feeney, McNabb, I need a search on electronic purchases. Look for the wig, costumes, Ava. Dig in. She may have picked them up a year ago, 2 years. Hell, she might have had them for a decade. Look for all communications between her and Suzanne Custer, and her personal links, and any at Anders's. I've got warrants to check all communication devices owned by Plowder in Bride West. On it, Feeney told her, and kept eating. Trueheart, you're with Peabody. Check for Suzanne's purchases at a smut shop called Just Sex. Her husband shopped there, so odds are, if she needed anything for the job, that's where she'd go. Get the medicals on her from her health clinic, a Dr. Yin, and prescriptions from its pharmacy. Tap the transit authority. She had to get from her apartment to the Anders house and back. Mother of 2? I bet she uses the subway routinely, and a fare card. Lieutenant. Trueheart raised his hand and lowered it again as Baxter elbowed him. I don't think she'd leave the kids alone. I don't think she'd have gone out and left her kids unattended. She's just not the type for it. Okay. Then let's find out if she got a sitter, or where her kids were on the night of. If the civilian has time, the civilian can probably carve out a few minutes here and there, Rourke commented. A remote was used to shut down the security at the Anders house. A high-end and illegal remote. Where did it come from? And which one of our killers obtained it? I haven't picked up a hot one there. You find out. Not as entertaining as a visit to a smut shop, Rourke considered, but the black market has some appeal. Good luck. Feeney saluted him. Could have been any of a couple dozen types, or versions of types picked up any time within the last couple years. Could have been homemade, for that matter. You had any snap for it. Rourke smiled at him. Adds to the fun, doesn't it? Let's all go out and have fun. Baxter, Eve said, with me. I wouldn't have pegged her. Baxter brooded out the side window as Eve drove. She snowed me right from the get. You didn't peg her because she didn't do it. Same thing as doing it, and I didn't get a whiff. The boy did. When we went back and she was nervy, he caught the whiff, and I blew it off, explained it away. I didn't see it, didn't smell it, didn't hear it. Guess you'd better turn in your papers then. I hear private security's a good gig for washed-out cops. To borrow a phrase, bite me. But it didn't seem he could work up any steam. She's soft, Dallas. Mira will come up with her psycho whatever, but it comes down to her being a soft sort, a little wounded, a lot tired. Mousy, if you get me. Right now, with all you worked out, I'm trying to see her going into that house, pumping Anders full of tranks and setting him up like a kink kill, and I can't see it. You like her. You feel sorry for her. Irritation tightened his face. I like lots of people and feel sorry for some. That doesn't stop me from seeing a stone killer when she's in my damn face. You're taking it personal, Baxter. Damn right I am. There was steam now as he jerked toward Eve. "And don't give me any of that objectivity crap. You wouldn't be so fucking good at the job if you didn't take it personal." Eve gave him a minute to stew. "You want me to tell you you screwed up? You missed it? You didn't see what you should have seen? Nothing I'd like better, because it makes my day to ream out a smart-ass pig-eater like you. But I can't do it. You didn't screw up. You can't miss what's not in play and can't see what isn't there. You saw Ava Anders. I didn't like her goddamn face. And yeah, some of it was personal. I wouldn't have seen the how if you hadn't nagged my ass off about Custer. So reschedule your pity party, Baxter. We don't have time for it now." "Assuming we're playing to our strengths, you'll be taking bad cop, and you'd be the cop with the soft spot for the tragic little widow." "Yeah." He hissed out a breath. "Fucking A. I feel played. So I'll be picking up the hats and balloons for the pity party later. Don't forget the cake." She scouted out a parking spot as she neared Suzanne's address. It's going to spook her, seeing me instead of Trueheart. Having to go into Central? If she's thought about any of this happening, she may have thought about lawyers. You need to reassure her. Routine, tying things up. I know how to play good cop. He got out, waited for Eve on the sidewalk. "I need to take the lead with her, initially. Keep her steady. Make her think I'm a little ticked that you're insisting on the official routine." "I know how to play bad cop," Eve countered. It was a miserable, post-urban war building. One of the structures tossed up from the rubble and never intended to last. Its concrete gray walls were blackened with age and weather, scored with graceless graffiti and misspelled obscenities. They walked into a narrow, frigid entryway and took the rusted metal stairs up to the third floor. Everything echoed, Eve noted. Their feet on the treads, the sounds leaking out of doors and walls as they passed by, the noises from the street outside. But none of the early spring warmth pushed in to boost the chilly air. Baxter positioned himself at the door, knocked. The overbright sound of kids and Saturday morning screen whooped on the other side. One of those odd and somehow creepy morning cartoon deals that had the kids yammering and squealing, Eve imagined. Who made those things? A high-pitched girly voice called out for Mommy so clearly, the door itself might have been made of paper. The locks thunked, and the door scraped and groaned as it opened. She'd been pretty once, Eve thought, at her first in-person study of Suzanne Custer. She might be pretty again, given decent nutrition, reasonable sleep, a break from stress. As Eve didn't see those elements in her future, she thought Suzanne's pretty days were long over. She looked exhausted, pale, too thin, as if the meat under her skin had been gnawed away. Her dull, listless hair had been pulled back, leaving her tired face defenseless. A small, round-eyed kid of the male variety, probably, stood at her side. Detective Baxter. Mrs. Custer. Hey there, Todd! Baxter flashed a grin, shot the boy with his finger. We're watching Toons. So I hear. Hi, Maisie. The little girl had a year or two on her brother, and the soft prettiness that had once been her mother's. She sent Baxter a big, beaming smile. I'm sorry. Suzanne shoved at her hair, then reached down to wrap her arm around her son's shoulders. We're a little disorganized this morning. I was just cleaning up after breakfast before I take the kids to practice. Do you have any... Can this wait until later? I'm afraid it can't, Mrs. Custer. Eve edged Baxter aside and all but felt his annoyed frown. We have a number of things to clear up, and we'll need to handle this at Central. At Central? But I'm sorry, Mrs. Custer. Baxter's voice poured warm cream over quiet apology. "This is my lieutenant. As we've been unable to close your husband's case in a timely manner, Lieutenant Dallas needs to see to some procedural matters." "At Central," Eve said, clipping the words. "But my kids—" "I don't—" "Lieutenant, please." Baxter interrupted Eve, then eased forward towards Suzanne. "I can arrange to have them taken to practice, or you can bring them with you, and we'll see they're supervised while we finish this up, whichever you want." "I don't know. I can't miss practice!" Cartoons forgotten, Maisie jumped up. "I just can't! Mom, please!" "Why don't I take care of their transportation?" Baxter suggested, "and have a couple of officers stay with them. Then when we're done, we'll make sure you get to the field. Okay, LT?" Eve only shrugged, as if she didn't give a damn. "Make it fast. You've put enough time and department resources into this. I'll wait outside." "Sorry about that," Eve heard Baxter say as she walked away. "The lieutenant's a stickler for procedure. I'll try to fast walk all this through." On the street, Eve checked in with Peabody. "Status?" "Wallowing in smut. I had no idea there were so many devices designed to be inserted in orifices. Many are sold in variety and party packs. You can select one of $40 value with any body piercing." "That's a deal." "Well, it's kind of tempting. McNabb would wig in a completely excellent way. But seeing as I'm on duty—" "Seeing as—" "But keep jabbering, Peabody, and I'll give you a completely free piercing back at Central." "We have a clerk who recognized Suzanne Custer," Peabody said quickly. "Made her right off. Said she remembered because Suzanne, looked so off the rails. She bought several of the items that matched those on the Anders scene. The clerk didn't want to bother checking on it, but she's flirting with Trueheart." "Trueheart's flirting with a smut shop clerk? What has Baxter done to that kid?" No, she's doing the flirt thing. He's turned all shades of red, but that's work for us." Peabody grinned. "It is pretty damn cute. So she checked, and we're getting the paperwork. Suzanne didn't buy the rope here, but she asked about it. They were out of the velvet bondage set. It's a popular item, as we learned when we did the initial search. Check the shops closest to your current location, and if you come back with any piercings, they better not be visible." "Ouch," Peabody said as Eve clicked off. Once she had Suzanne at Central, Eve left her in interview to sweat for 15 minutes and watched through the observation window. "She's terrified," Baxter said. "Good. It probably won't take very long to break her down. You go in first. Make your apologies for the mean old LT." She glanced over as Mira stepped in. "She looks worn down, eaten up." Her face impassive, Mira stepped closer to the glass. "Guilt would be a viable weapon on her. And her children, they'd be a vulnerable area. She'll fear you the most," she said to Eve. "The capable, powerful female, everything she's not. The authority figure, as I suspect Ava Anders is to her. She's accustomed to violence. It won't frighten her overmuch. Nor will threats to her person, as she's accustomed to those as well. She's also used to being isolated, cut off from any support, so offers of friendship, understanding, support draw her in. Her children are her one accomplishment. She would sacrifice a great deal for them." "I need to make her flip on Ava." "She'll need to believe you're more powerful and more dangerous than Ava." "I am. So she will." "Go," Eve told Baxter. "The friendship offered by Ava," Mira continued as Baxter stepped out. "The support, the bargain struck, if indeed one was, weigh heavily on Ava's side. The power Ava has over her now is tremendous. I know how to play her." When Mira said nothing, Eve watched Baxter enter interview, listened to him speak reassuringly to Suzanne. "I know what it's like to be knocked around regular, isolated, held down so you believe it's the only way. And I know how far you'll go to make it stop. She's nothing like you, and neither are her circumstances." "No, but I know how to play her." Baxter, he feels for her. Decent men tend to feel for women like her. "But you don't." "No, I don't." She could have walked. Any time. Packed up, grabbed the kids, and walked. Studying Suzanne through the glass, Eve felt not a single twinge of sympathy. "You said she'd sacrifice for her kids, but what has she given them? What kind of life has she opened them to by letting them see every day that she's so weak she'll let their father slap her around, come and go as he pleases, spend his money on tricks instead of food? You don't offset that with sports programs, Dr. Mira. That woman took the life of a stranger, the life of a good man, the man who offered her children hope. She did that rather than walk away. So yeah, I guess I do feel for her. I feel disgust. I've got no qualms about putting her away. I just want to make damn sure I put Ava Anders away with her." "Eve." Mira put a hand on Eve's arm as Eve started to step out. "There's a difference between weak and evil." "Yeah, but there's sure a lot of overlap." Eve entered interview. "Record on. Dallas, Lieutenant Eve, and Baxter, Detective David, in interview with Custer, Suzanne. In the matter of the murder of Custer, Ned, case number HC-20913, and any and all related events or crimes. Detective, have you read Mrs. Custer her rights?" "No, Lieutenant." "Do so, for the record." He sighed. "Yes, sir. It's a formality, Mrs. Custer. You have the right to remain silent." Fear widened Suzanne's eyes, quickened her breath, as Baxter recited the revised Miranda. Eve took a seat at the table, slumped back. "Do you understand your rights and obligations in this matter?" she demanded. "Yes, but here's something that strikes me, Suzanne. It just seems so damn handy that you'd be sitting at home trying to tag your cheating shitbag of a husband on his link, while some unidentified hooker's slitting his throat. What, were you going to ask him to bring home a jug of soy milk?" "No, he was late. I just wanted to—" "He was late a lot, wasn't he? Did you whine on his voicemail every time he was late?" "No, but he promised. He promised he wouldn't be. I said I'd leave him if he didn't stop." "You were never going to leave him." Eve allowed some of the disgust to eke into her voice. "You didn't have the guts for that. And now you don't have to. Instead, he's gone, and you've got that nice life insurance policy, the pension. Come on, Lieutenant, ease off a little." She scorched Baxter with a look. "You've eased off plenty for both of us." "Did you find some sap like the detective here to do it for you, Suzanne? Cozy yourself up to some guy who doesn't slap you around, feels sorry for you? So he does this." Eve pulled out a crime scene photo, tossed it onto the table. "So you can be free." "No." Suzanne closed her eyes, rather than look at the photo. "I didn't want another man. I just wanted my husband to be a good man, a good father. My kids deserve a good home, a good father." "The money you've got coming in now? You can get them out of that rat trap." "Where are you taking them, Suzanne?" "I don't know. I think, maybe south. Maybe down to Arkansas with my sister. Out of the city. Away. I can't think about it yet. Somewhere else for a fresh start. There's nothing wrong with that." She looked imploringly at Baxter. "Nothing wrong with wanting a fresh start with my kids." "Of course not. It's been rough on you here. Rough for a long time. It'd be good for the kids to get out of the city. Somewhere with a lot of green. Anders has sports programs all over the country. She winced at the Anders name, looked away. If I could get them in a good school, down south somewhere. The schools have teams. They have sports. Are you going to give up the freebies? Eve demanded. The free equipment, camps, programs, the mom retreats? It's been a pretty good deal for you, hasn't it? Eve flipped open a file. You had a few nice vacations here on the Anders' dime, didn't you? Seminars and support groups. Yeah, Thomas Anders gave you and your kids plenty. Too bad about him, huh? Eve tossed another photo down, one of Thomas Anders dead in his bed. Suzanne jerked away, dropped her head between her knees and gagged. Jesus, Lieutenant! Hey, hey! Baxter laid a hand on Suzanne's back. Take it easy. Take it slow. Let me get you some water. Let her puke. Eve shoved out of her chair, then dropped down, pushing Suzanne's head back until their eyes met. Did it make you sick to do it? Did it curdle your guts to strip off his nice, neat pajamas, tie his hands and feet? Did your hands shake like they are now when you wrapped the rope around his neck? He didn't give you any trouble. You saw to that. Put him under so you wouldn't have to see the look in his eyes when he choked. No! Her eyes wheeled like an animal's with its legs snapped in a trap. I don't want to be here. I don't know what you're talking about. You still screwed it up. You didn't tie the rope tight enough, so it took him a long time to die. You didn't do it the way she told you. She was so specific, but you couldn't pull it off. Not like she did with Ned. Quick, clean, done. You got messy. You got weak. It looks like she'll walk, and you'll spend the rest of your life in a cage, an off-planet cage. You'll never see your kids again. I don't know what you're talking about. Detective Baxter, please make her stop. For God's sake, Dallas, let her breathe. Suzanne, Suzanne. He eased down to sit on the edge of the table, took Suzanne's trembling hand, looked into her eyes. We know it was Ava's idea, all of it. We know she planned it. If you tell us everything, all of it, maybe we can help you. No, you're trying to trick me. You're trying to make me say things. She said we'd try to block you in, Eve finished. She was right about that. But she told you we'd try to block you in on Ned's murder, and you were clear there. Nothing to worry about there. She didn't figure this, did she? Neither of you figured this. I know what you did. Eve shoved Baxter aside, shoved her face into Suzanne's. I know you killed Thomas A. Anders. The man who paid for the equipment your kids are wearing right now. You selfish, heartless bitch. That's crazy. I didn't even know him. A person doesn't kill someone she doesn't even know. That's what she told you? They'll never suspect. She was wrong again, wasn't she? Her mistakes. All her mistakes. And I'm going to make you pay for every one of them. I'm going to put you in a cage, Suzanne. Look at me. With one violent yank, she dragged Suzanne's chair around. I'm going to put you in, and she can't stop me. She won't try because you're useless to her now. She'll cry for the cameras and laugh behind closed doors because you're too stupid to help yourself. And your kids? It'll be strangers raising them now. No! Please, God! Lieutenant, come on! Give her a second. Suzanne, you need to tell us everything. If you cooperate, I can help you. I'll talk to the PA. Baxter reached down, squeezed her hand. Maybe she pressured you, or threatened you, blackmailed you. Maybe you felt you didn't have a choice. I'm compiling evidence against her right now, Eve broke in. When I have enough, she'll be in here. She'll be the one turning on you. If she flips first, she'll get the deal. Personally, I want both of you to live the rest of your miserable lives in an off-planet cage. You've got 1 minute. One to change my mind. After that, I'm done. You're booked, murder in the first, and your kids are gone. Please don't. Please. You don't understand. No, you don't understand. You weak, pathetic excuse for a human being. I know what you did. I know how you did it. I know why you did it. And you've got one shot to put it out your way, or I'll personally toss you in that cage and lock it. Lieutenant! Lieutenant! Give her a chance. Give her a minute. Help us understand, Baxter said to Suzanne. I want to understand so I can help you. I didn't think it was going to be real, Suzanne burst out. I didn't think it was real, and then it was. I didn't know what else to do. She said I had to. Spit it out, Eve snapped. Who said you had to what? Suzanne closed her eyes again. Ava said I had to kill her husband because she'd killed mine, just like we agreed. Suzanne laid her head down on the table. I'm so tired. I'm so tired now. Chapter 21. Eve stepped out to call Cher Rio and to give Baxter a few moments to help Suzanne compose herself. She flicked a glance over as Mira slipped out of observation. Mira walked by, stopped at vending, and ordered 3 waters and a Pepsi for Eve. After finishing her conversation, Eve tucked her link back in her pocket, took the tube. Thanks. PA's willing to deal for the bigger fish. Ava's a much bigger fish, a big, splashy one. And Suzanne is nothing and no one, comparatively. She killed Eve. There's no disputing it. But she was used. The choice was there. She made it. Eve drank. But I'm willing to deal, too. I'll be watching the rest. When she gets a lawyer, there will be a demand for a psychiatric evaluation. She can have her head shrunk by a platoon of doctors after I get my confession. And yeah, I'm perfectly aware I'm using her, too. I've got no problem with that. You shouldn't have, but she's soft, Eve interrupted. That's what you're seeing, and you've got some sympathy for her. Go ahead. But I see Thomas Aurelius Anders. With a nod, Mira went back into observation. Eve stepped back into interview. Lieutenant Dallas re-entering interview, she said for the record. Here's the deal, Suzanne. Are you listening? Yes, I'm listening. As if Suzanne's eyes were leaking faucets. How long? 15 to 20. 15! Oh, God! God! They'll be grown. You'll be eligible for parole in 7, Baxter told her. If you don't cooperate, if this goes to trial, the charges bounce back. You're looking at the probability of 2 life sentences running consecutively. Off planet. Eve sat. Your choice. My kids, I have a sister. Can my kids go to my sister? I'll look into that, personally. Baxter nodded. I'll talk to your sister, to Child Services. They'll be better off with her. I should have taken them and gone to my sister years ago. She swiped at the tears with the tissues Baxter gave her. Everything would be different if I'd done that. But I didn't. I thought, Ned's their father, and they should be with their father. I thought, I'm his wife, and I'm supposed to make the home. If I did better, everything would work out. But I didn't do better, and it just got worse and worse. And then you met Ava Anders, Eve prompted. Yes. Suzanne closed her eyes for a moment, took several breaths. She was so good to us, to everyone. She made me feel like I could do better, be better. Ned didn't care about the program, but he didn't mind. Got the kids out from underfoot, he said. But sometimes, just sometimes, he'd go to a practice or a game, and that was good. He'd even take us out for pizza after sometimes. It was better when he did. And the last time, after the last time he hit me, he promised he wouldn't do it again, and he didn't this time. He didn't hit me for weeks, and he was around more. I thought this is going to be all right. And then he started coming home late again and smelling of sex.
You talked to Ava about that? Baxter asked.
What? No, before. We talked before, months ago, just before the kids went back to school. When they were at camp, and I went to the retreat the end of August. God, Ned was so angry that I went, but it was good to be there, to have that time away. We'd talked before. Ava, I mean.
Taking the cup of water, she sipped, paused, sipped again.
She was so nice to me. She'd sit with me late at night and talk and talk. She understood how hard it was with Ned that way because her husband hurt her too. She never told anyone but me. He hurt her, and he made her do things. And he did things with girls who were too young to be hurt that way. Everyone thinks he was so good.
Tears streamed out of Suzanne's eyes, soaking the tissues as she mopped.
But he was a monster.
That's what she told you?
She was afraid of him. I know what that's like. We cried together. She couldn't stand what he was doing to her and more to the children. She said he and Ned were alike. One day, Ned would hurt my babies. One day he could... with Maisie.
She closed her eyes, shuddered.
He'd never touched Maisie like that, but he hit the kids sometimes, when they were bad, or when he'd had too much to drink. I thought, what would I do if he tried to do to Maisie what Mr. Anders did with the young girls? I said, I'd kill him if he touched her that way.
Her voice cracked and began to waver and jump as she continued.
It would be too late then, Ava said, like she was afraid it was too late for her. She said she'd help me. We could help each other. We didn't have to live like this anymore or risk the children.
Suzanne reached for the water, then simply rubbed the cup over her forehead.
She said it was just like in the seminars and groups, where we talked about being proactive, about being strong, taking action to make a difference. She'd stop Ned, and I'd stop Mr. Anders. No one would ever know.
Stop, Eve qualified. Her shoulders hunched. Suzanne stared at the table.
Kill. We would kill them. No one would know. How could they? Because each of us would be innocent of the crime that connected to us. She'd go first to show good faith. We'd wait a few months, and we'd be careful about contacting each other between. Then she'd stop Ned. She heaved a breath, looked up at Eve again. She said stop, not kill. I knew what she meant. I did. But it seemed right when she said it. She'd stop Ned before he hurt my children. Stop him from hurting me. And then we'd wait again, 2 or 3 months, and I'd stop Mr. Anders.
Did she tell you how you'd stop him? Suzanne shook her head. Her eyes continued to flood, but they were empty behind the tears. Beaten, Eve thought. Broken.
She said she thought she knew a way, so it would look like an accident. And so when they found him, they'd know the kind of man he was. She knew I was strong deep down, and good, a good mother, a good friend. She knew I'd save her, and she'd save me and my kids. We gave each other our word. We recorded it.
Recorded?
She had a recorder, and we each recorded our intention, our promise. I said my name, and that I promised on the lives of my children to kill the monster, Thomas A. Anders, that I would kill him with my own hands and in a way that was symbolic and just. She said the same, except Ned's name, and she swore on the lives of all the children in the world.
Dramatic. Little spots of color bloomed on Suzanne's white cheeks.
It meant something. It was important. I felt important. I never felt like that before.
What did she do with the recording?
She said she was going to put it in a bank box for safety. After we stopped Ned and Mr. Anders, we'd destroy it together. We didn't talk much after that. Not for a while. She's very busy. And when I got home, and everything was the way it is at home, I thought none of that was real. It was just like a session. Or maybe I wanted to think that.
She bowed her head, then shoved at the hair that fell over her face.
I don't know anymore. But I put it away. I forgot about it. Almost all the time. Then things got a little better for a while with Ned. I saw Ava at the offices one day, and I told her how things were better. She smiled at me, and she said they'd get better yet.
On a choked sob, Suzanne pressed a hand to her mouth.
I swear, I didn't really think about what we'd said that night. I didn't think of any of that, and Ned started staying out again, and we started fighting again. I told myself I was going to leave him this time, that I was stronger now. Because of Ava.
Her breath came in 2 quick hitches.
I felt stronger because of Ava and what she'd given me, how she'd made me feel about myself. And then Detective Baxter came with Officer Trueheart, and they said Ned was dead. They said he'd gone into a hotel room with an LC, and he was dead. I never thought about Ava and what we'd said that night, way back in August. I thought it was just as they'd told me. He'd picked up the wrong kind of woman.
When did she contact you after that?
A few days later.
Suzanne pressed her fingers to her eyes.
That's when everything fell apart. The kids were in school. I was going to do the marketing. I always do the marketing on Monday morning. So I was walking to the market, and she came up beside me. She said, "Keep walking, Suzanne. Keep walking and don't say anything yet." We walked another 3 blocks, I think. Then we crossed and walked another 2 or 3. She had a car and we got in. When I asked where we were going, she said somewhere we could talk. I told her I had to do the marketing, and she started to drive. And she started to tell me.
As Suzanne's breath began to wheeze, Baxter nudged the water toward her. What did she tell you, Suzanne?
She said she'd fulfilled the part of the bargain we'd made, and asked how I felt now that I was free. I couldn't even talk for a minute. She was different. I don't know how to explain. She laughed, but it was different from before. It scared me. She scared me. I started to cry.
What else is new? Eve thought. You weak, whiny, worthless excuse for a human being.
I started to say I hadn't meant any of it. Not really. But it was too late. That's what she said. It was too late for any second thoughts, any regrets. It was done. Now it was my turn. She kept driving, not even looking at me. She told me how she'd killed Ned.
Eve waited while Suzanne drank and mopped more useless tears. I need the details.
Oh, God!
Blubbering, Suzanne covered her face.
Oh, God! I can't!
Brutally cold in face, voice, manner, Eve shoved Suzanne's hands down. You will. Here's one thing Ava's right about. It's too late. Give me the details. Staring at Eve, trembling, Suzanne began.
She watched him for a few nights, followed him into bars, watched him drink, watched him pick up women, studied him is what she said, learned his habits and routines, his territory. She said his territory, and she rented rooms in a couple of the places he used for sex, and mapped them out. Preparation, she said. Preparation was key. She said she made herself look like a whore because that's what he liked. That's what most men liked. Please, can I have some more water?
Baxter rose to fill the cup. She stalked him, Eve prompted.
I guess. She said she went up to him while he was drinking. Told him he looked like he knew how to party. She sat with him a while. Not too long, she said, because she didn't want anyone to pay attention to her. She put her hand between his legs, rubbed. She said he came along with her like an idiot dog. That's what she called him.
The water in the cup Baxter gave her sloshed, dripped over the rim as Suzanne lifted it to drink.
They went to one of the places she'd mapped out, and when they were upstairs, he grabbed at her breasts, and she let him touch her. But she told him she needed the bathroom first. And in the bathroom, she put on a suit like doctors wear, and she sealed her hands, too. Then got the knife. She called out for Ned to turn around. Turn around and close your eyes, she said to him. She had a big surprise for him. I'm sorry, I spilled water on the table.
Finish it, Eve ordered.
God.
As if to hold herself in place, Suzanne crossed her arms tight over her own torso.
She said he did what she told him, like a good boy, and she came out, and she used the knife. She said he made the funniest noises and grabbed at his throat like he had an itch there. How his eyes got so big, how he tried to talk, how he fell, and the way the blood just gushed out, how he just lay there and she... God! She cut it off. Cut his penis off, a symbol. She put everything back in the bag she had, and when she knew he was good and dead, she went out by the fire escape. She walked for blocks and blocks. She said she felt like she could have flown. But she walked to where she'd left her car.
What did she do with the bag, Suzanne? Eve asked. Did she tell you?
The bag?
With the knife in it? I feel sick. What did she do with the bag? Suzanne cringed.
In a recycler.
Where?
I don't know. While she was walking to her car.
Where was her car?
I don't know. Blocks away. Uptown, I think she said. Blocks away from where she killed Ned because the cops weren't going to look for a street horse so far away. She drove home, and she took a long bath with a glass of cognac, and she slept like a baby.
Her face gray now. Suzanne looked back at Eve.
I haven't slept. I don't think I've had an hour's real sleep since that day. She'd stopped the car. A rest stop off the turnpike. We were in New Jersey now. I don't remember how we got there. I wasn't crying anymore. I got sick. It made her mad, but I couldn't help it. She let me open the door, and I threw up in the parking lot. I'm so tired now.
Dallas, Baxter began. Maybe we should... Eve only shook her head to cut him off. What did Ava do after you were sick?
After. She drove away from there, around the back where the big trucks are, and she told me what had to happen next, what I had to do. I said I couldn't, but she said if I didn't, she'd do to me what she'd done to Ned, and then she'd do it to my kids. My kids. No one would believe me if I told them. Who did I think I was? I was nobody, and she was an important and respected woman. They'd lock me up if I tried to tell them, unless she killed me first. She knew where my kids went to school, where they played, where they slept. I'd better remember that. There was a dreamy quality in Suzanne's voice now, as if the reliving of it had put her into a trance. And I was better off, she said. Couldn't I see how much better off I was now? What she'd done for me? She said I had to wait. A couple of months would be best. She would get me a remote and a passcode. She would explain exactly what I had to do and how I had to do it. She gave me a link. I wasn't to use it for anything. She would contact me on it when it was time, and she'd be watching me and my kids. She told me what I was going to do, how easy it would be. If I messed it up, she had the recording and she'd send it to the police. Or maybe I'd just have a tragic accident one day, me and the kids. She told me I should be grateful. She'd given me a fresh start. Now I had to pay for it. I had to stick to my part of the deal.
Take us through it.
It had to be late at night. After midnight, but before 1. I'd use the remote to shut down the security, then I'd use the passcode and go inside. I had to seal up first. Straight up the stairs to the bedroom. The door would be closed, and he'd be sleeping facing the door. He'd have taken a sleeping pill because she'd replaced his nightly vitamins with them. I had to take off his pajamas, use the rope she told me to buy, on his wrists and his ankles. I was supposed to give him a dose of male sex enhancer and, God, put the rings on him and some of the lotion. Set out the toys. He'd wake up some, and that was good. I'd see what it was like. It would make it better for all of us. Then I was to put the rope around his neck, tighten it, watch until I knew he was dead. She drank again, 3 small sips. I was supposed to take it off after, the rope, but leave it there. Then go down, through the house, through the kitchen, and take the security tapes. That would make it look like I'd been there before, that it was all an accident, like it was his own fault. I was supposed to walk out, turn everything back on, the security, then walk all the way to the subway on 5th.
What about the link, the discs?
She was to contact me on it at 2. It was supposed to be done by 2, but it wasn't. I couldn't. Then she called, and she was so angry. So I did it. I did what she said, except I couldn't stand the idea of him knowing, and I used the medication I'd gotten from the doctor to help me sleep, and I couldn't watch him die, so I ran out.
Where's the link, the discs, the remote?
I was supposed to put them in a recycler on 5th, but I forgot. I can't even remember getting on the subway, but I must have because I was home. I didn't remember about them until the next day after my kids came home from school. They stayed at a friend's the night before because I couldn't leave them alone. And I guess I always knew I'd do what she told me. I was afraid to put them in a recycler near the house. I was afraid to keep them in the house. I didn't know what to do. I shoved the bag in the closet because I couldn't think.
Do you still have them?
I was going to take them to the park today, where the kids practice. I was going to put them in the recycler there. But you came.
Eve signaled Baxter, who rose and strode out of the room. Detective Baxter has left interview. Has she contacted you again, Suzanne?
No, not since that night, that morning. It's like a dream. I was walking after, and she called on the link. She said, "Well?" And I said I'd done it. And she said, "Good girl." That's all. Good girl, like I'd finished my chores. I killed him. I know he was a monster, but I think she's one too.
You think?
What's going to happen now? Can you tell me what's going to happen now?
We're going to go back over the details. What kind of vehicle did she drive?
A black one.
Do better.
It was black and shiny, expensive. I don't know about cars. I've never had a car.
When you were walking with her, the day you were going to the market, did you see anyone you know?
I don't know many people.
Ned didn't like— Stop it, Eve said sharply, and Suzanne jerked straight. You know your neighbors, at least by sight, the people who run the market, your children's friends, their parents.
I guess I do. I don't remember. I was so surprised to see her, And Ned had no one spoke to you? Just Ava. It was really cold, and I was looking down, the way you do.
The way you do, Eve thought. Was the car on the street or in a lot?
A lot, an auto lot.
Which way did you walk?
West, because we went right by the market, and then we crossed after a few blocks and walked north. I think maybe on 7th, maybe. I'm not sure.
Which rest stop did she use?
I don't know. They all look the same, don't they? I was sick.
How long were you gone?
No, don't give me that I don't know shit, Suzanne. What time did you leave for the market? About 9:30.
What time did you get home?
It was almost noon. I had to take the bus. She dropped me at the transpo center across from the tunnel and gave me bus fare. I had to take the bus back.
How long did you wait for the bus?
Only a few minutes. I got lucky. I got off and walked back to the market. Mr. Isaacs said how he thought I wasn't coming in that day.
Mr. Isaacs?
He runs the market, and I always go on Mondays, before 10. He said how I looked tired, how I should try to get some rest, and he gave me pop treats for the kids. I forgot that. He gave me treats for the kids. He's a nice man. He and his wife run the market. I went home, and I put everything away, and I thought, none of this is happening. It's not real. Then I got sick again, because it was. I have to tell my kids. I don't know how.
When you were at the retreat and made your bargain, where were you?
In Ava's suite. She told me to come up after the last seminar, but not to tell anyone. People get jealous. She just wanted to relax with a friend.
Tears spurted again. Eve wondered how the woman had any more in her.
She said we were friends.
You had drinks. Did she order them?
There was a bottle of wine and a pretty platter of fruit and cheese. Everything was so pretty.
Did anyone call or come by while you were there?
No. She had the do not disturb on the door and the links, so we could relax, she said.
Eve pressed a little more, then judged she'd wrung Suzanne dry. For now. You're going to be booked, and you're going to be remanded. The court's going to assign an attorney to you. You've got the best deal you're going to get. Don't expect any more. She rose as Baxter came back in. Detective Baxter re-entering interview. When she crossed to him, he spoke quietly. Got the search warrant. Do you want me to take that? No. Walk her through booking. She's tapped out for now. I contacted the sister while I waited for the warrant to come through. She's confused and shocked, like you'd expect. She's making arrangements to come up for the kids. CS cleared that. You pushed some buttons. The kids are going to have it hard enough. Not their fault. Walk her through, Eve repeated. I'll have Peabody and Trueheart exercise the warrant. I need a couple hours to sort through all this. We need to keep this arrest off the radar. With a nod, Baxter walked to Suzanne. You need to come with me now. Eve waited until he'd led Suzanne through the door. Interview end. Then she dragged her hands through her hair. Christ. Jesus Christ. When she stepped out, Mira was there. I don't want to hear about her emotional trauma, her fear of authority figures, or her goddamn remorse. Thomas Anders died by her hand. Yes, he did. That doesn't make her less pitiable. A year in prison, 20 years. Suzanne Custer's life is essentially over. It was over the minute Ava Anders targeted her. Tell me this. Did Suzanne Custer know what she was doing when she put that rope around Thomas Anders's neck? Was she legally, mentally, and I'll even go one more, morally aware of right and wrong? Yes, she was. She is culpable for her act, and should pay for what she did.
Are there extenuating circumstances? Would I, or any other psychiatrist, consider diminished capacity? Yes. But she killed Thomas Anders, fully aware of her actions. That's good enough for me. Eve, you're so angry. Damn right I am. Sorry. I don't have time to comb through my own psyche. I've got work. She turned and, pulling out her communicator, strode away. In her office, she hit the autochef for coffee before sitting down at her desk to begin the calculations for the most likely lots Ava had used and the rest stop where she'd taken Suzanne. Little bits, she thought, little bits and pieces. While the computer worked, she wrote a report on the interview, made notes, added to her timelines. When the computer spit out its most probables, she studied the map, gauged the distances, the locations, simmered them with her understanding of Ava. I think we've got that. Yeah, I think we do, she muttered, and only grunted at the knock on her door. Hello, Lieutenant. She barely glanced at Rourke. She doesn't go far, just far enough. But she's not as fucking smart as she thinks she is. Doesn't know people as well as she believes. I'm sure you're right. He sat on the corner of her desk. A moment. I don't have much of a moment. Suzanne copped to it all. Jesus, it was like flipping a switch on a dike or a dam, whatever, and having it all gush out. Ava went for the weak, the runt of the litter, you could say. Miscalculated. Makes Suzanne easy to manipulate. And that was the miscalculation, he said with a nod, because you're very good at manipulating. She counted on the power of her personality, of the pecking order to push Suzanne into doing the job. But she read her partner wrong, way wrong. My take? She believed Suzanne would be flattered and happy to hook up with her, believed Suzanne would be grateful to be rid of her lousy husband and do exactly what she was told. She had contingency plans, sure. She's always got herself a plan B, C, or D, but she didn't see that under it, Suzanne's a major fuck-up. That's harsh. She deserves harsh. The anger roiled inside her. At any point, any fucking point, she could have stopped. Back in August, when Ava proposed the plan, she could have stopped. When Ava told her how she'd killed her husband, she could have stopped. Any time over the last 2 months, she could have stopped. In the hour she was in the house with Anders, she could have stopped. And now it's all, gee, I'm sorry, boo-hoo. I feel sick, screw that. Does she enrage you for what she did, or that she was weak enough to do it? Both. And I'm happy to be a part of making her pay, making both of them pay. Ava got what she wanted, but she had to push too hard, and she used the wrong sort of manipulation in the end. Smarter, much smarter, to have appealed to Suzanne's soft side. Please help me. You're the only one I trust, the only one I can depend on. I've done this for you, just as I promised. Please don't turn your back on me now. Instead, she was so revved from the murder she played hardball and cracked her tool. All I had to do was give it a few good knocks. She pushed away from the desk, crossed over to stare out the window. Rourke gave her a moment of silence for her own thoughts. What troubles you about it, Eve? Under your anger? It's personal. I can deal with that, but the way it's personal gnaws a little. Mira's already poking at me about it, and that's irritating. Because she sees that you look at Suzanne and think of yourself. The child you were. Battered, trapped, helpless, and the choice you made to save yourself. Eve glanced back. It shows? That's irritating, too. To me and to Mira. But you wear your armor well, Lieutenant. She wasn't a child, Rourke. She wasn't helpless, or didn't have to be. She chose to kill, to obey another bidding to kill, rather than deal. That, he knew, would eat at her. the uselessness of it. And it pisses you off. She lay down and took it when there were so many options. She took the life of a man she didn't know because someone told her to. Her husband's dead because she stayed with him rather than walk away, and now her children are, essentially, orphaned. She said she thought her children should have their father, that it was her responsibility to stay. Ah. Having said it, Eve realized some of the knots in her belly had slackened. Yeah, I thought of your mother, and how she'd thought the same. How she died for that. But goddamn it, Rourke, your mother was so young, and I can't believe she'd have stayed for years. I can't look at you and believe that. Can't think of the family you found and believe that. She'd have taken you and walked if she'd had another chance. I think of that. Sometimes I think of that. And that's what I believe as well, but in God's truth. I don't know if it's a comfort or a curse to believe it. It's a comfort to me, she said, and watched his eyes warm. Then it will be to me as well. Thanks. Suzanne Custer sat and made a bargain over wine and cheese. Some part of her knew it was real, however much she denies it. However much she can't face it, she agreed to Ava's terms. She didn't try to back out until after her own husband's throat was slit. She didn't go to Ava the next morning or the next week and tell her, deal's off, no can do. She let it ride. Ned Custer was a son of a bitch, and he may have deserved to have his balls kicked black and blue, might have deserved some time in a cage for spousal abuse, but he didn't deserve having his throat slit and his dick sawed off. But the wife who claims she wanted her children to have their father set him up for just that. So I don't feel for her. I'm damned if I will. Rourke rose, and going to her, laid his hands on her shoulders, his lips on her brow. It's useless to be angry with yourself because you do feel something. Just that thin edge of pity around the disgust. She doesn't deserve my pity. And Eve sighed. Or any more of my time slapping at myself for that thin edge of it I do feel. I need to get in the field. He gave her shoulders a brisk rub. Here I've come by as I did my job so well and so quickly. Now you're tossing me aside. You pinned the remote? Already? I did, yes. I'll have some coffee. How the hell are you going to get me some coffee or not? Crap. She programmed it. Spill. Assuming you don't mean the coffee, as what would be the point. I've just come from a chat with an old acquaintance. He happens to specialize in electronics that aren't legal in the strictest sense of the word. He sells illegal jammers and bypasses on the black market. To put a fine point on it, yes. He manufactures them, most usually for specific clients at quite a hefty markup. He's very good at it. In fact, perhaps the best in New York. He waited a significant beat. Now that you aren't in the same market. Aren't you clever? I started at the top of the chain, as I assume Ava would want someone talented, efficient, and reliable. Also with a reputation for being discreet. She went for Charles, after all, who has those qualities in his former profession. I'll admit, I didn't expect to hit straight off the mark, but that's precisely what I did. This guy, this acquaintance, designed and sold the remote to Ava. 3 months ago, he received a package at his legitimate place of business. His front. You're so picky. The package contained an order for a very specifically designed device. It contained the specs for the security system the device was to bypass. He tells me he was impressed with the research the potential client had done, and, Rourke added with a smile, with the considerable amount of cash as down payment. Another payment would be made on delivery, and the final sent if and when the client deemed the device satisfactory.
Is that how he usually does business? That would be telling. Rourke stroked a finger down the dent in her chin. But I can say this arrangement was a bit unusual. The offered fee was more than his usual as well. So he took the job. He never saw her, never had direct contact with her. No, he made the device and, as instructed, left it in a drop box which contained the second payment. A guy could get stung that way, Eve commented. Not this guy, or not easily. He's a nose for cops and the setup. He also believes in knowing who he's dealing with, so he had an underling stake out the box. Eve's lips spread in a grin. I might like this guy. Actually, I believe you would. In any case, the woman who picked it up didn't match Ava's description, but she delivered it, along with some dry cleaning, to the Anderses' home. The third payment was made as promised, and my acquaintance thought little of the matter until he heard of Thomas Anders's murder. This put him in a bit of a sticky situation. Yeah, accessory before the fact's pretty sticky. Will he testify? That would depend on several issues. Immunity, anonymity, the man does have a business to protect, and a reasonable payment. I'll set it up. We may not need him, but I'll put it in play. Eve took his coffee, drank some herself. You're useful, and always eager to be used. I've got Peabody out on something else. Why don't you ride over to New Jersey with me? Being used across state lines. How could I resist? Chapter 22. Yeah, we get your illegals drops, your vandals, your vehicle boosters, rapists, muggers. The NJTP security tech, with Vince embroidered over his shirt pocket, shrugged. Get plenty of action, mostly between midnight and 6. Me, I work the days. I got seniority. It's days I'm interested in, Eve reminded him. A specific day a couple of months ago. We got security cams covering all the lots, the grounds, the vending. Can't use them in the Johns, so that's where we get the most action. He pulled at his nose, swiveled on his high-backed stool. But we roll 'em over every 72 hours. We got nothing goes back 2 months. Do you go back 2 months, Vince? Sure. I've been here 12 years come June. 2 women in a high-end black car, with one of them puking out the passenger door. He shot her a quick and sour grin. Jesus, New York, you know how many people we got puking in the lots, in the Johns, every damn where? I bet you don't have that many booting it between 10 and 11 on a weekday, non-holiday morning. She pulled out a photo. This would be the puker. He took the photo, scratched his ass, scratched his head. She don't ring for me. Looks like mostly anyone. What about this one? There was more scratching as Vince studied Ava's photo. Looks like somebody. This one's driving, right? Nice black Mercedes, new model, 2-door sedan. You remember that? Yeah, now that I'm thinking about it. Blondie here didn't look like the road trip sort, and they never got out to use the John. Women hardly ever pass up a trip to the John. They pull into a rest area. The other one tosses it out the door, and I think, there goes breakfast. I remember 'cause I expected they'd go into the John, clean up the sick one. But the blonde, she just drives around to the truck lot, parks again. I let maintenance know they had a clean-up, got me some coffee. Can't say I noticed how long they sat there, or when they left. Back in the car, Rourke stretched his legs. Are you going to pass up a trip to the John? Ha ha. I can put her here with Suzanne. Right here in the Alexander Hamilton rest area off the turnpike. Who the hell was Alexander Hamilton, and why is there a rest area off the turnpike named after him? Never mind. There's a new model Mercedes sedan, black, registered to Ava Anders.
This little chat with Vince confirms the day, the time, and I'll back that up because I'll betcha that big black Mercedes has a pass scanner for the toll. Can't confirm what was said, but it puts Ava with Suzanne here. How's she going to explain that one? She'll have something. Hamilton was one of America's founding fathers, and its first Secretary of the Treasury. Who? Huh? You asked, Rourke said, pocketing his PPC again. Where to now? Eve frowned at him a moment. Is that what you're doing? Playing with that thing all the time? Looking up trivia? Among other things. Something else you'd like to know? Whole bunches of things. Right now, we're going to go to the market to find out a few. She answered her dash link. Dallas. We got it. Bag was in the closet, Peabody said, as advertised. A disposable link, several security discs, and a very rocking bypass remote, along with a pair of light blue men's pajamas, the pressure syringes, and the meds. Get them in. Log them. I want chain of evidence pristine. Have Feeney and McNabb start on the contents. I'm in the field. Got a couple more stops to make. It's falling apart on her, Rourke commented. She's going to hire a big, fat, sneaky lawyer. A fucking fleet of big, fat, sneaky lawyers. The type who gets shit suppressed, tossed out, who pump in reasonable doubt. I don't have enough. I can put her with Suzanne in Jersey a few days after Custer's murder. Proves nothing. What Peabody just picked up only proves Suzanne was in the Anderses' house and pretty much sews up she killed him. We've got her confession already. She's locked. Your acquaintance can state that the device was taken to the Anders residence. He can't put it in Ava's hands. I've got her lies, her association with an LC. I've got her father-in-law's death, which I wheedled the local cops into opening again. Disposable link. That's going to be dead. And when the battery dies on those, it wipes the transmissions. I need more. The chubby and cheerful Mr. Isaacs gave her a bit more. Right after her husband was killed, yes. I remember very well. Terrible thing. She comes in on Mondays, about 9:30 on Monday mornings. Poor Mrs. Custer. But this day, a few days after I hear her husband's dead, I see her go right by carrying her market bag. Was she alone? No. I started to go outside, call out to her, thinking she'd forgotten where she was going, being upset about her husband. But then I saw she was with someone. She was with a very fancy lady. Beautiful coat with fur on the collar, Isaacs added, brushing his fingers down the front of his apron to demonstrate. Long black coat, brown fur trim, very nice. I think I've seen the fancy lady once or twice before, but not that coat. You saw the woman before that day? Once or twice. I know my neighborhood. I know my people. Is this the woman? Eve offered Ava's photo. Yes, this is the woman poor Mrs. Custer was with that morning. Such pretty hair she has. I remember, it was a very sunny day, and the sunshine seemed to bounce off her pretty hair. She wore shades. As I said, it was a very bright day, but she's very striking. I'm sure this is the same woman. They walked right by. Mrs. Custer looked so sad and tired. She came back by herself a couple hours later. Maybe more. We were busy. I thought, poor little thing, Mrs. Custer. She's been crying. I gave her some pop treats for the children. She hit the lot next. A small, overpriced two-decker. This sort of lot won't have security discs for 2 months ago, Rourke reminded her. And their records won't include license number, make, or model. It's just the time in and out, the fee, the slot. They'd have tag number, make, and model for reserved parking. No way Ava would cruise around looking for a parking spot. Not someone who plans, who researches. She'd book one. Scanner reads reservation number, and to reserve, you need to verify tag number. Well, now, you're right about that. She'd have done the same thing for the Custer stalking and hit. She'd be thinking of her own convenience, and never seriously consider we'd get here. I put her vehicle here, I put it there, it adds weight. You've got a new assignment. I'm going to be talking to auto lot owners. With her vehicle number, I could find it quicker myself. Channels, pristine chain. We take the long way. I'll drive. You get started. She closed herself off for 20 minutes back at Central. She shut her door, closed everyone out while she sat, feet up, eyes closed, to walk herself through the steps, the stages, the routes. With a glance at the time, she made another call. Mrs. Horowitz, Lieutenant Dallas, I have a couple of questions. Of course. Mrs. Anders attends a lot of functions, balls, parties, and so on. Does she ever attend costume types? Masked balls, fancy dress, that sort of thing? There's a fancy dress gala in October every year. Where does she keep her wigs? All the costume pieces she has made or purchased are kept in storage on the 3rd floor. Does she own a red wig? I believe she owns a few, in different shades and styles. I haven't been in the storage area for some time. Thanks. Eve ended transmission and placed another to APA Rio. Then she called in the team. In the conference room, Eve paced while Baxter brewed it into his coffee and Rourke passed the time on his PPC. Peabody, with no new visible piercings, huddled together with Trueheart. EDD had yet to arrive. Cher Rio entered next, the pretty blonde with the southern drawl and the raptor claws in court. Hello, gang. She nodded at Eve. Let's hear the pitch. We're not all here. Feeney. Eve narrowed a stare at him as he strolled in with McNabb. You're late. You want it fast or you want it right? I just want it. Status. EDD first. Feeney took out his notebook. Pill dispenser, Vicks, opened and reprogrammed the morning Ava Anders left for St. Lucia. None of her prints inside or out. Office links, Anders worldwide. No transmissions to or from Suzanne Custer during the last 6 months. Same for the home and personal links we were given access to. Security disks recovered from Custer apartment show no unusual activity. Remote recovered from Custer apartment is extreme. Custom job, specific for the system at Anders's residence. We found 2 uses. One use 6 weeks ago, and one the morning of the Anders murder. Ava test drove it. Be my take. Disposable link, dead as disco. Those type don't hold transmissions much over 24 hours anyway. If they do that. And this one's cheap shit. You're telling me you got zip? I didn't say zip. He stretched out his legs, crossed them at the ankles. Every electronic byte leaves an imprint, a smudge anyway. You go in right, and you can finesse. We got what you could call echoes. Link's a piece of crap, but crap can be manipulated. We need to process the echoes, tune them up, sort them out. Something's there. Give us a day or 2 and we'll pull it out. Good. Peabody? Adult toy items matching those at the Anders crime scene were purchased by Suzanne Custer or by doctor's prescription. 4 syringes were also found in the bag recovered from the Custer apartment, as was the partially used prescription of the trank. She's wrapped. And yet, Rio commented, murder too. It'll be worth it, Eve told her. In interview, Suzanne Custer stated that at Ava Anders's suggestion, the 2 women entered into a bargain to kill each other's husbands. Reportedly, Anders recorded their promise. That's dumbass, McNabb put in. Why incriminate yourself on record? If Ava ever recorded her own statement, she's long since wiped it. But I'll bet she's got Suzanne's tucked away for leverage. McNabb nodded. Not so dumbass. 3 days after the Custer murder,
Anders waylaid Custer on Custer's way to her usual Monday morning marketing. Custer and Anders were seen together, and today identified by Isaacs, Jerome, the market's owner. Eve pointed a finger at McNabb before he could speak. Yes, dumbass. But we're dealing with a woman who never believed we'd have any reason to tie her and Suzanne Custer together. And if we asked, she could easily claim she'd dropped by to pay her condolences. So, moving on. Custer further stated that Anders informed her Anders had killed Ned Custer and gave all details to same, and it would soon be time to complete the bargain. According to Custer's statement, Anders used threats and duress to obtain her agreement, while Anders drove into New Jersey to a rest area. A security tech at same has identified Anders and her vehicle, corroborating Custer's statement. At that time, Anders gave Custer the disposable link and described how Thomas Anders was to be killed. "You're going to get a lot of she said, he said here, Dallas," Rio commented. "Yeah, so we'll need to make what Custer said stick. We need those echoes cleared, Feeney. Custer did not, as Anders instructed, dispose of the link, the remote, the discs. Anders lied about her husband's sexual proclivities." "Prove it," Rio demanded. "Your job." But she told both Custer and one Petrelli, Beebe, that Thomas Anders was a sexual deviant and a pedophile. She indicated same to a Gordon, Cassie. There is no evidence this was true. In fact, there is weighty evidence it was not. Ava engaged a licensed companion for several months. There is no evidence Thomas Anders used LCs or engaged in extramarital affairs, as Ava claims. "Let her prove it," Eve added. After receiving the news that her husband was dead, Eve continued, Ava ordered a tasty breakfast, ate same, dressed, and groomed meticulously. She didn't wake her friends, but took a shuttle home alone. "I just don't like her." Rio examined her nails. "I don't like Ava one little bit." "Get in line." Rewind 2 months. Custer, Ned, was last seen with a tall woman, a redhead, taken to be a pro. She went from a bar to a flop with the victim and did not exit by the door. Ava told Suzanne that after slitting Custer's throat and whacking him off in a permanent manner, she exited via the fire escape. She owns several red wigs. "Get me something physical," Rio insisted. "It's a good circumstantial case, but—" "The vehicle registered to Ava Anders was parked 8 blocks north and 1 east of the Custer murder scene," Rourke put in without looking up. "The vehicle had reserved parking for that slot in that lot for a period of 2 weeks. It was used 3 times, the last on the night of the murder, clocking in at 10:12 p.m., clocking out at 2:08 a.m. "Okay, that's interesting." Something lit in Rio's eyes. "How do we prove she drove it there?" "Because she fucking did," Eve snapped. "Because on that night and the 10 days prior, Thomas Anders was out of town, and she could come and go as she pleased. Look at the timeline. She kills her father-in-law, and that's the turn." "Reginald Anders's death was deemed accidental." Rio tossed up a hand. "Don't bite my head off, that's the fact. You've got the case reopened, and I'm inclined to agree she killed him because I don't like her, but at this point, we've got an old man slipping in the shower." "We won't end with that." "She hired a decorator the week before Reginald Anders took the fall. Shortly after, it's reported, she and the old man had a private talk in his office about her charging personal expenses to program budgets. She didn't walk out happy. And according to the housekeeper, decorating talk began 2 weeks after the father-in-law's death, though she'd already contracted with one. You're going to say some spouses sneak in something like that. The decorating crap," Eve said, anticipating Rio. "Why would she? Every statement we've taken on their marriage, on Anders, describes him as indulgent. He wouldn't have given a shit about that." "Then why wait to tell him?" Rio asked. "Picky, I know, but defense attorneys are, as a rule." "It was her congratulations present to herself. She didn't bring it out until after she'd done the old man. Until that was behind her. Weeks after that, she hires Charles Monroe, telling one of her friends,
out of the goddamn blue, that she and her husband are sexually incompatible. She revs up the mommy retreat program and starts to scope. Here, she approaches Petrelli, whose family has ties to organized crime. She suggests Petrelli might find a way to dispose of Anders, who she claims is a pervert. That craps out. She approaches Gordon, an LC who is also in the program, and asks for details about kink. And finally, she finds her mark here, with Custer. Suzanne was prime bait, Baxter put in. Detective Yancey executed a composite of Ava with the style and color of hair witnesses reported, re Ned Custer, Eve added. We're going to find somebody who'll put her in the bar, in the flop. Do it, because I'd love to bring her down. Rio closed her notebook. Can you get me a confession? That's the plan. I need to get her out of the house so we can go in and cop the wig without her being aware. Feeney, I need you to mock me up a disposable link exactly like that one. We've got her statements on record. I want to hear her voice come out of it. Baxter, talk to Suzanne again. Make sure she's clear on exactly what Ava said the morning Anders was murdered. Peabody, put a couple of the men in soft clothes on the sleazy side. Rourke, see if your acquaintance will come down. He's not going to have to say a thing. Rio will give him immunity, and I'll authorize 2 bills. What am I giving immunity for? We'll get to that. I want Petrelli and Gordon in here, and the night clerk from the flop. Trueheart, I'm going to be sending you to bring Ava in. He blinked, as if something had flown into his eyes. Sending me? You won't worry her. You're too young and pretty, and you're going to apologize. If she cries lawyer, she cries lawyer, but I don't think she will. Not right off. Take another uniform, a young green one. I'll tell you when to go and how to handle her. What are you smiling at? She asked Rourke. It's such an interesting show you're planning. Yeah, so let's work out the song and the dance. It wasn't a stretch for Trueheart to appear apologetic and accommodating. Even with seasoning a la Baxter, he remained a sweet-natured, happy-to-help kind of guy. Young and fresh, and, to the careless or cynical eye, not all that smart. What Ava saw were 2 young, handsome, somewhat bumbling cops who seemed embarrassed with their current duty. I'm awfully sorry, ma'am. Trueheart added a pained smile. I know it's an inconvenience, especially at such a difficult time. But the lieutenant, yes, it's very inconvenient, and a very difficult time. I fail to see why I should have to go downtown. Why doesn't the lieutenant come to me? She would, ma'am, but she's in this meeting with the commander and the chief about the media problem in regards to the case. Taking some licks for it. The second uniform delivered his first scripted line on cue. Come on! Trueheart frowned him down. And I believe Chief Tibble would like to personally apologize to you about the media stuff. So we were sent to transport you down to Central. Young man, I understand you're just following orders, but you can't possibly expect to bundle me in the back of a police car to add that kind of mortification on top of everything else. Trueheart glanced at his companion, who only shrugged helplessly. If you wanted to call a cab, I guess, I don't know, maybe I could call in and ask. Nonsense, that's just nonsense. I'll take my own car. I'm free to come and go as I please, aren't I? I'm not under arrest, am I? Oh, gosh, no, ma'am. I mean, yes, ma'am, on the first part. We could follow you in. I'm sure that's okay. And I could arrange a parking permit in the VIP visitor lot. Would that be all right? I'd think it's the least you could do, and thank you. Now I'll have to ask you to wait outside while You didn't do the RM! The second cop delivered his next line, and Trueheart flushed and shifted his feet. I don't know that we're supposed to. My sergeant kicked my ass. Oh, pardon me, ma'am, for not just yesterday. I don't want to screw up again. Okay. I'm awful sorry, Mrs. Anders.
But we're just going to read you the revised Miranda before we go, since you're going to be talking to the lieutenant about the investigation. A formality thing. Trueheart added an earnest and nervous smile. Is that all right with you? Fine, fine, fine. Ava waved him on. Hurry it up. I don't want a police car outside my house all afternoon. Yes, ma'am. Well, you have the right to remain silent. To add to the picture, Trueheart pulled out a small card with the warning printed on it and read it with intense concentration. He hoped it wasn't overplayed. Do you understand your— Am I an idiot? Ava snapped. Of course I understand. Now shoo! I'll be out in a few minutes. Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. After the door shut in his face, Trueheart walked back to the police car with his companion. Dallas is a solid genius, he stated, then engaged his communicator. It's Trueheart, Lieutenant. At Central, Eve fueled up on coffee. Trueheart's following her in. I want the sweepers on that car the minute it's parked. You, read her mind, Peabody said. You knew she'd drive in. She wouldn't turn down an opportunity to have the chief of police grovel to her and lord it over me. And she wouldn't get in a black and white unless she was cuffed and carried. Besides, if she left the car at home, the sweepers could process it there. Rio's warrant covers us. I want this to run like clockwork. Everyone in place. Even as she went over the details in her head, Eve turned to her partner. I need to take her one-on-one, Peabody. You get that? Yeah, and I know my cue. We've got 2 men in place to swing in, execute the warrant on the house, and bring in the wigs. It's like a sting, isn't it? And nearly as juicy as a battering ram slamming, blaster-bursting takedown. Without the potential for fatal injuries. It's all psych. We twist her and we twist her. We twist her right, and she snaps. Eve stared at her murder board. The steps and stages, the bits and pieces. Now it was time to put them all together. Lieutenant. Rourke studied her from the doorway. I'll go check on stuff, Peabody said, and eased out. She's on her way, bringing the car in. You called that one. Your diverse cast of characters appears to be in place. You know you're risking those big fat lawyers with this stage you've set. Yeah, she's smart enough to lawyer, but I'm betting she's too arrogant to squeal for one right off. At the end she will. At the end she'll be screaming for a lawyer. And for once, Eve admitted, the sound of that would be like music to her ears. But first she'll be shaken enough to have to put me in my place. As Magdalena tried to. There was no point denying it. To her eventual disappointment. And fat lip. I'm not hanging on to that, if that's worrying you. When he stepped in, those blue eyes level on hers, and traced a fingertip along the shallow dent in her chin, she sighed, then shrugged. Okay, maybe a little, but I'm not pissed at you about that, about her. He leaned down, kissed her very softly. Much. You didn't see her, at least not until what she was doing was shoved in your face. Must be a guy thing when it comes to a certain kind of female. Thomas Anders didn't see it in Ava for years and years. He lived with her, and he didn't see her. Not who she really is. I'm not pissed at him about it. He loved her. I'm pissed she used that, and him. Used anyone who came to hand with absolutely no conscience, for game and profit. She killed him for that, for game and profit. And you imagine, if I hadn't had certain things shoved in my face, hadn't seen, if some circumstances had been different, Maggie would have eventually done for me. Why share the majority of the known universe if you can have it all for yourself? Right you are. And yes, she would have tried to end me at some point. Fortunately, I'm married to the top bitch cop in the city and well protected. Fortunately, you can take care of yourself. Tommy Anders couldn't. She turned back to the board, to the ID photo of Anders's smiling, easygoing face. It hits me. Some of them do, and it hits me because he was a nice man who loved his wife and used his money and position to do good things. He's dead. Lives are ruined, or at best forever changed, all because she wanted all the marbles. So I'm going to squash her like the ugly spider she is. Lieutenant, Peabody poked in. She's just pulled into the lot. Curtain up, Rourke said. Chapter 23. To Rourke's mind, cop shops tended toward the loud, the confused, and the crowded. One such as Cop Central, twisted and twined, rose and fell in a serpentine labyrinth where cops, suspects, victims, lawyers, techs all bumped and burrowed amid constant clatter and movement. And still, through all that, the choreography Eve had staged moved seamlessly. Perhaps, as so many of the players were unaware of their role, their actions and reactions fell as natural as rainwater. He watched on screens in an observation room with Feeney and the director herself, as Trueheart and his fellow uniform, both looking as wholesome and harmless as apple pie, escorted Ava onto the elevator, then off again. "It'll be quicker and less crowded," Trueheart explained in his polite tone, "if we take the glides from here, Mrs. Anders." As they rode up, others rode down. On the down, a man in a stained T-shirt and dingy dreads, who Rourke would have made for a cop at 6 blocks, swiveled, pointed. "Hey, hey! That's the one there! That's the broad left with cuss! Hey!" Ava angled away toward Trueheart's agreeable face. "Sorry," he said. "We get all kinds through here." He led her off the glide, across a short span of floor, just as a female officer walked Bibi Petrelli toward the down. The reaction of both civilians struck Rourke as priceless. Shock on both faces, distress following on Petrelli's, fury darkening Ava's, even as the cop quickly hustled Petrelli to the left and away. Little fissures in the mask, Rourke noted, and up the next glide they went. This time, Baxter brought Cassie Gordon on just below. Cassie's gaze tracked up, latched. "Well, hey! Hey, Ava!" A sharp and deadly amusement colored Cassie's voice. "What are you doing here?" Ava glanced back, skimmed her cold eyes over Cassie. "I'm sorry. Do I know you?" "Sure, but then I'm just one of the horde." "How's it going?" "You'll have to excuse me. I'm pressed for time. Can we get this done?" she demanded of Trueheart. "Yes, ma'am, we're nearly there. This way." Deliberately, he walked her by Homicide, where the night clerk from the sex flop sat on a bench outside, flanked by 2 cops. He stared at her as she approached. The fissures widened as color flooded Ava's face. "Right in here." Trueheart opened the door of Interview A. "I'll make sure the lieutenant knows you're here. Can I get you something to drink? Coffee, maybe?" "I'd prefer something sweet and cold. Ginger ale in a glass." "Yes, ma'am." In observation, Eve hooked her thumbs in her pockets. Putting her game face on. Knows we're watching. Anybody with a brain and brain she's got knows how Interview works. Spooked her some. Yeah, but pissed her off more. That's what's going to hang her. Well, time to go kick her ass. Want me to kiss your head? Want me to mention your sick day pajamas? That's mean. You make me proud. Go skin your fish. Eve didn't want to keep Ava waiting long. Keep the temper up, those little edges of fear. She walked into Interview, carrying plenty of files and attitude. Mrs. Anders. "Lieutenant, I've had about enough of your incompetence and your callousness. I demand to see your chief." "We'll get to that. Record on." "Dallas, Lieutenant Eve, in interview with Anders Ava regarding case number HA-32003, Anders Thomas A., and all related events and crimes." Eve dropped into a chair. We've got a lot to clear up, Ava. Mrs. Anders, I'd like to clear up the way you and this department have handled the media. Eve only smiled. It's been an interesting couple of days for me. How about you? At Ava's stony stare, Eve's smile widened. I don't catch many like these, and I've got to hand it to you. You damn near pulled it off. I bet you're wondering how I'm going to get you for murder. What a hideous thing to say to me. A slanderous thing to say. I didn't kill Tommy. I loved my husband. I was out of the country when he died, and you know that very well. Save the shiny eyes and tear-choked voice. I know you. Eve leaned forward. I knew you the minute I saw you. You're a grasping, greedy, self-important excuse for a human being, but you've got brains, Ava, and you've got patience. So what it comes down to is how you want to play this part of it. Let me give you something to think about. Suzanne Custer. Is that name supposed to mean something to me? Think about it. Think about the fact that when we bring her in, we'll give her a chance to slip and slide. She'll have the opportunity to wheel and deal. Personally, I think she's going to grab it like a lifeline. Lieutenant Dallas, I have no idea what you're trying to do here unless it's generate more media frenzy than you've already managed, and that you're somehow blaming me for that and the fact you've been reprimanded for mishandling it. It's been established without any doubt that I was in St. Lucia when my Tommy was killed. You weren't in St. Lucia when Ned Custer's throat was slit. I don't know anyone by that name. What does that have to do with me? Are you going to deny you know Suzanne Custer? I know a great many people. She paused, offered a considering frown. Suzanne? Well, yes, of course. I know her slightly. She's one of our mothers. The same Suzanne Custer whose husband was murdered in a sex flop in Alphabet City a couple of months ago. How horrible! Ava pressed a hand to her own throat. Poor Suzanne. I try not to follow media reports on violence. I'm so terribly sorry to hear about this, but I don't know what it has to do with me or with my Tommy. Makes you wonder what Suzanne might say if she gets a chance to address that. Peabody entered with a red wig inside an evidence bag. She nodded at Eve, slipped out. Looky here. Pretty. Eve held up the bag. Familiar? I assume it's one of mine, as I have one like it. Or did. I attend costume galas from time to time. I'd like to know how it came to be in your possession. By duly executed warrant. Let me just mention Ned Custer again. A bar pickup and sex flop. Give you another shot here, Ava. You're a striking woman. Tall and well turned out. Opening the file, she withdrew a photo she'd had the police artist compose. It appeared dim, even dingy, just as she'd ordered. You even turn out pretty well as a cheap redhead in a crappy security cam still. Maybe not suitable for framing, she added as Ava stared down at it. But a picture tells a story. Here's a story I like. You pick up Custer in the bar, take him to the flop, slit his throat, carve off his works, and boogie on. Why? You're just going to have to help me out there. Why does a woman like you slum it with a man like Custer and end up killing him? I can hardly help you, as there is no why. It's insane. Maybe things didn't go the way you figured. He's not a smoothie like Charles Monroe. Maybe you were trying to get your kicks on, seeing as your husband leaned that way. Help me out here. Gotcha, Ava. Eve tapped the photo. I've got you in the bar with Custer. In the flop with Custer. You can help me and help yourself, or I let Suzanne pick up the story from here. It's not what you think. Not at all what you think. Trueheart came in with a plastic glass filled with ice and ginger ale. Excuse me, I'm sorry it took so long. Eve waited while Trueheart stepped out, while Ava sipped. Yeah, you think, Eve mused. Think how to play it. Bet I know how you will.
Suzanne. I felt sorry for her. I wanted to help her. By offing her lousy husband? Man, who couldn't use a pal like you? Good God, no! Ava pressed a hand to her heart. In lieu of the not currently in fashion wedding ring, a blood-red ruby glowed. I took an interest in her, and it was frustrating that she refused to help herself. I know it was foolish of me. I know that. But to prove a point, I arranged a kind of intervention between her and her husband. What kind of intervention would that be? The kind that involves castration? Don't be so horrible and crude. I wanted to help. Why would I conceive the mother's programs unless I wanted to help these women? What did you do to help? I went to the bar that he frequented and lured him, you could say I lured him, to that horrible hotel room. Suzanne was there. It was a way to catch him in the act, to make him face what he was doing. I left immediately after she came in to give them privacy. She pressed her fingers to her eyes. I haven't spoken to her since. She hasn't contacted me and didn't take my few attempts to reach her. I assumed things didn't work out as we'd hoped, but I had no idea. If she killed him, Lieutenant, if that's what happened, it had to be in self-defense. It had to be. Let me just compact all this. You dressed up like a hooker, went to the bar, to the flop with Ned Custer as a favor to his wife? Ava lifted her chin. I don't appreciate your implications or your attitude. Gee, pardon the hell right out of me. Lieutenant, it's so easy to become involved with the lives of these women, to feel for them. Suzanne was desperate to save her marriage, her family. She was so certain that if he was caught that way, he'd agree to counseling. And, well, I admit, it seemed exciting. We're very hands-on at Anders. Tommy and I believed in involvement. I made a terrible mistake. And now a man's dead. She covered her face with her hands. Okay, let's clarify for the record. You state that you met Ned Custer in the bar on the night of January 20 of this year, that you went with him to the flop. Yes, to meet Suzanne. He was angry, of course, but she asked me to go, to leave them alone so they could talk it out. I should never have left. I see that now. As if in a plea for understanding, Ava held out her hands to Eve. How could I know she'd kill him? She said she wanted to save her marriage. How could I know she'd kill him? That's a tough one. You couldn't know. I feel terrible about it, sick about it. But Suzanne, my God, she must have been... This time it was Baxter who stepped in, carrying several evidence bags. He murmured as he leaned down to Eve. Custer's en route. Thanks. And look what we have now. Black market bypass remote, and these security discs taken from your home. Eve lifted the disposable link. Cheap-ass piece of crap. Pressure syringes, cock thickener, trank, all confiscated from Suzanne Custer's apartment. My God, is that the device used to circumvent our security? Ava's voice dropped down to a strained whisper. When Tommy... Suzanne... Oh, my God! Did Suzanne kill Tommy? Bet she did. But why? Why? Her children were in the program. Tommy and I... No. With her hands pressed to her temples, Ava shook her head from side to side in what Eve considered overacting. Not because of what happened with her husband. Not because of what I did that night. Please, not because of that. Yeah, because of that. How can I ever forgive myself? She wept then, harsh, angry sobs. It's my fault. It's all my fault. Oh, Tommy! Tommy! Do you need a minute, Ava? Eve reached over, patted her hand. This is rough. I'm sorry I was so hard on you at the start of the interview.
I had to get the motive. It doesn't matter. None of it matters. It's my fault. If I hadn't agreed to that foolish business with Suzanne's husband, if I'd never gone to that horrible room with him, Tommy would be alive. You're right about that. But here's the thing. Are you listening, Ava? Can you compose yourself? Okay? Yes. I'm sorry. I'll try. This is all such a shock. Here's another. Suzanne Custer was never in that flop with you and her husband. Of course she was. I saw her. I spoke with her. She was in her apartment, blocks away, leaving messages on her husband's link while you were slitting his throat. While you came out of the bathroom, sealed up, with a 6-inch serrated blade, and raked it across his throat, she was home, pacing the floor, trying to reach him while you watched him bleed out, while you hacked off his dick, then climbed out the window, while you practically flew 10 blocks to the auto lot where you had parked your Mercedes. New York plate AVA in the slot you'd reserved. It was tingly, Eve realized. It was downright tingly to watch Ava's face. I got the time in, I got the time out. Time out comes 21 minutes after time of death. Here's something else. You sealed up, but you didn't think about how dirty the windows are in those flops, how nasty the sills are, how that crud might latch onto the bottom of your fuck-me shoes. We'll be processing your shoes, Ava, and I'm betting on them. Eve shrugged. Not really important, though, since you've admitted, on record, that you were there. And I told you why, and that the man was alive when I left. What possible reason would I have to kill him, to mutilate him afterward? I didn't even know him. You've already said why. If Custer hadn't been killed, Tommy would be alive. See this? She tapped the link. Piece of crap, as I said. Most people think these crappy disposables can't hold transmission history. But those EDD geeks, they're freaking magicians. Eve leaned forward, smiled brilliantly. Good girl. Do you remember saying that to Suzanne, from the balmy shores of St. Lucia, when she reported she'd done the job? Want to hear for yourself? Eve pressed a button on the link, and Ava's voice buzzed out. Good girl. They'll clean that up some, but I wanted you to hear it as soon as it was ready. Nice of you to give Suzanne that little pat on the head. This is ridiculous, and you're pathetic. It's obvious Suzanne killed her husband and mine. She must be horribly sick. As far as that link goes, I spoke with her any number of times over the last months. From St. Lucia? They triangulate these transmissions really well. I don't recall. I might have. And more tingles, Eve thought, as she saw the pulse in Ava's throat start to pound. Previous statement. You haven't spoken or had contact with Suzanne Custer since the night her husband was murdered. I might have been mistaken about that. No, you lied about that. It's the lies that tripped you up. It was a pretty solid plan, I'll give that to you. But you couldn't keep it simple. You had to elaborate. Make yourself more of a stoic, loyal, and loving wife by painting your husband as so much less than he was. You had to make him pay for all those years you played the loving wife. He never hired LCs, never had affairs, never demanded kink from you. You can't prove or disprove what happens between people in the privacy of their bedroom. Yeah, that was your thinking on it. It's not bad, but I can prove no one who ever knew him or had business with him can corroborate your claim. I can prove you substituted a sleep aid for his nightly vitamin the morning before you left for St. Lucia. I can prove you conspired with Suzanne Custer in a scheme where each of you agreed to murder the other's spouse. I can prove you approached at least 2 other women, fishing the idea before you settled on Suzanne. It means nothing. None of it means not done, Eve commented. I can prove your father-in-law, whose murder I'm also going to hang on you, given a little more time, was annoyed with the way you were allocating funds earmarked for the program. Ridiculous! But her body jumped. Insane! You keep thinking that, Eve invited. Reginald Anders's murder opened the door to your long-term plans.
I can prove you not only spoke with, not only contacted Suzanne after Custer's murder, but drove to a lot several blocks from her home, reserved slot again, and met her on the street where you were seen by witnesses. Black coat, fur trim. We've got that in evidence now, too. I can prove you drove her to a rest stop off the turnpike where you were seen by witnesses. She was blackmailing me. Oh, please. After she killed her husband, she blackmailed me. She said she'd call the police, that she'd tell them I was having an affair with her husband, and that she knew he was meeting me that night. I was terrified. I met her that day, outside her building, to give her the last payment. I drove out of the city to that rest area, and I gave her the last payment. I told her it had to be the last, and she was angry. That must be why she killed Tommy. How much she sting you for? Quick, quick, Eve said when Ava hesitated. How much? $200,000. See, you should have lowballed it. That's too much for her to hide, too much for you to skim without leaving crumbs. I sold some jewelry. No, Ava, no. Heaving a sigh, Eve leaned in. Now you're disappointing me. I gave you more credit. We can check that. First, going back, Suzanne doesn't have the brains or the balls to blackmail anyone. Going further back, not only wasn't she in the room when Ned bought it, but she's too short to have executed the killing blow. This is basic forensics, and juries are pretty savvy there. Got you cold on that one. Witnesses, forensics, your own statement putting you there. She didn't come. She didn't come as arranged, and he attacked me. Who? Let's be specific, since we've got such a winding road here. Ava picked up her cup again, drank. Suzanne's husband. Ned Custer attacked you. Yes. He wanted sex. And I told him Suzanne was coming, and he was furious and attacked me. I was terrified. You have to understand. He was going to rape me, so I grabbed the knife. From where? From... Quick! Eve snapped, and had Ava jolting again. Where'd you get the knife? From him. He had the knife. He threatened me with it, and we struggled. I lashed out in fear for my life. You killed Ned Custer. Yes, but in self-defense. He was a madman, waving the knife, shouting. He tore at my clothes. I was terrified. I'll take the admission of guilt, but not the plea. And neither will a jury. Basic forensics again, Ava. You took him out from behind. We were struggling. With one clean slice. No defensive wounds, no signs of struggle on him or in the room. You did a damn good job of it. I want a lawyer. Now. Sure. While we're taking care of that, Eve said as she began to gather the evidence bags and files, I'll go have a little chat with Suzanne. She should be here by now. It was her idea. I'm sorry, Ava. You've invoked your right to counsel. I can't take any further statements from you until such time as, fuck the lawyer. I don't want a damn lawyer. I need your help. Aren't you a public servant? Isn't it your duty to help someone in trouble? Isn't that what I pay you for? So I'm told. For the record, you're again waiving your right to counsel? Yes. It was her idea. I was upset with Tommy for some silly thing, and I'd been drinking. She came to my room, at the retreat, and we started to talk. Ava's breath came fast. Eve imagined her thoughts came even faster. She said we'd both be better off without our husbands. I was in a mood. I agreed. Then she hatched this idea about how each of us would kill the others. It was foolishness, or so I believed. We talked and talked, plotting it out, laughing about it. It was just a joke. I was awfully drunk, just feeling blue and ridiculous, and it made me laugh to speculate on how we'd do it. But then, weeks later, she came to me and told me it was time. I was horrified, of course. I told her she had to be out of her mind to think I'd do such a thing. Out of her mind to believe I actually wanted my Tommy dead. She was fierce. If I didn't do what we'd agreed, she would kill Tommy. I wouldn't know when or how, but she would kill him. She meant it.
The more I argued, pleaded, protested, the more vicious she became. I did it to save my husband. I did it to save his life. You're scraping bottom now. But thanks for the I did it, and the confession of the initial plot. Hers! Hers! It was her plot! She couldn't plot her way out of her own apartment. Look at this. Eve tapped the evidence bags. Didn't you tell her to get rid of this stuff? But no, she hauls it home and stuffs it in her closet. You picked a moron for a partner, Ava, or a patsy, depending on your view of it, but you screwed up plenty. Both of your husbands killed in sex-related murders? I'm not the moron here. You're too stupid to pull it off, too hyped on giving your own story enough juice to put you in the media spotlight. It's that PR training. Any story's a good story. You fucked this up, all the way back to your father-in-law. You'll never prove it. None of it. Everything you have is speculation. Oh, lots more than. And there's the little matter of your confessions. You twisted my words around. You tricked me, put words in my mouth. And you didn't advise me of my rights before the interview. Officer Trueheart did, on record. Covers us both, Ava. Eve smiled broadly. Oh, and you may not have recognized the guy talking to Rourke outside, but he's the kind of businessman who takes precautions. You had one of your volunteers pick up the remote, but I've got a solid witness who followed her all the way to your house where it was delivered. It's just icing on my cake, but upside for you, you're going to get hours and hours of screen time over this. Eve shook her head, picked up her files and bags. You stupid, pitiful murderer. Ava came up like a tidal wave, heaving the table aside. That tight skin she'd worn for years was split into shreds now, Eve noted. Stupid? We'll see who's stupid at the end of the day, you bitch! Nobody's going to believe any of this. I have friends, powerful friends, and between us, we'll eat you and your ridiculous interview to bits. Lady, you've got no one. You did have. You had a good, decent man who loved you. What do you know about it? What do you know? 16 years of my life invested in a man who obsessed about golf and box scores and children that weren't his own. I earned everything I have. Marrying it isn't earning it. You married money. Who are you to talk? I married a man. The man. You'll never get that. Your kind isn't capable of it. On the door. When it opened, she passed out the files and bags to the officer outside, then turned back. Ava Anders, you're under arrest for the murder of Ned Custer and for conspiracy to murder Thomas A. Anders. Other charges include, get me a fucking lawyer! Get the prosecuting attorney in here! Now, God damn it! He'll make a deal for my testimony against that twit! You can have the lawyer, but the PA already made a deal with Suzanne Custer this morning. Eve grinned. Psych. She saw it coming. God, she'd been praying for it all through the interview, anticipating it so that the cop on the door and those in observation stayed back, as she'd ordered, when Ava charged her. She turned away from the nail swipe so those long, pretty nails barely broke the skin under her jaw, and she took the first shove that bashed her into the wall. The rest would look better on the record that way. Eve stomped on Ava's instep, plowed an elbow into her gut, then finished with a solid uppercut. She studied the woman sprawled unconscious at her feet. Guess we'll get into those other charges when you wake up. On the door. Eve stepped over Ava. You and another officer take her down through booking when she regains consciousness. She wants a lawyer. See that she's allowed to contact one. Yes, sir. Lieutenant, you're bleeding some. Yeah. Eve brushed her fingertips over the nail marks. All in a daze. Interview end. Rio was the first out of observation. Good enough for you? Eve asked her. And then some. I'm going to make her lawyers cry like babies. Fun for me now. You've had yours. Showed? To those of us who know and love you. You should have decked her before she scratched you. Eve angled her head, tapped just below the marks. Jury's gonna love it, if it goes that far. Wrap her up, Rio. I want to take a moment out of my day now and then to think about her rotting in a cement cage off-planet. Anything for a pal. I better get to it. Peabody, get the paperwork on this, will you?
Sure. It was fun to watch, so writing it up's fair as the price of admission.
She started by, but Baxter stepped in her path and held out a hand. A bit baffled, she took it, shook. It's a good day, he said, and she nodded. Yeah, it's a good day. You're back off the roll until Monday. I'll see this through, then I'm off. She cut through to her office for a quick boost of coffee. Thinking of Tibble, and more important, his wife, she decided she'd contact Commander Whitney, give her oral, and let him pass it on, just in case. Sit, Rourke ordered, as he walked in with a small first aid kit. Look, Nurse Studley, we'll play Nurse Studley and Patient Sexy later. Now sit so I can doctor those scratches. Nasty cats like that have nasty germs. She is pretty nasty. Eve sat, tipped up her head. I should have just knocked her back. If I get slapped for knocking her out, I've got it coming. I don't think so. The instep was for Suzanne's kids. The elbow in the gut was for me. The knockout, that was for Tommy Anders. As he cleaned and medicated the scratches, Rourke met her eyes. She deserved each, and the rest you've seen to she'll get. You strung it out quite a bit. Yeah, that was indulgent. But I liked how she kept twisting herself up, changing her story. And all the tinglies were tough to resist. She's good at planning, but she's crappy at thinking on her feet. Makes it tougher for her lawyers when she gives so many conflicting statements in one interview. Plus, she's not going to be able to afford a bunch of fat lawyers now. Oh, she can't use anything coming from the death of her spouse, as she's charged with conspiring to murder same. That cuts it back. And if I can pin down the Hampton case, she'll lose what she got from the father-in-law's death. She's going to have a lot less to spend on fancy lawyers. Anyway. He leaned down, brushed his lips to hers. You're done. He set the first aid kit on her desk. Any thoughts to going home? Yeah, as soon as I contact Whitney and run it for him. And I figure I'll give Nadine a heads up. Maybe you can buy me a fat, juicy steak. Maybe I could. Rourke. Eve. It made her smile, but her eyes stayed serious on his. What she said about me marrying for money? You answered it, and quite well. Yeah, but we know some people think that. Eve, some people think it sometimes. Some people think they know it all the time. You and me, we know different. We do, yes. He drew her to her feet, and this time the kiss was long and deep and just a little dark. We both know you married me for the sex. Well, yeah, which is why I don't mind if some people think it was the money, because it's less personal. Thanks for the first aid. I'd say any time, but it so often is. She grinned, then sat down to contact her commander. Rourke settled